A very good morning to all the viewers here from papare.com, and it's live at the Colts Cricket Club. Another beautiful, warm, humid, sunny day here in Colombo. So the match between the New Zealand Over-50s and the Zimbabwe Over-50s. So far they have played 3 games each. Zimbabwe winning comprehensively yesterday, getting out the Namibians for 98 with an impressive performance, bowling performance by Lanka Fernando, picking up 5 wickets for 23 runs, and that was their first win yesterday. And prior to that, they lost 2 games. And this is the 4th game for the Zimbabweans. Talking about the New Zealand side, they have won 1 and lost 1 game. They won against the UAE Over-50s, chasing down the target of 153. And in the second game against the USA, they posted a score of 211, and USA chasing it down. So I have with me Kharija. Good morning. It's another bright day here in Colombo.
Good morning, Rajiva. Indeed, what a bright day and a scenic view here from the Colombo Colts Cricket Club. Looking forward for some good cricket from both teams.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting game because Zimbabwe coming out after a win, and New Zealand trying to be on the top. They also want to go after another win. So it will be an interesting game because Zimbabwe right on track, and despite they had some few injuries, few people have been sick, I was heard yesterday, and but all good now. They're all in a fit camp. I can see prior to the game those 2 teams lining up for the anthems there. It's a tradition, Kharija, to start the game with the anthems. Even in international games now, it has been a tradition. And nice. It's a nice outfit. All the Zimbabweans wearing that red and black striped blazer.
Indeed,
very
Rajiva.
colorful
And suited up, very gentlemanish for a gentleman's sport.
Yeah, looks very bright there, and they have come right back on track after that superb win. They chased it down in 17 overs, I suppose. Anything, I think, below 17 overs. And won by 8 wickets. So we will go back to the center now. We have Nathan Coggins there to give the expertise of the pitch report today.
A very good morning and welcome to the Colombo Colts Cricket Club's ground here in Havelock Town. I'm here for the pitch report of the IMC Over-50s Men's World Cup fixture between New Zealand and Zimbabwe. Bowling up from the Park Road end, looking at the right-handers off stump. There's a bit of a patch here. Should be very challenging come the second innings. Spin should be the way to go at Colts today. But towards the middle of the pitch, on a good length, let's say for the fast bowler, there's a bit, it's very hard. Should be easier batting. Aim for the batsman today would be to play themselves in, and we've seen in previous matches that if you do play yourself in, get through those first few overs, you really can bat long and bat hard. Aim for the captain winning the toss today, I say, would be to bat first, as this pitch is a used wicket with a covering of grass that's been rolled in. So it should deteriorate as we move forward with the day's proceedings. Anything above 200 will be a competitive total here. Trial by spin, and I'd say 230 will be a winning score. Yes, used wicket today at Colts, and another thing to note is there's a shorter boundary towards the clubhouse side, as we're playing a bit further to the corner of the square, which should be influence the captain's tactics and their strategy. They can try and get them out in the death overs. But yes, I'm 100% sure that the captain winning the toss today would want to bat first on a used surface, considering it should be more spin friendly, especially as we go on in the day. Today is a very hot day as well in Colombo. The pitch should open up. That grass on top, the grass covering should dry up, and towards the middle to the latter part of the second innings, it could even become a minefield here at Colts. Right then, let's see what our captains think of the pitch. It's back down to Rajiva for the toss.
Good morning, everyone. So we are here at the toss, the game between Zimbabwe Over-50s and New Zealand Over-50s. So I have with me here the on-field umpire from Australia, Jeff Charlesworth, and from Sri Lanka, Asoka De Silva, and Brand Goodwin from Zimbabwe Over-50s, and Adil Sumani from the New Zealand Over-50s. So Adil, you have the coin, you can spin it. Heads is the call, and it's the tails. So Adil, you won the toss. What are you going to do?
We'll have a bowl first.
Adil, what sort of a score that you want to restrict Zimbabwe today?
Oh, as low as possible, that would be great. But look, we just got to see how the wicket plays. But I think, we want to try and restrict them. Anything under 200 would be great if we could.
So how were the two games so far? You won one game and you have lost. The game that you won was chasing down.
Yeah, look, it was, and that's probably some of the thinking is maybe chasing might suit us a little bit. Look, we obviously lost the one against the US, and look, we've debriefed on that, and there's a few things we could have done a lot better. But look, we're ready to go today, and looking forward to this one.
All right, good luck. Grant, welcome back to the side. How was yesterday, the rest day for you?
Not very good. I spent half the day at hospital and half the day in bed, so ready to go.
I suppose you're fit enough today? All good to go?
Fit enough yesterday, mate. I was just told by doctors no.
So what sort of a total that you want to give the New Zealand side today?
It's very hard to depict totals, as you well know, on this, but in this competition, anything over 200, 220 on most of these grounds is a defendable score if you bowl well and bowl one side of the wicket into your field. New Zealand have played, this is their fourth World Cup, they've been in the top four all the time, so, they're one of the king of the mountains that we need to knock off the perch, so we're going to give it our best shot. We're known as fighters, and we'll try and post 200 plus and see how we go from there.
Good luck, Brian, for today. So, the news from the center is New Zealand Over-50s winning the toss, and they will have a ball first.
Bit of an interesting call there from Adil Somani, the captain for New Zealand. Khadija, I suppose that's because New Zealand actually won their only game of the tournament so far, chasing.
Indeed, Nathan, could be a strategy from the team.
Yes, not playing to conditions, but rather playing to their strengths, which is great to see.
And we look forward to what's going to happen, because New Zealand chose to bowl first, but according to the pitch expert said batting first would go, as the pitch is a spinning pitch today.
Yes, taking a look at the surface again. Towards the center of the surface, actually, it was a bit harder. Colts is generally known to be a batting wicket, but since this is a huge pitch with some grass covering, there are some rough patches as well. It could be more conducive towards bowling in the second innings. And with the grass covering, there could be some seam early on, which the opening batters for Zimbabwe will have to negate. As you can see there's a nice grass covering on the pitch, rolled on with the heavy roller. Lot of problems for the batsman when facing up from the Park Road end, actually, rather than the Havelock Park end. Any right-handers batting from the Park Road end will have some serious problems for them, especially when facing up to the spinners.
So we look forward to what what Zimbabwe has chosen in their batting.
Yes, New Zealand actually won their first game of the tournament, and that was chasing. They lost. Their last match was actually a defeat where they had 150. Their total of 150 chase down in just over 30 overs, which should be hurting them. Zimbabwe, on the other hand, I believe lost their first two games before winning yesterday.
So both teams are equally eager to win this game.
Yes, considering they both got a couple losses on the board, this should be a must-win encounter, I would say, for both sides, especially Zimbabwe, since they played a game extra as well.
Indeed, Nathan, and there were a few injury concerns for the team, so we'll wait and watch.
Let's just take a look at the players there a little while earlier, going through their warm-ups, getting match fit and match ready.
Nathan, talking about fitness, this is a league that's the match that has been happening over 50s. How do you think they maintain their fitness? It's not as easy as it is.
It's definitely not easy for players, especially since they are a bit on the older side now, with all due respect. But most of these players have played first-class cricket. Some of them have played international cricket as well, so they'll know what to do. They'll know about their nutrition. They'll know about the fitness regimes they need to maintain to stay match fit. And I believe by following them, they can be competitive at this level.
And this league keeps on proving that age is just a number when it comes to sports.
Yes, indeed. It's great to see veteran cricket such as this. As I said, a lot of these players have represented their nations, have played county cricket or first-class cricket, and it's a great opportunity for them to relive their glory days. And it's some great entertainment for the fans as well. We've seen some matches so far go way down to the wire, and I'm sure all our viewers are watching in readiness to see, and they'll be hoping we have another nail bite on our hands here at Colts today. Right, then the umpires appear to be making their way out to the middle. Asoka De Silva from Sri Lanka and Jeff Charlesworth of Australia. Another factor to note is Khadija, the pink ball that's been used to play this tournament. Pink ball a little harder, a more pronounced seam. And that has been helpful for the fast bowlers so far, as we've seen in the games that we've had in the past week or so.
So, Nathan, with your expertise, differentiate all three balls.
Yes, I'd say the pink ball was initially made for playing day-night test cricket. It's, as I said, much harder if you try catch it. It hurts your fingers, it hurts the palms a little more. And especially on subcontinent pitches like this, where there's not much assistance for the fast bowlers, there's a little bit more carry, a little bit more seam, a little bit more bounce, which is sort of a new challenge for the batsman, rather than if they played with the white ball or the red ball.
So you say it's going to be a challenging game?
Yes, especially in the first few overs. We've seen a lot of wickets go to the new ball. As we take a look at the team cards. For Zimbabwe, Brian Goodwin returns to skipper the side. Malcolm Jones, wicket keeper. Rick Jarvis, Jim White, Jason Oates, Emlyn Kuhn, Nalaka Fernando, Gavin Lindsay, Mark Warhurst, Craig Parsons and Tim Trombus.
And then for Zimbabwe, we have Adil Samani captain, Mason Robinson wicket keeper, Richard Petre, Andrew Hoare, John Gary, Damian Grant, Scott Warren, Kelvin Scott, Greg Foster, Lee Borkowski, Vishal Dubey. Familiar surname, isn't it, Nathan? Dubey.
Yes, Shivam Dubey, all-rounder for India. Performed well, I believe, in the recent T20 series against England. Lots of cricket around these days, Khadija. We saw Sri Lanka with a come-from-behind victory against Australia at the Premadasa.
Indeed, what a knock by the captain, Charita Salanka.
Yes, skipper coming in. The skipper showing his mettle, showing his worth, leading from the front, chipped in with the ball as well. A true all-round performance from Asalanka. But concerning signs for Australia ahead of the Champions Trophy.
Indeed, Nathan.
right then, the players too have made their way out to the middle alongside the umpires. We're still waiting for the opening batsman, I believe, from Zimbabwe. Adil Somani there alongside his bowler, just getting the field right. As I said, with the mismatch in the boundary lengths, the field setting should become more and more important. And Zimbabwe there, two openers making their way out to the middle. Jarvis and White. White choosing not to don his helmet, Khadija. Pretty interesting call.
Pretty interesting.
Yes, but Zimbabwe, as always, in their colourful red and yellow kit, opting for yellow pads for this tournament. Really stands out. And by the looks of things, it's Jarvis set to take the strike. And opening with the spin on New Zealand, or is the keeper just standing up to the stumps? I believe the opening bowlers going to bowl some seam up balls from a short run up. Scott for New Zealand. And in the power play, just two fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle. Somani has chosen to place a deep mid-wicket and a deep long on. Plug in that leg side, the longer boundary. Could be a tactic. Try and tempt the batsman to loft it on the leg side. Have him caught out in the deep.
Nathan, some interesting decisions made by the New Zealand captain, isn't it?
Yes, some tactical decisions, and as I said, he's playing to his strengths rather than playing to the conditions. As we have our first ball, straight away, as predicted, some movement off the seam, and with the angle, just tucked into the leg side for a single, and Zimbabwe off the marker straight away. White just having a look leg side. And this time Scott has sent that one down the leg side. Concedes 2 extra runs for his team. And once again, Khadija, some movement as we take a look at the replay. With the angle and off the seam. And Scott not compensating for that enough and giving away those extras.
Early extras.
This time gets it right. Straight into the block hole. But no damage done. Safely punched away to a short mid-wicket.
So Nathan, apart from this game, there are 5 other games happening at the same time across the island.
Yes, we will. It's all action-packed stuff on the daily and all live on the Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. We have a game just a little, just on the opposite side of the road actually at the BRC grounds. Another Over-50s World Cup game. Got games at the MCA as well, the NCC. And that's a good ball there by Scott. Finding that early seam movement. Should be a bit tricky these first few overs. Zimbabwe would want to bat them out without any damage done to that wickets column, as that's another bit of extra swing on that ball. to bring an end to the first over. Zimbabwe 4 for no loss.
At the end of the first over, Zimbabwe 4 for no loss.
As Jarvis set to take the strike for the second over. And a ball in from the Havelock Park, and it'll be Lee Bokowski. This time though, the wicketkeeper Scott Warren for New Zealand chose in to stand back. And Bokowski's got a little bit of pace about him. Some left armers. Starts with a full toss, but off the outside edge. Just to the right of slip and down to third man for a single. The left arm bowler Khadija should look to extract more swing, as generally bowling with the new ball more favourable for the left armers than the right armers. This time just down the leg side, once again not compensating for that swing and strain in terms of line. Down the leg side for another extra.
Nathan, other early extras going to cost New Zealand a lot.
This time Magdo gets the ball spot on, right in the block hole with that late movement back into the right hand. Fortunately for White, manages to get a little bit of inside edge on that one, but early problems against the swinging ball for Zimbabwe.
Here's a replay of last ball.
Yes, going down the leg side as well. This time once again pitches it up. Jarvis manages to squeeze it away. But coming back to your point, Khadija, extras, yes, every run counts in any form of cricket. This time once again, ball straightens up, hits White on the top of his back leg. Bokowski finding some early movement with that new and hard pink ball. This time goes for the lofted drive. Unfortunately just put down there at mid-off by Homan. White trying to get on the attack early on. Miscue in the drive off the bottom of the bat and nearly hold out to mid-off there. Let's take a look at the replay. Yes, this time the ball swung away from him, went on with Bokowski's angle, as that brings an end to an eventful second over. Zimbabwe 7 for no loss. Back for the third over. It's Scott to continue from the Park Road end. This time once again White gets the drive right, lofted beautifully over mid-off for the first boundary of the Zimbabwean innings. That'll give him a lot of confidence, Khadija.
Indeed, that'll give him a lot of confidence. And here's a replay of the boundary, the first boundary of the day.
Yes, attempted the same shot in the previous over, got it wrong, was put down at mid-off. And making New Zealand pay for that drop chance straight away. As he's beaten by the swing, managed to get a bit of inside edge on that one. Jarvis alert to the single on offer, and the batters have crossed over.
Once again, Nathan recalling the toss and the pitch.
Yes, as expected, some movement on offer for the seamers with the new ball and that bit of grass covering. Cut away by Jarvis straight into the hands of the fielder. Jarvis on that occasion tried to flick that one away. Didn't make a sufficient connection.
So Nathan, the Zimbabwe captain, was a bit reluctant to tell us the targeted score. What do you think should be the targeted score for today's chase?
Based off my analysis of the pitch, I think anything above 200 should be competitive. I believe Adil Somani for New Zealand said that he'd want to restrict Zimbabwe to a target of under 200. Anything under 200 should be a rather comfortable chase unless we see some dramatic stuff. But anything above 220, 230 is a winning score here on this surface, especially considering that the pitch is going to deteriorate as we move further and further in this baking sun in Colombo. 12 for no loss after 3 overs.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
Bukowski continuing from the Havelock Park end. This time strays down the leg side once again. Collected by Warren. Yet another extra added to the total. This time though punched straight back at the bowler. By the looks of things, Khadija White is looking to take a more aggressive approach in this power play. Jarvis appears to be trying to play himself in and bat through the innings. This time some movement away from the right-handers. Slight appeals for a caught behind, but there was clearly no bat on that one.
I'm sure they'll want to take maximum use of this power play.
Yes, but they should keep in mind to not lose too many wickets. Bukowski doing well with the new ball here. Seaming it away and back into the right-handers. Some challenge in bowling for White and Jarvis to face up to as White goes all-out attack once again. Doesn't get sufficient connection on the shot. Into the covers for a single.
Nathan, lovely to see some runnings coming between.
Yes, especially at this level of cricket, dropping it and running into the 30-yard circle is great to see. It shows what sort of a physical condition these players are in despite their age, which just makes the action more and more competitive and more entertaining for us, the viewers.
I'm sure it does, Nathan.
Good over so far from Bukowski. 3 dot balls apart from that wide. of the first delivery. Once again, a full toss, but some movement back into the right-hander. Bukowski fumbles it, and the batters take a run off the misfield.
And we are here live from the Colombo Colts Cricket Club grounds. What a scenic place to play some good cricket.
Yes, a good end to the over right in the block called Zimbabwe 15 for no loss.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Scott to continue his third over. Jarvis this time on the attack. Tries to loft it straight down the ground. Doesn't get all of that one. But not a catching chance since long on is deep. Batters a crossover for a single.
Nathan, there's another thing that I've been noticing throughout this league, that we see bowlers back-to-back bowling, and it's not as easy as a normal cricket. This is over 50s.
Yes, a shot by a White straight down the ground. Slight misfield there in the deep, but no damage done. Some good fielding, in fact, just keeps that down to a couple. Could have very well been a boundary. But yes, Khadija, as you said, bowlers are bowling longer spells, which again just shows what great physical condition these players are in. We've seen even 7 or 8 over spells from some bowlers, especially the spinners. Just shows that these players care about their fitness, care about winning the game for their team, and they are willing to put their body on the line to do so.
I'm sure this league is gonna be inspiring for some aspiring cricketers around the world.
Yes, good over so far. 4 runs off the first 3 balls. Punched into the gap at the covers. A field, brilliant shot by Jarvis. Pierced the gap perfectly. Fielder just teasing the fielder all the way to the boundary. Fielder at mid-off thought he had a chance. Probably had to make a dive to stop that one. Unfortunately, he was unable to do so. And it's the second boundary for the Zimbabweans. And the captain with a lovely shot through the covers.
And here's a replay of last boundary.
Overcompensates on that occasion, does Scott. Bowls it on the pads, and that trickles away to the longer boundary. Jarvis now underway with 2 boundaries in his last 2 balls. He moves to 13 off 15. Zimbabwe 27 for no loss with a ball to go in the 5th over.
Boundary after boundary from Zimbabwe, and here's a replay of last boundary. It's going to be quite a pressure for the New Zealand side.
Yes, you'd expect them to bowl a few more dot balls, especially in the opening few overs. There's still a little bit of swing movement on offer. But at the moment, these batsmen have appeared to have played themselves in and are looking rather comfortable. Negated that early movement that we saw. And it's up to them to go long for their side today. As Jarvis sends that down to the fine leg boundary off the inside edge. Could this be the 3rd boundary ball trickling away? And just stops right at the boundary edge. Fielder chases it, keeps it down to 2 runs. At the end of the 5th over, Zimbabwe 29 for no wicket.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Booster Leisure Private Limited. Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So, welcome back. Zimbabwe 29 for no loss after 5 overs. So, Zimbabwe 29 for no loss after 5 overs. A very good start after winning the game yesterday. And they are right back on track now after 2 losses, and yesterday had a mighty win against the Namibians. So I have a guest with me from the Zimbabwe camp, Siobhan Goodwin, wife of the skipper Brian Goodwin.
Good morning.
Good morning, Siobhan. So talking about the team, yesterday you all had a massive win against Namibia, and quite an impressive performance. That's heaved over the mid-off fielder, running away to the boundary. This is a good start for Zimbabwe. And White, one of the attacking, aggressive openers I have seen in this competition. So talking about the Zimbabwe side, can you give a roundup of the players? Mostly you all are away from the country, and you have gathered here to come, and not much of a practice, I suppose, prior to this tournament. You all been away from the country, and then get together to form a team like this and coming out with an impressive performance. Where do you at the moment live, Siobhan, with Brian?
Brian and I live in Noosa at the top of the Sunshine Coast, so it's just north of Brisbane in Australia. We've got 3 players from Australia, the other 2 are from Western Australia. And you're right, we come from, I think, 5 countries: Australia, South Africa, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and South Africa.
Oh, so it's quite an impressive thing, because most of the other teams, they come from the same country and they form the team, they practice, they go out and do their best. But I was impressed when I was talking to Jarvis yesterday. He was saying we come from different countries, and coming around with just 3 days we got together, and he was saying that he met one of the good old mates. Was it Tim? He met after 40 years. He was talking about me when he was there in the boarding school back in the day in Zimbabwe, and he met after 40 years. And they still have that banter with each other.
Exactly. I think the Zimbabweans have a great spirit. They come from multiple countries.
And that's just a small interruption. That's a beautiful shot there by Jarvis. Nice cover drive. So that's the end of the 6th over. Zimbabwe 38 for no loss.
England's finest return to the subcontinent. India rises to the challenge. England Tour of India 2025, 22nd January to 12th February. Live on the Papare TV HD, Dialogue View app, and thepapare.com.
මම ගජමෑන්.
Zimbabwe 38 for no loss after 6 overs. A flying start after losing the toss. Adil Somani electing to bowl first. So talking about the different continents, you guys have come out for, not an early good start, coming out of 2 losses, but the team clicked perfectly. And now what I see, I was talking to you regarding this matter prior to this conversation earlier, that what I sense is this game is going to be very important for both the teams, and getting out with this run chase New Zealand will have a very good ask because Zimbabwe has some good spinners now coming from Nalaka Fernando. Kashula bowled well yesterday. And was it Wagmari?
So yeah, we have been very. We've had a tough start. I agree with the World Cup. We can't take away from England or Sri Lanka with how strong they are. Fabulous teams, fabulous players. So good on them. But yeah, playing against New Zealand is it's going to be a tough one. But they're definitely out here to do their best and to win. We have two players in the. We have one player, two of us that have actually got New Zealand passports. We're actually New Zealanders. I'm actually from New Zealand, and Brian Goodwin holds a New Zealand passport. So, yeah, but we need to Zimbabwe. It's all Zimbabwe today. We need to be putting our best foot forward and getting the big W.
So we have a bowling change. Richard Petrie is into the attack from the Combox end here.
You mentioned earlier all the players coming from different countries and not seeing each other for a long time. You're correct. There's lots of them that haven't seen each other for many, many years, played different types of sports together, whether it was cricket or softball or rugby back in the day. And due to the unrest in Zimbabwe, many people had to leave the country. That's why they're spread far and wide, and why Zimbabweans are the kind of people they are, because they know that they can't always see their friends or their brothers or their family members from being spread out across the world. That's why it's important when we come together that we stand together as brothers and friends.
That's flown past the slips. Petrie bowling some nice outswingers here. The previous ball got some outswing, just passing the bat, inviting White to go after it. He actually went after it and got that thick edge flying over the slips. That's nicely played to the third man region for another single again. So probably that banter which these guys had back in the school days or their young teenage age. So that's the end of the 7th over, 40 for no loss.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
So Zimbabwe Over-50s, 40 for no loss after 7 overs. So how is Sri Lanka treating you, Siobhan? I know it's very warm, even I feel it. And it's getting warmer and warmer with the next few months to come, especially the likes of the April month is the most warmest here in the country. And how the hospitality, how's everything back in Colombo here?
What fabulous people the Sri Lankans are. We're very, very blessed to be in the country and to spend time with them. They've all been very accommodating.
It's a wild swing there by White. Loves this aggressive stroke play.
Some of us come from hot countries still, so the heat and the humidity hasn't been too bad for us from Australia, Zambia and Zimbabwe. Clearly the English have found it a little bit difficult, coming from 2 or 3 degrees.
Especially like the likes of Wales and Canada. It's going to be tough for them. I haven't spoken to any of these, probably England. So, but England has a good side. They will play Sri Lanka on Saturday. It will be a good game. there is a little bit of an yes and no there. No harm for Zimbabwe yet. They are 41 for no loss. Probably this is a good start so far. And this is what the camp must be requiring with their batters. Get on a good score and trying to defend that score. So
we actually have 5 or 6 players ourselves from England. So yeah, even in our team, we've got the players that are struggling with the heat, etc. But we've got a good crew around, ensuring there's lots of water and cool towels, etc. for them, looking after the players as much as we can.
Yeah, I was there with you guys yesterday. I was at the game, Zimbabwe and the Namibians. So I'm pretty sure there's 30 plus crew for sure. Yeah, it's a good banter with all this team. It's like a good positive bunch coming in. And so that's the end of the 8th over. Zimbabwe 42 for no loss.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning.
Wow. I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
And the Lanka gave us some tea for the float.
So 42 for no loss after 8 overs. Petrie continues from the combox end here. So after this tournament, so what is the plan for you guys? Are you going back to your respective countries, or going to stay more on holiday to roam around the country? Because Sri Lanka has plenty of sceneries. You guys can get together and go probably to the southern side of the country, which is very nice, like places like Gaul, Kandy, and probably might visit all those places, Siobhan, or it's just since
we're hoping, yeah, we've got 3 or 4 of us that are all staying on, or 3 or 4 players that are all staying on after for a good week and visiting, and we're lucky that tomorrow it's a rest day, then we have a bye, and so our bye's in the middle and then a rest day, so we have 3 days off. So we've got some people heading to Kandy over the weekend, some people heading to Gaul over the weekend, so we can see some of this beautiful country that's here.
Nicely tucked away to third man for another single for Jarvis. There's plenty of places you guys can visit, and when you have 3 days off, probably it's nice to get some banter in, and probably the guys can go out to visit these places. I was talking about some swing for Petrie, and bowling the 9th over so far. Still he's getting some swing off the track. Like earlier, Nathan Coggins mentioned about the pitch report, saying it's going to be a batting track. Supposed to be a batting track. See, that's what we were talking about. So that's the 9th over, and Zimbabwe 44 for no loss. Zimbabwe's over 50s, 44 for no loss after 9 overs. A bright start here on a bright day. And Richard Jarvis on 22, facing just 23 deliveries. And Jimmy White opening the bowling for Zimbabwe. And now he's opening the batting, and he's on 18 now. Watchfully played there by Jarvis. Salib Okoski bowling his 5th over. Reminds me of Neil Wagner from New Zealand. Similar kind of an action here. So what is the next game for Zimbabwe Over-50s, Siobhan, after that holiday?
So yeah, on Monday we have UAE, which I'm sure will be another cracker game.
Yeah, see, result of this game will give you guys plenty of chance. And there's UAE side, similarly equally balanced side as well as Zimbabwe. They've got a few cracking batters, plenty of spinners from that side as well. So probably result of this game will bring plenty of action against the UAE side.
I think I'm correct that Zimbabwe Over-50s has never played UAE at the World Cups. I was at the 2020 and the 2022 World Cup, and I'm pretty sure it'll be our first time to play them, which makes it really special. So we're very much looking. We've played New Zealand 3 times. We played half a game against them in 2020 when COVID happened, when the tournament got cancelled, and halfway through the game it stopped.
Where was that?
In Cape Town.
In Cape Town,
in South
okay,
Africa.
Yeah.
So third time playing New Zealand.
That was in 2020?
2020.
Okay. When during the COVID time, I was having a match, and the third day we didn't play because only 2 days we had to play, and that was a test match, a 3-day club match on a first-class game. So since then, there was not much cricket around for a couple of years for everyone. But right on track now with everything. So that's the end of the 10th over. Zimbabwe 46 for no loss.
Catch the action of the Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 live. Enjoy 2 tests and 2 ODIs from 29th January to 14th February. Live on Dialogue Television, 10 Cricket and Sony Sports 5 HD.
Zimbabwe 46 for no loss after 10 overs. Richard Jarvis on 23 and Jimmy White on 18. Quite an impressive start by these 2 batters coming out here. And probably this is the highest partnership so far for the first wicket for Zimbabwe Over-50s. Watchfully played there by Richard Jarvis. So Petrie has bowled 2 overs for just 4 runs. There was a run flow at one stage. The Zimbabwe Over-50s 38 for no loss after 6 overs. And Richard Petrie coming into the attack and bowling the last 2 overs for himself. Just 4 runs. Still Petrie getting some swing off this wicket. This pink balls tend to swing a bit earlier, and probably after the 15th over it starts getting a bit of spin off the tracks mostly, but at this Colts ground it looks a very hard track, good for batting. we might see spin coming into play in the second innings, most probably. There'll be a little bit of grip off the track. Good fielding there by the New Zealand guy fielder there. Nicely played and guided it towards the wide third man region for another single. So thank you for joining with us, Sharon. Hoping to see you guys soon in a Zimbabwe game. And I wish you luck. And your entire team is right back on track, in the winning track now.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All the best to both teams.
So, dot ball to end the 11th over. Zimbabwe Over-50s 47 for no loss, and we will have a drinks break now.
Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and thepapare.com.
So welcome back. That's a batting card. Zimbabwe 47 for no loss in 11 overs. The New Zealand bowlers winning the toss, yet to get a wicket. Nathan.
Yes, some solid batting there by this Zimbabwean opening pair. We saw in the first few overs the New Zealand seamers did extract a bit of movement off the seam and off the surface.
Yeah, they have gathered some movement, but the Zimbabwe openers have done a tremendous job here. Richard Jarvis 24 of 32 deliveries, and Jimmy White on 18. Jimmy White seems to be, for me, in the previous games, he used to attack the bowlers, but today he's watchfully, he's having that anchor role, giving that support to Jarvis. So the bowlers for New Zealand, Scott bowling 3 overs for 23 runs, bit of expensive there, and Brokowski 5 overs 19 runs, And Petrie bowled 3 overs, most economical out of the lot, just for 5 runs. So there's only 5 extras bowled in the 11th over so fine. And Zimbabwe 47 for no loss.
Yes, as you were saying, White looked to be a more aggressive player. As we take a look at the games happening all around the country, we have Pakistan versus West Indies in the Navy grounds at Valisara. New Zealand versus Zimbabwe, the one we are covering live here at the Colts Cricket Club. And just opposite to us, we have Sri Lanka versus Namibia at the BRC grounds. At the DSA Nayaka grounds, it's UAE versus England. And just opposite to that, at the MCA, it's Wales versus South Africa. And at the PUSA grounds in Bandaragama, it's India versus Canada. So lots of action, all covered live by the Papare. And it's great to see such exciting stuff from these over 50s players.
Yeah, some of the players are very decent players coming out here.
Yes.
And, they have scored hundreds. Some of them have taken 5-wicket hauls. So tremendous performance by some of the over 50s here. What I see, I have seen some players over 60 also joining the over 50s. And to come out here and experience this hot, humid weather and perform tremendously. So we have a change in the bowling.
Straight away gets some movement off the seam into Jarvis. But yes, as you were saying, these players in peak physical condition. I saw in some of the games, in fact, that I went to watch live, some of the bowlers clocking even 130s, which is a great achievement at 50. That's squeezed away by Jarvis. Poor delivery, full toss. Deserved to be put away and dispatched to the shorter leg side boundary.
Yeah, there's Homan coming into the attack, and this is his first over. A full toss, lovely flick by Jarvis. Just raced away to the boundary for 4. No chance there for the squalic fielder.
Yes, so Jarvis getting a lot of them off the middle today, Rajiv. And I think that's why White has chosen to sit back a little and play that anchor role.
Yeah, White has been the second fielder. Normally he used to be the attacking role, batter for Zimbabwe. So we got 3 fielders back in the boundary line for Homan. One at long on, long off, and the other one in the boundary line at squalic region.
Yes, Homan in his first over finding a little bit of movement. Shows that there's still something out there. Once again, a full toss, poor delivery.
Yeah, that's a juicy full toss for Jarvis. And, driven straight to long on there. And they have done a tremendous job here. The opening stand, it's a 50-run stand now. Received, not taking that ball cleanly, getting a bit of a bottom edge. So that's the end of the 12th over. Zimbabwe over-50s, 53 for no loss. Zimbabwe over-50s, 53 for no loss after 12 overs. A bright start here for them.
Petrie to continue from the Park Road, and he's bowled well so far. Has a slip in place as well. Once again, some seam away. That's squeezed off the top edge into the covers and taken comfortably. And the first wicket for New Zealand. This opening partnership that was looking quite dangerous for Zimbabwe finally broken. White was tied down a little today, 19 of 36, looked to take the aggressive approach. And Petrie's persistence has paid off, and that's taken comfortably in the covers.
Yeah, he wanted to go on the leg side, but he didn't get that ball out of the off stump. Probably would have gone over the extra cover fielder. So Jimmy White departs for 19, and an easy catch for Somani, the skipper there. So that's the first wicket for the Zimbabwe Over-50s, 53 for 1.
මම ගජමෑන්. මම ගජමෑන්.
Yes, welcome back, and Zimbabwe have just lost their first wicket for 53 runs. A good opening partnership, Rajiv. They saw off that new ball, and now it's up to the middle order to capitalize on this good start.
Yeah, indeed. So bright start again. I mean, this would have been the best opening stand for the Zimbabwe Over-50s, and that brings Jason Notes, the handy left-hander. He would have gone over extra cover. Probably would have got it one bounce for extra cover. Instead, he went towards the mid-on side. So taking that top edge, because the ball is still swinging for Petrie. So that was probably the not proper shot selection for Jimmy White there.
Yes, didn't anticipate that late movement of the seam, and that proved to be his downfall. As you said, Rajiv, that over the extra cover, that lofted off drive would have been a better option, as straight away Oates punches it down the ground for a single. He's off the mark. But Petrie has been really good so far. He's been consistent. He's been bowling a consistent line and length. Yeah. He's been extracting whatever movement was available, and he's been rewarded for that. As we take a look here,
he went after it. It was a wild swing towards the mid-on leg side region, taking that top edge. An easy catch there by Adil Somani, the skipper or New Zealand Over-50s there. Probably one of the simplest dollies.
Yes, dolly, as some would say. But yes, especially going for a wild hoik there, as Jarvis punches beautifully through the covers. Ball is trickling away towards that short boundary, just dies down a little.
That's what I was talking about. The swing goes away, the right hander. So go with the swing. They say when the spinner is coming, you go with the spin. If the ball is going away, go on the same side. So Jarvis is doing that perfectly. He drew that past the extra cover fielder for another 2 runs. See, what I was talking about, still we are on the 13th over, and Petrie getting some swing still.
Yes, that seam on this pink ball is a lot harder, and when you manage to hit that straight onto the deck, there is some seam movement on offer for the bowlers, even I would say in the 15th over. But these are the last few overs that they can extract that seam movement. I believe once the spin comes into play, and once the ball gets a bit more scuffed and older, that seam should disappear.
Quick single there again for Richard Jarvis. So normally calls the Colts Cricket Ground, and even if it's a 10 o'clock start, normally in the club games, what I've known is that you get that swing in the first over. I mean the first hour. Plenty of swings, the likes of the fast bowlers. Probably they haven't introduced any spinners yet. You might get that spin as well because of the little bit of the dampness in the track early morning. So that's the end of the 13th over. 57 for 1.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So after 13 overs, Zimbabwe Over-50s 56 for 1. Good start for them.
Homan to continue from the Havelock Park end. Drops it a short. That's a cut away by Jarvis, who's seen the ball like a football at the moment. That's a trickling away to the point boundary. Chased down by Warren. And 2 more runs added to the total. Jarvis looking in pristine touch, Rajiv.
Yeah, he looks to be in top form here. He's so far 34 runs in 41 deliveries. He looks batting according to the track here now. He needs to stick in there.
Yes, at a venue like Colts, Rajiv, I think it's important that once you play yourself in, that you do bat long. As you would know, as someone who's opened the bat in on this very ground.
Yeah, I have played a few games here, especially in the club cricket arena. It's supposed to be a very good batting track in the daytime when the sun hits this soil in Colts. Ball comes into the bat perfectly. This is one of the ex-captains cricket grounds, Angelo Matthews, Dinesh Chandimal, even Kusal Janit.
Short ball once again. Jarvis tries to guide that one between the point and short. Third man is unsuccessful. Yes, a lot of big names have played for Colts. I believe in the current setup they have Akila Dhananjay as well, the premier spinner for Sri Lanka. This time strays down the leg side, does Homan. Good collection by the keeper.
That's John Carey there behind the stumps. Sorry, Mason Robinson. Mason Robinson is behind the stumps. Quite a perfect leg side collection there.
At this current run rate, Zimbabwe will get to around 198, which is about par, but considering they've only lost the 1 wicket after 14 overs, they'd want a bit more than that. And especially since Jarvis has got his eye in, they'd be hoping he carries on, gets past 50 and hopefully towards a 70 or an 80 or maybe even a century.
Yeah, Jarvis needs to stick there and guide the team because he has seen the ball now. And if Zimbabwe Over-50s needs that 200 plus run mark, earlier against the USA in the second game, they batted first, managed to score 211 against the USA, and USA chased it down pretty comprehensively when they were like 53 for 4, and they have chased it down against the Zimbabwe Over-50s.
Yes, defending a target doesn't appear to be Zimbabwe's strength, as that brings an end to the 14th over. It's 61 for 1.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking. Amazing. This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
Yes, welcome back. Zimbabwe 61 for 1 after 14 overs, and as we were discussing in the previous over, defending a target doesn't appear to be Zimbabwe's strength. They lost out to the host Sri Lanka as well. Their target of 156 chased down in 21 overs by a strong Sri Lankan batting lineup. As we see the first introduction of spin.
Yeah, we see a spin coming in. So Zimbabwe Over-50s batted in the first 2 games. Got 150 odd and 211 with those respective teams, Sri Lanka and USA, and both teams chased it down. So they broke the shackles in the last game by bowling first and getting the Namibia Over-50s for 98. And now they're right back on track again. So you need to break those shackles, change a bit of strategies, and then
yes, sometimes in tournaments like this you need that confidence boost in first win, and I'm pretty sure, as you said, they would have broken their shackles after that comprehensive win over Namibia.
Yeah, it's an 8-wicket win for the Zimbabwe Over-50s. Yesterday they chased it down in like the 15th over, 98 runs. So we see Vishal Dubey.
Some left arm spin. Straight away starts off with an arm delivery.
A good start, I would say, right on tact. And bowling at Jarvis, wicket to wicket there. I don't see much spin coming in early days now with the ball. There's good lines there by Vishal Dubey.
Yes, so that ball too going on with the arm. I think spin should come to the party more in the second innings than the first one.
Definitely, as you mentioned in the pitch report, there'll be spin coming in. That's wide call there by the umpire, Asoka De Silva from Sri Lanka. So Zimbabwe has a few good spinners. Yesterday, Sri Lankan born Nalaka Fernando picked up 5 wickets. There you go, getting some spin. The more you slow the ball, you might get some spin.
Yes, as a spinner, you just have to be brave enough to do that. You have to be brave enough to flight the delivery, and there's some beautiful top spin from Dubey.
Yeah, he got that ball. You can see the seam going perfectly, angling towards. There you go. I was talking about the seam going, angling towards the point region. Easy catch there by Petrie. And Richard Jarb is trying to guide it towards the short third region, getting the thick edge. And Dubey, Vishal Dubey picks up the first wicket. There you go, the seam coming in and then getting that edge. Didn't get that spin much, but the ball straightened up and getting that thick edge. And Javed Zipat for 35 in 49 deliveries. So Zimbabwe over 50, 62 for 2 now.
Yes.
So 62 for 2 now. The Zimbabwe Over-50s, both the openers are back in the hat now.
Yes, after providing a strong platform, both of them have thrown away a start which will be concerning for Zimbabwe. They would have expected at least one of them to go on and bat through the innings. Especially Jarvis, he was looking in great form. 35 of 50 balls. But some cunning ball in there by Dubey. Really using the seam to his advantage. And as we said, he's just straightened that one up. Caught Jarvis off guard and he's edged that to Petrie, who pouched it at first slip.
Yeah, the previous ball of the wicket, he bowled a wicket on the stumps and got some spin and bounce. And the next ball, the wicket-taking ball, he just bowled outside the off-stump. And Javed thought he might see some spin. But the ball went on straight and getting off that thick edge. And it flown straight to the first slip there by Petrie.
Yes, as that brings Emlyn Kuhn to the middle. Right-handed bat. Good delivery to start with. Squeezed away by Kuhn, straight back at Dubey. He's bowling well in his first over. As you take a look at the replay of that wicket there.
He got some bounce. He got some bounce definitely off that ball. He's bowling it slowly. And that's a wicket taking over for Dubey there. So Zimbabwe over 50, 62 for 2 after 15 overs.
Yes, Zimbabwe 62 for 2 after 15 overs, and joining me up in the comm box now is Shamind. Good morning.
Good morning, Nathan. Good morning to all our viewers.
Yes, Homan set to continue from the Havelock Park end. Some brilliant bowling there by Dubey in the previous over to get rid of the set batsman Jarvis as Homan strays down the leg side.
A smart bowling by Dubey in the previous over. Really set the wicket up for himself. Loosener to start off.
This time straight and hammered down the ground by Oates, but fielder placed there at long on keeps it down to a single. Something interesting to notice, Shamin, there's some bounce on offer as well for the spinners off the seam.
Definitely interesting. Kept the batsman thinking today. Good wicket to play here, the Colts.
Yes, Colts generally known to be a batting wicket, but that's only if you if you are patient and you play yourself in.
Both batsmen relatively new to the crease, so they'll have to play themselves in.
Yes, the strategy for New Zealand would be to try and snap up another couple of quick wickets and try and get into that lower middle order of Zimbabwe. If they manage to do that within the next 5 or 6 overs or so, they should be able to keep them down to 150 or less if they bowl well. For Zimbabwe, on the other hand, it will be for these two batsmen to try and bat out the next 10 overs, take that score up to about the 110, 120 mark, and then accelerate from there.
Spot on, spot on. Homan comes in to bowl his second. Good delivery outside off.
Yes, still even in the 16th over, some seam away there from the left-handed Oates. This time a dip in full toss. Oates can only squeeze that straight back at Homan.
Homan ambles in. Full delivery heaved over to long on for a single.
There's some good field in there by Bukowski on the long on boundary. Brings an end to the 16th over. Zimbabwe 66 for 2.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinner's cooking out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Dubey was successful in his first over, set to continue from the Park Road end. The Park Road end will be more favourable for the spinners, considering that these are rough patches, mainly for the right-handers.
It'll be interesting to see how Dubey manages to the left-hander. Try to create that angle outward.
That's the correct approach there from Dubey. Unfortunately, not getting enough turn on that one. Harmlessly left outside the off stump. That's a much better on that occasion. Off for the inside edge. And straight away, in just his second over, Dubey looking very threatening.
Dubey certainly looking threatening. As soon as he gives the ball some air, he's been able to get some turn as well. This time full, driven to long off. But it's nice to see Dubey varying in pace as well. He's giving the ball some air and also bowling those quick darters in.
It's really keeping this Zimbabwean batsman guessing, keeping them honest, not being too predictable. This time floated up outside the off stump, tried to make use of that rough. Defended well by Kuhn.
Tossed up again. Little full. Just needs to pull it up a bit. Getting that good length. It's getting a nice loop in.
Yes, but another good over from Dubé so far. Just 1 run off the 5 balls. This time pulls the length back and goes on with the arm. Watched well by Kuhn. 67 for 2 after 17.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and the Papare.com.
Homan to bowl his 4th. After those 2 quick wickets, the run rate just dropping for Zimbabwe. They've only scored 21 runs in the last 7 overs. They were 46 for no loss after 10. So good little period for New Zealand. As that seems away from Oates, who lets it go outside his off stump.
Yeah, Oates and Kuhn both are relatively new to the crease. So still playing themselves in, but Dates has taken the brunt of the deliveries.
Full toss this time, punched into that vacant extra cover region. And Oates gets his first boundary. That'll bring him a lot of confidence. The total moves up to 71.
Brilliant shot by Oates, taking full use of that loosener. Handsome looking shot. Much welcome runs for Zimbabwe. Homan down the leg side this time. One added to the extra tally.
Homan has been relatively loose today compared to his other bowlers. But when he does get it right, he's still managing to find some seam movement, which is great even in the 18th over. This time once again on a good length. Punched down the ground by Oates for a single.
Strategy most likely by New Zealand to get this pace on from one end to create some rough patches and get Dubé really in the game from the Park Road end.
Yes, definitely, Shamin. We saw some rough patches had already formed outside the off stump when bowling from that Park Road end. And as you said, when they continue with pace from the other end, it'll just help widen those cracks and bring the spinners more and more into play as this game goes deeper. But I doubt that the Zimbabwean spinners will be complaining too much because they have a second use of this surface. It'll help them even more than it's helping this New Zealand attack so far.
For sure, we're just about to mention about the second inning to come. And knowing the Zimbabwean line, do have good spinners up their ranks. So encouraging signs. But either way, right now they'll need to put their heads down, get a decent score on the board. As the 18 comes to an end, Zimbabwe are 74 for 2.
miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinner's Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Dubé to continue with his third.
Decisive over. The previous over was quite an expensive one. 8 coming off it. So Dubé would really want to run the runs dry. It's over.
Good start there, pitching outside Oates' off stump. As you said, Dubé will look to drag a few runs back in this over. Oates are trying to counter that spin by using his feet. Dubé alert to it and just shortening his length. Another dot ball. This time though, punched straight down the ground by Oates and off the boot of Dubé. Kuhn was not in his crease, and that's a really, really sad way to go.
Unfortunate ricochet for Kuhn in that instance. So it would be a misfield and a easy run. Eventually, ball finds its way to the wicket off the boot of Dubé there, well short of his ground. Bat in the air.
Yes, that looked like a easy single down to long off, but unfortunately for Kuhn and fortunately for Dubé, gets a bit of boot on that one, flicks it onto the stump, and Kuhn was just backing up. He could only watch as the bails were dislodged at the non-strikers end. Unlucky for Zimbabwe, lucky for New Zealand. And the total 74 for 3.
Husa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Most welcome wicket for New Zealand.
Yes, and that brings the skipper to the crease for Zimbabwe, Brian Goodwin. He'll be at the non-strikers end. Brian Goodwin was injured in that previous game. Thankfully, he's all okay and all fit to play. I beg your pardon, he was out with illness rather than injury. Thankfully, he's all ready to play. He's padded up and at the non-strikers, and he'll have to perform a bit of a rescue act for his side. 3 wickets in quick succession. This time punched down the ground by Oates. And the batters change ends for a single. Goodwin now to take strike off his first ball. As we have a look at the replay of that previous wicket. Punched with some power down the ground by Oates. And unfortunately for Kuhn, just off the boot of Dubé. Not the way we expected to see a wicket go down here, Shaminder.
Not at all, but most welcome. New Zealand will take it. Brings the skipper to the crease. Skipper of Zimbabwe to the crease. So the skipper is welcome. Is now met with the vice captain. So lots of responsibility on these two leaders.
Yes, and this pair will have to lead from the front if Zimbabwe are to post a competitive total. They'll have to bat out the next 5 to 10 overs or so. without any further damage to that wicket column. As Kuhn once again confidently punches down the ground. Oates is looking in good touch. He's on to 11 off 18. That's an end to the 19th over. Zimbabwe 77 for 3.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
Catch the action of the Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 live. Enjoy 2 tests and 2 ODIs from 29th January to 14th February. Live on Dialogue Television, 10 Cricket and Sony Sports 5 HD.
Appears to be a change of bowling. Kelvin Scott coming into the attack from the Havelock Park end. Somani just getting the field right. And the Oates is looking in quite a decent touch so far. He's gotten a few off the middle. 11 off 18. Unlucky not to have a few more.
Definitely growing in confidence, Oates. He's faced 18 deliveries already for his 11.
Yes, and Kelvin Scott also bowling some seam-up deliveries off the short run-up.
New Zealand keeping to the seam spin variation on the 2 ends.
Scott, after an expensive first spell, 24 off his 3 overs, will look to try and pull a few back. He's probably been the weakest link in this New Zealand attack so far. That has looked pretty decent. A change of ends for Kelvin Scott. He opened the ball in from the Park Road end. Second spell from the Havelock Park end. As that's squeezed away by Goodwin straight to the field at mid-wicket.
Outside edge there by Goodwin.
Yes, tried to defend that one straight, just taking a little bit of outside edge. He played that with the soft hands, so rolled along the surface to the field at point. No damage done.
Bit of seam off the wicket.
Yes, Scott looking much more consistent in his first over of the second spell so far. He'll be hoping he can keep that up.
Just a single off his 4 deliveries thus far. Look to end his over well. Good shot there by Goodwin, picked up for an easy boundary. Risk-free cricket by Zimbabwe here.
Yes, there were no fielders deep there on that leg side. Goodwin alert to that and just lofting it over the short mid-wicket field. Couple of bouncers and over the rope. He gets his first boundary, and that might break some of the shackles for Zimbabwe. Five runs so far off Scott's 4th over. He'll be under a bit of pressure as well, as that's nicely punched but straight to the field at extra cover. Brings an end to the 20th over. Zimbabwe 82 for 3.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestone. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Change of comms. I'm joined with Khadija, in the box. Good morning.
Good morning, Shaminder. A bit of a pronunciation issue, isn't it?
I beg your pardon.
I'm not new to it. At the end of 20 overs, Zimbabwe 82 for 3.
Dubé to continue from the Park Road end. Bowling quite well. Good start to his fourth. Much fuller and faster this time to Oaks. Again, darts it in just outside off. Oaks have to leave it alone. Slight turn outside off. Oates this time heaves it to the vacant mid-wicket region. Picks the gap up perfectly. Another boundary added to the Zimbabwe total.
Here's a replay of the boundary.
Sweet shot. Got to the pitch of the wicket. Ball perfect. Good timing. Didn't try to overhit it. Very next ball. Punches it off the front foot to cross over for another single. So 5 runs off the first 4 deliveries.
Shaminder, having a looks of the pitch today and the day and the game, seems like a spinner's dream, isn't it?
Good wicket for the spinners. Quite decent for the paces as well, though. Got some seam off the wicket. Slight variation in bounce as well. Hasn't been completely easy for the batters today.
Also, Shaminder recalling last wicket, what an unfortunate way to get out.
Very unlucky there. Brings us to the end of the 21st over. Zimbabwe 87 for the loss of 3.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujika 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Scott to continue from the Havelock Park and seam up delivery to start off. Rather expensive over the previous one of Scott. Smart batting by Oates, just rotating the strike. Waiting for that loose delivery to come. Patient cricket by Zimbabwe here.
Shaminder bringing a bit of updates from the other 5 games that's happening across the island today. Namibia versus Sri Lanka, that's happening just opposite us at the BRC grounds. Namibia struggling a bit. Namibia 56 for 5. Wales versus South Africa, that's happening at the Colombo Mercantile Cricket Association. Wales 63 for 2. Seems like UAE struggling a bit against England. UAE 80 for 6. The Papare bringing you all the games live to your fingertips and to your TV screens.
Lots of Masters cricketing action going around Colombo. Lots of cricket being played in the island the past couple of days, and a lot of action to come as well, with March Madness just around the corner.
Indeed, Shaminder, with the Dialogue Big Match season coming up, there's a lot of cricket, and stay tuned with the Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
Always that favorite time of the month, time of the year rather, for me personally. Thick outside edge by Goodwin there. Brings the over to the close 6 of the last over. Zimbabwe, we're going for a quick drinks break as well. So at the end of the 22nd, Zimbabwe 93 runs for the loss of 3.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ, යූත් එකට සෙට් කරන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් ද පපර ටීවී එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialogue Television නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
Back live at the Colts Cricket Club in Colombo. See the points table of Group A up on screen. Sri Lanka leading the table quite comfortably, 2 points ahead of England. New Zealand in third, taking on the same spot with same points rather with Zimbabwe, the UAE and USA. Namibia, a single country with without a win thus far. They played 2 games. Sri Lanka have won all 3 of their games. Wales losing 1, India losing 2.
I'm sure Namibia and South Africa are eager today for a win. And here's the most runs of the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Gills Eccleston from England at his highest score of 109 and 181 runs.
Most wickets in this IMC Over-50s World Cup. Ali Bukhari of Wales. Pick up the bowlers. Picked up 9 in his 3 games. Ivan Rees of Wales picked up 8. Competitive cricket going on around Colombo.
At the end of the 22nd over, Zimbabwe 93 for 3.
Dubé continues from the Park Road end into his 5th. Goodwin and Oates now quite set in. They played themselves in. They're comfortable, playing sensible cricket. We want to build on this partnership. Already a 19 runs of just 23. Again heaved over onto the leg side by Goodwin for a single.
Shaminda, as we were talking earlier regarding the big match season, the dialogue big match season happening in Sri Lanka, and we have viewers across the world. Give them a small insight on it.
Oh, the big match season is something to look forward to, something everyone across the globe, like you said, looks forward to. It's a time that you go back in time to your school days, meet up with your mates. Smart shot played onto the offside. 2 runs added to the board.
Good partnership building up for Zimbabwe.
And this year, Kati, lots of big matches being played as 3-day encounters, something very significant for the country's cricketing history, schools cricketing history at least. Very good shot played again by Oates. Another 2 added to the board. Zimbabwe maintaining a very good run rate at the moment, almost at a 5 per over.
And loving to see these guys not missing the chance to run.
These guys are definitely aging like fine wine, getting better by the day and the year. As we come to the end of the 23rd, Zimbabwe 1 short of a century, the loss of 3.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Scott will keep operating from the Havelock Park end. If Zimbabwe keep at this rate, should be an easy 170, 180 plus. Which I feel is a very, very competitive score at this venue. Given it's a 45 over game. Won't be easy batting second here at Colts as well.
Shaminda talking a bit about the venue. The Colombo Colts Cricket Club has made schoolboy cricketers into legends.
Definitely a club with a lot of history. Not just in schools cricket, but for Sri Lanka cricket as a whole. As the batsman ambled down for 2 runs. Good running between wickets by Oates. Brings the 100 up for Zimbabwe as well. Again, a bit of seam off the wicket. Wisely defended by Oates. Oh, missed opportunity. Scott off his own bowling. Just coming in to his follow through. Low catch there. Missed time by Oates.
Shaminda, we have seen a bit of a misfielding from the New Zealand side today. Pretty costly catches.
Catches definitely win matches. Gotta hold on to them, however difficult they may be. Brings us to the end of the 24th. Zimbabwe, 102 for the loss of 3.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network. When
It's a chance going a begging there in the previous over by Scott.
At the end of the 24th over, Zimbabwe 102 for 3. We're having a bit of a water break there.
Seems to be a quick drink and a bit of magic spray on a spray and thumb, it seems. Warm sunny day in Colombo. Gotta be hydrated. These players, even though they are over 50, need to be quite physically fit. They're playing back-to-back games almost every day with short breaks in the middle.
Indeed, Shaminda, I'm sure they need an appreciation for it. It's not easy in this scorching heat here in Sri Lanka. I'm sure the humidity is playing a main role.
I personally am glad to be inside the comm box and not in the hot sun. So props to these gentlemen. Doing it for the love of their sport, the pride of their country.
I'm sure the fans back in their countries must be very proud.
Family, friends of players, shout out to you guys too. Do stay glued to your screens as we see a change of bowling from the Park Road end as well. Dubey out of the attack. Single on to long on. New Zealand winning the toss and electing to put Zimbabwe into bat. Andrew into his third delivery of his first over. He's had a good start though so far. Giving the ball some air. Keeping the batsman guessing. And as we've seen in the previous few overs from Dubey, as soon as the bowlers, spinners at least, give the ball some air, got some lease off the wicket. Seems to have taken the wicket-keeper's glove down the leg side. Batsman cross for a single. And the single and an extra added as well. So 2 runs off the fourth. And Andrew will have to bowl an extra delivery this over.
And the current partnership is 30. It hits 30 out of 39 balls. I'm sure Zimbabwe is looking forward to stabilize this partnership.
They want to build on it for sure. Look to go to bat the next 5 overs. And then switch gears.
Here are the projected scores. For the current run rate, it's 192. What do you think, Shaminder? Will 192 be easy for a chase down?
Definitely not. They want to push for a 200. At this rate, with this partnership growing, and with gifts like that coming Zimbabwe's way.
Extras are going to cost the team, isn't it?
Always costly. Bit of lapse in concentration, it seems, by New Zealanders.
A costly over for New Zealand with quite a bit of extras.
They've been losing grip of this game in the past 10 overs, I would say. We've had a couple of lucky chances, but Zimbabwe have been very smart in their approach.
Indeed they have.
Risk-free cricket. Taking singles, rotating the strike. Good delivery outside off to end the 25th. Zimbabwe 109 for the loss of 3.
Zimbabwe Over-50s, 109 for 3 after 25 overs. Jason Oates on 31. And skipper Brian Goodwin on 7. So Nuttall continuing to bowl from the Havelock Park end, and that's driven straight towards the wide extra cover region there for another couple. So joining me for Combox is Saunders from the Zimbabwe camp. Welcome, Saunders.
Thank you so much. Great to be here.
So quite an impressive start. You all had 52 runs partnership for the first wicket. Probably that's the best partnership so far in this tournament.
Yeah, looking good for Brian and for Jason. Jason Oates got a ton on Sunday against England. So yeah, we're encouraged. It's been a good start.
Jason loves to stay in the crease and occupy the crease and just bat on throughout. That's officially played straight to mid-on for another single.
Yeah,
So-
he does. He enjoys people batting around him, and it's great batting with him. He gives you a lot of confidence, and is a great talker.
He loves to nudge around those singles and doubles to tick the scoreboard ticking.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, you see, we're in, I think, 26 now, and I think that will start to happen. Advice has always been play yourself in 45 overs. Is it's not a 20-20,
Yes.
obviously. So, but I think they'll want to kick on shortly.
So 20 overs left. What sort of a target that you think the Zimbabwe Over-50s need to put on the scoreboard? What I feel is anything over 210, 220.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we've been talking, and hopefully we'll get there.
A good platform from the opening stand of 52 runs. The two openers batted brilliantly there. So nicely flicked away to the squalid region for another single there.
Yeah, it was a good opening stand between Jarvis and White. Jarvis had a great innings, and Jim White has opened for us in all the games so far and done a great job. Opens the bowling as well.
Yeah, I was talking about Jim while he was batting. He opens the bowling and opens the batting as well for the Zimbabwe Over-50s. And doing an all-round performance
Absolutely.
throughout for the team.
Absolutely. Jim from Zambia, hails from Zambia at the moment, but representing his country proudly. Has his wife Karen here with him.
So driven firmly to the long on region for another single. So the score moves to 114 for 3 after 26 overs.
I've been impressed with the grounds we've been playing on so far.
So Saunders talking about the conditions here. It's quite humid, but you're talking about the grounds. We've played in a couple of good grounds so far.
Couple of lovely grounds, and all the staff and the people, the officials have been incredible. We played in I can't remember the name of the field, about an hour out of town, owned by one of the over 50 involved in the over 50s. And they named a tree after Jason when he got a ton there. I'm not sure what the ground was called, but wonderful experience. Shot.
Nicely cut away there.
Yeah, you were asking about the conditions. Obviously, we're not used to the humidity. But in Zimbabwe, it gets, as you know, it gets really hot as well. Humid this time of the year when it's raining. So not too foreign, but fairly extreme here. But I think the guys are doing well. Lots of hydration, etc. Lots of planning.
You were talking about the ground that Jason got 100. It's the Pujita Uduwana Pusa ground.
Okay, that's the one.
Yeah, that's a massive ground. Very nice sceneries around.
It's amazing.
Ground, and looks like for me, I have played a couple of games there, but looks like you're playing a game in England.
Yeah, no,
the surroundings
beautiful.
Of these sceneries around the ground. Got some spin there. This is interesting for the Zimbabwe camp here. Post a good score, get your spinners in. The likes of Nalaka Fernando is in top form, picking up 5 wickets yesterday. Is Wagmar? Oh, he dropped the ball and dislodged the stumps off his hands there. Is Wagmaria playing today? Is he on rest?
Sorry, who's that?
Wagmaria?
No, he actually tweaked a hamstring yesterday. We call him Dash, but
Dash. Yeah,
he tweaked a hamstring. Sadly,
he picked up 3 wickets yesterday. So unfortunate. For he bowled a pretty decent spell really yesterday. Well. Gave some good support to Nalaka Fernando. There was a good partnership between those two bowlers because at one stage. Namibia were 30 or 40 or for 2 when those two introduced, and they did a tremendous job to get rid of all the batters and bamboozle the batters. The ball was coming in towards the stumps, and Wagmaria Dash, he got the difference between those two spinners is right arm off spinner and a left arm orthodox. So one was the ball was coming in and the other one was going away. So that was the partnership that they made in the middle, just like the batters getting a partnership with the bat. Those two did with the ball.
Yeah, no, it was a crucial moment in the game, and we're so happy for Nando, as we call him, Nalaka Fernando. Wonderful to have him in our team, and to get a 5 yesterday was just great for him. Great guy, great human being.
There was a dive there, probably.
Oh,
that is Adil Somani.
That looked sore.
I think the ball just knocked on his face. Right on the face.
Yeah.
Bad
shame.
bounce probably, because that's the wickets. It's right on top of the turf. So those are the side wickets in the square. And got that awkward bounce.
Yeah, shame. It looked like it bounced off his shoulder onto his face, maybe.
He looks okay, but it was a bad bounce. Unfortunate for Somani here.
Yeah.
So what is your role? Your sound is, are you playing in the 11 or you're doing any help with the team?
I'm sitting today. I played against Namibia yesterday.
Yes. I saw you were batting there. Yeah. You came number 3?
I came in at number 3.
Yes.
Forgot how to play a slow ball, so it was a bit uppish, but really enjoyed it. So I'm in as a batter. And enjoying being part of the squad, enjoying representing our beautiful country.
It's nice to be a part of the team. You rotate your players.
Exactly.
And everyone chips in at the right time. And I was told Nalaka didn't play the previous games. He played, but he didn't have a good run against Sri Lankan side.
Yeah.
And he came out well yesterday. So likewise, Brian Goodwin was having a rest after a little bit of illness, and he's coming back into the side now. It is probably what I see the batting, see the score card here, looks like a very good side, and Tim was doing a tremendous job behind the stumps yesterday.
He was.
I was listening to the stump cam and as well, and he was cheering even to grab that last wicket.
He's got so much energy
from the behind the stumps. He was so much active. There were a lot of I was talking about this. I was there with the comms yesterday.
Yeah,
there were 28 extras.
Yeah,
that was the highest score for Namibia.
Oh, really?
Yes.
We better tell that. We better tell that to Tim. I think we should record that online to say.
Because he was left and right. He was diving
Yeah.
and took 2 stumpings and a brilliant catch,
And a lovely
juggling catch, which he held at the end. So it was a tremendous job. I was talking about him, and he did a good job, and he was so active. He
Yeah.
was all around. He was cheering up the bowler, even to grab the last wicket. And Kashula bowled a brilliant spell yesterday.
Yeah,
and
Cash was excellent.
Yeah, I was telling at commentaries yesterday that he deserves a wicket, and
Yeah.
this is the over that he will definitely get the wicket.
Yeah.
And the 5th ball he got it. So I
Yeah.
was sensing that because of the instincts I had. I was sensing that this is the wicket that he
coming.
should. Because in his allocated overs, 9 overs, 8.5 overs, he's picked up 1 wicket for just 13 or 14 runs.
1 for 14. I
Yes.
spoke to him about it afterwards. He was delighted, and he deserves it. He's, he's up earliest every day in the team, in the gym. He ran 6Ks before breakfast the other day. He deserves all of his success, old Stewie.
Yeah, when you play cricket, it doesn't matter being your age. You need to be fit enough at any cost.
Yep.
Zarpishly played, and slight misfield cost another run for Zimbabwe Over-50s, and Brian Goodwin makes it to double figures now. Despite your age, you need to be fit enough. I like that attitude, that positive approach to the game. Even before a game, you need to hit the gym or get some your energy. The blood flows flowing in your nerves. Get that warmed up.
Absolutely, particularly at our age.
What I see is since it's over 50, there are people from over 60 side as well.
Yeah, we've actually got 2 guys that in our team that train with the over 60s back in Zimbabwe. So, and they both did very well yesterday. Close one, that.
Yeah, probably going down leg side.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was just fading down leg.
Yeah,
Good call.
It was missing down leg side. We'll get back to a few questions from the Zimbabwean camp. So that's the end of the 28th over. Zimbabwe Over-50s, 120 for 3.
මම ගජමෑන්.
So 120 for 3 after 28 overs. So Saunders, talk about the team camp. I was talking to Siobhan Goodwin earlier. She was saying that this team is all around the world in few continents. So what about you? You back in Zimbabwe or you're in a different country?
I'm very fortunate to live in Zimbabwe. Have done all my life. Lived down in the southeastern Lowveld on a wildlife reserve. Very fortunate to be there. And I think there are two others that are actually living in Zimbabwe. But if you have a chance, read the back of our little brochure we've got talking about who are we, and it'll tell you there a lot of people from all over, but all proudly wearing the Zimbabwe colours. Tucked away there by Jason Oates.
Yeah, they say diaspora can refer to the movement of the population from its original homeland in the post-1980s. And I was talking, there are a few players who were back in the boarding school, and after 4 decades they met here back in Sri Lanka.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, it happens. Small world.
That's a big 6.
Beautiful
there
shot.
by Oates. And Oatesy.
What a
That's
great
what
shot,
he called
Oatesy.
him. Yeah, Oatesy.
Oatesy, yep.
And I was talking to him today in the morning at the toss, before the toss. That's a big hit there.
Beautiful strike.
Just straight over the bowler's head for a 6. That's the first 6 for Oates. Just talking to him, I was thinking they were planning to bat anyways today.
We were planning to bat, correct.
Yeah, because I was telling, yes, also you broke the shackles yesterday because you lost 2 games by batting first.
Yeah.
But you broke the shackles yesterday by bowling first and getting the side all out for 98. So now you need to come back on track, bat first, post a total, and get your spinners in play.
Yeah.
So that's what he was talking to me. So he's doing the perfect job here. He's on 46.
Is he 46 already?
Yes,
Wow.
he's 46. That's edged round past the short third region, flying to the boundary.
Just pulled up short.
That's Dubey.
Yeah, he actually infuses a lot of confidence in our team as well. He's a great talker, great thinker, and yeah, he's really leading from the front, isn't he? Brian having a good innings so far after resting yesterday.
Yeah, he's doing that support. He's giving his 100% here.
Exactly.
For Oates. So that's the end of the 29th over. 10 rounds of it. Zimbabwe 130 for 3. Zimbabwe Over-50s 130 for 3 after 29 overs.
Just want to give a shout out to one of our stalwarts in Zimbabwe in over 50s, or the whole overage category, if you will, to Greg MacDonald. Greg has been a stalwart for many, many years, junior and senior cricket. Shout out to you, Greg, if you're listening. Thank you for all you continue to do for cricket in our era. Well struck. And I heard him saying that this is Jaminda Vasa's
Yes,
field, his
this is
club.
the Colts Cricket Club. The likes of Angelo Matthews, Jaminda Vas. That's firmly struck. One bounce. It's the fielder there for another single. Ramesh Kalavitharana. And
some lovely history here. Hey?
Dinesh Chandimal plays for Colts
Okay.
now. Kusal Janit Pereira, he used to play here, but now back he's in Police Sports Club.
Okay. I have fond memories watching of Jaminda Vas coming into bowl. He had a lovely style, didn't he? Lovely action.
Back in 2008, I was playing for Colts Cricket Club with Jaminda Vas. He was a good.
Really?
He was at a peak time during that era.
Okay.
I was a schoolboy cricketer then, just out of school.
Always lovely to have someone to look up to try and emulate, eh?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He would have been. He was very fit at that time.
And I hear Sri Lanka had a good one-day game yesterday against Australia.
Yes, we were 120 for 8 something, and
Okay.
the skipper Charlie Tasalanka getting 100 for Sri Lanka, and then we managed to get the Aussies out, won by 50 runs.
Wide ball called there, big appeal. Was that an appeal for court? Court behind?
Probably the stumping.
Stumping,
Yeah.
okay. There you go, stumping out.
Oatsy was right on the crease, and he had at most of the time, so he never lifted his back leg there.
Yep. Well fielded there. Cover point.
So that's the end of the 30th over. Zimbabwe Over-50s 134 for 3.
මම ගජමෑන්. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
So Kelvin Scott finishing off his spell. He finishes 9 overs, none for 49. Not the best of returns for him. And a 60-run partnership of just 69 balls. Oates looking in fine form. He's on a 47 off 57. Goodwin, the skipper, has played a good supporting role. He's on 15 off 28. And these two have consolidated the innings for Zimbabwe. Joining me up in the comm box is Khadija. Nuttall to continue from the Park Road end.
Hi Nathan. What interesting cricket we've been witnessing here at the Colombo Cricket Club. Great partnership built by Zimbabwe.
Yes, they are taking their side towards a competitive total. Now we are into the last 15 overs or so. 135 for 3. If they can add another, let's say 100 more runs here in the next 15 overs, it should be a winning score on this surface, I reckon.
Indeed, Nathan. Oates 3 runs short for his half century.
Yes, he's looked in fine form from the moment he walked out into the middle. He'll be a little disappointed, unintentionally ran out Kuhn, his partner. That was the last wicket to fall as he squeezes that one away. Moves on to 48.
Recalling that wicket, Nathan, what an unfortunate way to get out.
Yes, any batsman would consider themselves unlucky to get out in that fashion at any level of cricket. It's not how you want to go. It's no one's fault at the end of it. But such are sports, and you have to sort of cope up with it when things don't go your way. As Nuttall is getting through a decent over so far, just the 2 runs off it, 2 deliveries to come. At this current rate of 4.43, they'll get up to around 199, which is a decent total. But considering this partnership, considering how good Oates is looking, they'd want to get to at least 230, 240.
Indeed, Nathan, and Goodwin has been a good anchor for this partnership of over 60.
Yes, definitely Goodwin, the skipper, returning into the side, consolidating for his team. They were around 74-75 for the loss of 3 wickets. The game could have gone anywhere at that point in time, but these two have ensured that the scale is tipped in favour of Zimbabwe as things stand, as we come to the end of the 31st over, 137 for 3.
Husa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
It's 31 overs, Zimbabwe 137 for 3. It's a solid foundation laid by Oates and Goodwin. They'll just need to accelerate from here on and get towards that winning target. As we see a change in bowling from the Havelock Grounds end. Havelock Park end, I beg your pardon. Bit of a leg spin. Straight away a spin for the skipper. Adil Somani brings himself on into the attack. And as some turn on offer for him straight away, Khadija, as this pitch keeps on baking and baking in the hot Colombo sun. Could prove very challenging for the batters in the innings to come.
Indeed, Nathan, and New Zealand had a choice to bat first but chose to bowl.
Yes, interesting call there by Somani at the toss. All of us were expecting the captain who won the toss to bat first, but Somani choosing to play to his strengths. New Zealand have been stronger chasing than setting a total, and he's backing his batsman to get the job done and chase down whatever target is set by Zimbabwe. Flicked away this time to the mid-wicket region, just the single.
And I think so. I'm eagerly looking forward for the second innings.
Yes, there should be an interesting chase. New Zealand, as we said, stronger when they are chasing. Zimbabwe also have failed to defend 2 totals so far in the tournament, but they look set for like a better total on this occasion. And they seem a lot more confident after their convincing victory over Namibia yesterday.
And their skipper being back.
Yes,
to this game.
that also should bring them a bit more strength. Another good delivery by Somani. With this partnership looking more and more threatening with every passing over, Khadij, I think it's time for Somani to call back his premier spinner, Vishal Dubey. We haven't seen him in the attack for a while. We saw how much of a purchase and turn and bounce he was extracting off of the surface when he came on for that spell of his.
Nathan, is the pitch going to be a spinning paradise even in the second innings? What should Zimbabwe's captain look into?
Yes, with the newer pink ball, there still be, even though the pitch is a bit old now, there'll still be some movement off the seam. As we said, it's a harder ball, harder seam, so the ball should move around a little. So probably would open up with the pacers, but spin will come into it very quickly, I'd say. And that's the half century for Oates. Jason Oates, a vice captain for Zimbabwe, brings up a well compiled half century. He's looked in a fine touch since he came out to the middle. He really consolidated the innings for his side, got them out of a little bit of trouble, and now he'll look to accelerate and get them to a challenging total for New Zealand. And that brings an end to the 32nd over. Zimbabwe 1-4, 1 for 3.
මම ගජමෑන්.
Natal to continue from the Park Road end. Oates just reached at the 50-run mark. And he'll be definitely looking to kick on from here, Khadija, and start being a bit more aggressive.
Indeed, with good win alongside, Oates could look forward to a century, why not? What a well-deserved half century for Oates and for Zimbabwe. They needed this, didn't they?
Yes, so their batting hasn't been their biggest strength so far in this tournament. Rolled for 211 and 150 in their first 2 games. Yesterday they were chasing a small target as Oates punches that down the ground, lofted on the bounce though. Some good cover fielding by Lee on the long on fence. But yes, batting hasn't been Zimbabwe's strength so far, so seeing a well put together innings such as this will bring them a lot of confidence going forward in this tournament.
I'm sure, Nathan. And we see a bit of a good effort from the fielding side of New Zealand. They were a bit clumsy in the morning, but now they're getting stable with their fielding effort.
Yes, definitely. And all of these sides as well, flying in from overseas, will have a bit of trouble acclimatizing themselves to the conditions here in Sri Lanka. Won't be too much of a challenge for the Zimbabwean side, considering they are also, it's a bit warm. They're coming from the African region, but especially for New Zealand, as Nuttall strikes Goodwin on the pads. Asoka De Silva reckons that's sliding down the leg side, but quite a close call there. Could have gone either way. And Nuttall very nearly breaking this dangerous partnership. Just straightening up with the arm. Height would have been an issue as well. But a very close call there from umpire Asoka.
Nathan, going back to the weather, not as easy as sitting here and commentating.
Yes, we are finding it quite difficult from up here in the comm box as well. Quite warm in here, but I'm sure it's 100 times worse for the players out in the middle. As that single closes out the 33rd over. 1-4-3 for 3 Zimbabwe. Yes, so welcome back. The players having a short drinks break. The heat has gotten to them, Khadij, as we were discussing in the previous over. 143 for 3 Zimbabwe starts for the top 3. Jarvis 35 of 49, White 19 of 36. Oates still not out, the star batsman for them so far. He's on 51 of 64. An unlucky day for Emlyn Kuhn. A run out at the non-strikers end off Dube's foot. He went for 1 of 10. Goodwin, the skipper, playing himself in nicely. He's not out on 20 of 39. 17 extras as well in that total, which is concerning for New Zealand.
Indeed, Nathan, the extras are costly. And as you said, I think we'll look forward to Dube, where he has played good 5 overs.
Yes, Dube with still 4 overs remaining in his spell. He's been the pick of the bowlers, 1 for 16. Petrie as well got some movement with that slightly new ball. He is 1 for 9 of 4 overs. We should see him back in the attack as well. Scott finished off his quota, none for 49. an expensive day for him. Bukowski got some swing early on. He too has 4 overs left. So some quality bowling left to come for New Zealand to close out this innings.
I'm sure those overs are going to be challenging for Zimbabwe.
Yes, a 69-run partnership now formed with Goodwin, the skipper, and Oates. They'll look to kick on here and sort of bat New Zealand out of this fixture. But with some quality overs left for the Kiwis, won't be an easy task.
Bit of a resting and stretching happening there.
Yes, I'll take a look at the wickets there. Just skied that one. Did White didn't look comfortable at all today, though he made it to 19. Dubey with some excellent tactical bowling found the outside edge of Jarvis, and then that last wicket to fall, rather unfortunate for Emlyn Kuhn. Run out of the boot of Vishal Dubey at the non-striker's end. Ground staff as well, just running some repairs on the surface. The Zimbabwean think tank is out there as well, just giving some instructions to Goodwin and Oates. They'll be hoping that those two can kick on, take them to a challenge in total, because in venues like Colts, Khadija, it's important that batsmen play themselves in, and once they do get their eye in, it's important that they capitalize.
I think that's what the Zimbabwe team is looking forward to capitalize this partnership and to get to a total that's above 200, because the captain
has taken a look at that half century for Jason Oates. He's looked in fine form ever since he walked out to the middle. Some lovely lofted shots, very strong straight down the ground is Jason Oates, and that's how he notched up his half century. Playing in the V, playing very powerfully. He looks a good left-handed bat.
has been the bowler's nightmare today, hasn't he?
Yes, New Zealand have tried all sorts of things. They've tried the 7 or 8 bowlers so far in the innings. Nothing has worked against Jason Oates. As Somani continues from the Havelock Park and drops that one shot. Deserves to be put away, but only for a single. He's spread the field out on the leg side. It's important for the batsmen to not lose their head, especially after a drinks break. Those short lapses could get them to lose their concentration somewhat, and they'll need to be a bit watchful for the next couple of overs or so, and not to lose their wickets. And just as I said, that Oates defending that one straight back at Somani.
And Nathan's 70 on board for this partnership. Not shorter for 100.
Yes, they'll be eyeing that century stand just 30 runs away. Again, will be a welcome partnership for Zimbabwe. Tries to paddle that one, was going down the leg side. Umpire Charlesworth signals a wide.
An extra again. Extras has been costly for New Zealand this innings.
Yes, 18 extras so far. That's something they'll need to look at as a bowling unit. Ideally in a 50, as that one turns back sharply, but a bit too much height to make it a contender for LBW. And the batsmen take the run. But yes, as I was saying, it's a cause for concern for this New Zealand bowling attack. Ideally, I'd say in a 50 over game, you'd want to keep the extras column at 10-15 runs or less.
Extras after extras doesn't look very promising for New Zealand. Nathan taking this opportunity to appreciate the effort from the Papare team, the production team, the videographers out there.
Yes, as that's lofted down the ground by Goodwin for a single. Yes, it's if we are finding it tough here up in the com box, it's even harder for our team out there on the ground, our videographers, our photographers. They are out there in the baking sun, helping bring these lovely pictures, this live coverage, all on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare. We've got 6 games live at the moment, island-wide, of this IMC Over-50s World Cup. As Oates uses his feet to punch that into that pocket at mid-wicket. And they do well to take 2 runs there. A bit of a push at the end there for Goodwin, but just manages to make it in time. Good run in from this pair, 148 for 3 after 34.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Somani consulting some of his players there as we take a look at the replay. Last ball of the previous over. Goodwin had to stretch himself a little bit to try and make it back in time. And interestingly, his bat seems to be up in the air there just as he enters the crease. But of course, happening in real time, it's quite difficult for umpires to spot stuff like that, with no third umpire facility as well available. But it's quite a close call. But Goodwin seemed to have made his ground, but only just. And after some consultation, Nuttall said to continue from the Park Road end. That time going straight on with the arm, grabs the inside edge of Goodwin's bat. Nuttall back for his 6th over. He's been quite decent so far. Looked a little bit threatening, but well negotiated by these players. He's none for 26 after 5.1 overs.
As you said, Nathan, well negotiated.
Yes, it hasn't been the easiest of batting surfaces as the 150 has come up for Zimbabwe. We've seen some movement of the seam early on in the first hour or so, and we've seen spin come into play in the last 20-25 overs, but these Zimbabwean batsmen have been making it look quite simple, especially Jason Oates.
Nathan, with the running, they're not missing a chance to run, as I said earlier, even in the last over, the last ball.
Yes, these Zimbabwean batsmen never missing the opportunity for a quick run. We've seen them drop and run into the 30-yard circle onto the square on numerous occasions as Oates attempts a little reverse paddle there, unsuccessful. But yes, just shows that these players are still have that match awareness, that game awareness, the agility, and the physical, and they're in good enough physical condition to be able to take those quick singles, which is great to see at this age, as Oates this time connects the reverse paddle, but straight to Somani at point, just a single.
Quite impressive, isn't it, Nathan?
Yes, definitely, Khadija. You wouldn't expect players like at this age to be able to move about like that on the field, but as we said, these are all former professional players, and they know what sort of fitness regimes and nutrition that they need to follow in order to maintain themselves and to give their best for their nations in this tournament. As Goodwin on the attack finds the field. He moves to 24 off 43.
decent bowling coming out from Andrew Nuttall.
As Nuttall has looked quite decent so far this over as well. Just the 3 runs off it. He'll be hoping to get his name on that wickets column though. As Oates punches that away from the short fine leg field, brilliantly manipulating the field there. And that's away for a boundary. Oates moves on to 58, and as we was just talking about that awareness, Oates very aware to the field. That short fine leg fielder was just a little square, moves on to his off stump and just dabs that away past him. And Vishal Dubey gave a valiant chase, but not meant to be. 4 runs added to the Zimbabwean total.
Did I jinx the over?
Yes, I believe you have. And that's punched straight back at Nuttall. Closes out his 6th over. Zimbabwe 156 for 3.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Somani to bowl his 3rd over as we welcome Shaminder back into the com box. Shaminder, what are your thoughts on this innings so far as Goodwin just whips that brilliant wrist work over that short boundary towards the pavilion. And that's 2nd maximum in the innings for Zimbabwe. Brilliant timing on that one, Shaminder.
Zimbabwe definitely switching gears now. Looking to pounce on any loose delivery. Take the attack onto the New Zealand bowlers.
It's a partnership now on to 88 of 100 balls. They've really taken this game away from New Zealand, haven't they?
They certainly have. 200 certainly looking on the board for Zimbabwe. 9 overs to go. Projected score of 207 at a rate of 4.6 an over. If they are certainly looking to switch gears up. Oh, snuck one in there, Somani.
Yes, Goodwin just not getting his foot to the ball on that occasion. Swings and misses. Thankfully for him, doesn't take off stump with it on its way to the keeper.
Lucky to have some spin there. Top edge. Simple dismissal there. Somani tossed up.
Yes, and just as we were talking about how crucial this partnership is and how they should accelerate towards the end, Goodwin just top edges one straight to backward point. He departs for 30 off of 45, and a sigh of relief for New Zealand. This partnership was looking really, really threatening. Wicket at the right time.
Paying the price for playing across the line there.
Yes, I tried to replicate what he did off the first ball of the over, but a bit too much turn on that one, and just grabs the outside edge and simply taken at backward point. New Zealand will hope to run through the rest of the middle order. Zimbabwe 162 for 4.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinner's Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Yes, welcome back. Now, I'd say the game once again in the balance. Shamin, Zimbabwe 162 for 4, just about 9 overs or so to come. And a new batsman at the crease. And you'd expect Zimbabwe to slow down a little here as he plays himself in.
Zimbabwe will definitely want to slow things down with this breakthrough. crucial wicket for them. Took a while, but now since they've made inroads, they want to maintain the discipline, cut back on runs as much as possible, because Zimbabwe were just starting to switch gears and put on a fearsome score on the board.
Yes, as Fernando comes out into the middle, Nalaka Fernando, left-handed bat of Sri Lankan origin, so he'll probably know these conditions quite well, Shaminder.
Bit of a homeboy advantage. Lot will depend on Oates now.
As if Oates is dismissed here, it could be a pivotal moment in the match. If he manages to continue and see himself bat through to the end of this inning, Zimbabwe could get up to that 220-230 mark. But if he goes now as well, it's just going to it's all going to come falling apart for Zimbabwe. As we see another look at that catch, quite a simple catch at backward point for Petri. Oates slog sweeps, but that's straight to the mid-wicket fielder. And just as we were asking him to bat through the innings, he's thrown it away. 2 wickets in the over. And Adil Somani for New Zealand leading from the front. 2 wickets in the over, and he's turned the game on its head once again.
Rather unnecessary from Oates. Picked the fielder up perfectly. Straight down the throat of deep mid-wicket. Didn't have to move much. Comfortable catch. Brings a very good inning by Oaks to an end.
Yes, completely unnecessary at this point in time. As you said, a wicket had just fallen. There was no need to do that, and he was targeting the longer boundary as well. Was in contention for a catch at the deep, and a completely unnecessary dismissal for Zimbabwe. And now they'll have to work their way back into this game once again. It's 163 for 5.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and thepapare.com.
New batsman to the crease. That's Gavin Lindsay. Another left-handed bat.
Two left-handers in the crease now, two new batsmen for Zimbabwe. They'll have to play themselves in.
It's Adil Somani, man with the golden arm for the Kiwis. 2 wickets in the over, and that closes out, I would say, a match turning over. Zimbabwe 163 for 5. Now a bit of a discussion there between the New Zealand players on who's set to bowl this next over. I think with 2 new batsmen at the crease, it's a time to bring back one of their strike bowlers, Shaminder.
Won't be surprised if they bring in Dubé, given his good form in the previous spell. The 2 left-handers.
Yes, Nuttall with the ball in his hand. Will he continue his spell, or will he hand things back over to Dubé? He's given his cap to the umpire. Nuttall set to continue for his 7th over on the trot. Quite impressive ball in a long spell. Good ball there, defended down the track by Fernando.
At a point, 2 or 3 did seem quite comfortable, but given the fall of the 2 quick wickets, I might pull my projections a little short of 200.
It's just over 8 overs left in the innings. They do well to get to 200 from here. Zimbabwe 163. Need another 40 or so runs in the 8 overs. Won't be easy, especially on this track. As that ball goes on with the arm, takes the inside edge down to short fine for a single, where Warren does the fielding.
New Zealand honestly haven't seemed threatening from the start. Zimbabwe have seemed to be a bit more comfortable in their approach, and I'd like to see a bit more pressure from the New Zealanders, given that they right now have a good chance of getting back in the game. Oh, good delivery. Just misses the outside edge of Lindsay. Faster through the air by Nthal. Just misses the off stump there as well. Quicker again.
Chance for a run out at the non-strikers end, but not enough power on that throw, and Lindsay makes it into the crease in time.
Lapse in communication there by the 2 batters in the middle for Zimbabwe. No harm done regardless.
There's once again some bit of turn on that ball. Throw was off balance, and had that been a direct hit, might have been a lot closer. This time defended into the offside. Good over from Natal, just 2 runs off of it. Zimbabwe 1-6, 5 for 5.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ, යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් ද පපරේ ටීවී එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialogue Television නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
Adil Somani, skipper for the Kiwis, set to continue. 2 wickets in his previous overs. That's lofted into the leg side by Lindsay. On the bounce to the fielder.
Lindsay almost finding the fielder there in the long boundary.
Yes, tactical ball in here by New Zealand. They've got 3 players on the fence on that leg side towards the long boundary. Ball in the leg spinner, just inviting the Zimbabwean batsman and the Zimbabwean left-handers to slog it in that direction. And that worked for Jason Oates in the previous over, and very nearly worked for Lindsay as well. Once again inviting that pull shot, but Nalaka Fernando alert to it, keeping it along the ground.
You're definitely keeping it to a middle and leg, and a short of a length attack by Somani, enticing the batsman. Fuller this time.
Yes, trying to tempt Fernando to go for that slog sweep, but he's been very alert so far to keep his strokes along the ground. This time dabs that one away. Won't beat the man at short third though. Just the single.
Quick call by Lindsay.
As 2 deliveries to come in this over, Somani will be hoping to tempt Lindsay to go for another slog. try and get him to haul out as well. 3 catches waiting on the leg side. Floated up this time outside off stump. And some significant turn as well, Shaminder, which I would say is a worrying sign for New Zealand, as they'll have to make second use of this wicket.
Again, that short of a length delivery this time picks the gap. Lindsay played it a tad late, made sure he missed both fielders, both the short fine as well as square leg fielder. Guided the ball quite well, found the gap.
It's a risk-free stroke there, placing the ball quite nicely. No chance for that deep square leg fielder to cut it off. And at the end of 38, Zimbabwe 172 for 5.
Mama Gajaman.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and the Papare.com.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Nuttall to continue his 8th over on the trot. He's been quite economical so far. Just 2 overs left for him to close out his spell. Fernando on strike. Flicks that one away, but straight to the field at short mid-wicket.
Nuttall's using his height to great advantage.
Is just dropping that ball down from his high release point. Floated up this time and inviting Fernando to loft down the ground, and he accepts. Doesn't get sufficient connection on that one, and probably to his luck, as not enough time or distance for the fielders to make their way and take that catch. No harm done, just a single added to the total.
Big boundaries here at the Colombo Colts Cricket Club.
Lindsay now goes for that slog sweep, manages to get it in the gap, but that field at deep mid-wicket doing well, keeps it down to just a single. Good start to the over by Nuttall.
Then the intentions are clear by Lindsay to go after the bowling, and it seems now that Fernando might play the anchor. Might be smarter for them to rotate the strike just for now, play themselves in, because so far they've just tried to heap the ball and haven't made good connect yet, at least.
Yes, both these players are looking leg side, and as you correctly said, Shaminder, they'd look to play themselves in till about the 40th, 41st over, and then go all out attack in that last 4 or 5 overs.
Precisely, they would want to go into the last 5 overs with at least 5 wickets in hand.
As Fernando attempts another slog, again not enough connection on that to take it to the boundary, just a single added to the total. Nuttall set to close out another good over, just 3 singles off of it so far, and the Zimbabwean batsmen haven't been able to find the middle. As that one's down the leg side, but guided straight to the man at short square leg, and closes out another economical over from Natal. Zimbabwe 175 for 5.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some kick, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Change of bowl in from the Havelock Park end. Change of ends for Vishal Dubey. Bowled his first spell from the Park Road end.
Dubey in and over after we predicted.
Yes, he's got 4 overs up his sleeve. He won't be able to bowl out his quota.
I would have certainly bowled out his quota given how well he has bowled today.
Yes, if I was in Somani's shoes, I might have bought him on when that partnership was going strong for Zimbabwe between Oates and Goodwin. But both of them back in the sheds now, and probably the strategy is to use Dubey to target the new batsman and to not to give away too many runs in the last 5 or 6 overs.
Dubey did have his turn with the previous 2 batters in his previous spell. Hawks and Rook were both quite comfortably negotiating Dubey.
As that's a misfield there in the covers. Should have been a dot ball. Fumbles that and gives away 2 extra runs to Zimbabwe. Craig Foster, the guilty party at cover.
The New Zealand's fielding has not been up to the mark today. Put down a couple of chances down as well. Very many misfields.
As Lindsay goes down the ground, but can only find the fielder. Lindsay appears to be throwing caution to the wind. He's trying to get as much runs as possible for his side. Still trying to get his team up to that 220, 230 mark. Nalka Fernando though playing more sensibly. He's 6 of 13, but he'd also want to accelerate a little bit, especially in the death overs.
I'd watch this over if I were these 2 batsmen.
As pick of the bowlers for the opposition, back for his second spell. 2 new batsmen, and as you said correctly, they'd look to settle in this over. Dubey on that occasion invited Fernando, who accepted but played and misses, and plays and misses once again. Short ball, should have put that one away.
Maybe a little too close for him to attempt a cut shot. Almost kissing the off stump.
6 of 15 now, Fernando. He'll have to accelerate as we go into the last 5 overs of this Zimbabwean batting innings. Just 4 runs off this over so far from Dubey. And it stays at 4, and Fernando looking quite uncomfortable. Closes out the 40th over. Zimbabwe 179 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Zimbabwe 179 for 5 after 40 overs. There are 5 overs left. 30 runs will get them to 210. I'm sure they're trying to push it to 220. Shamida, what do you think?
My bet's on a 200, Rajiva. Unless these 2 batsmen play shots like that, sensible cricket,
Yeah, that's a nice short delivery. Cut away. Surprising there is no fielder at the sweeper cover boundary there.
For an instance, I thought there was protection there as well. Took me by surprise when I got my eyes off the screen.
Yeah, they can keep 5 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. So instead they had only 4. So probably Somani getting that number incorrect of the fielders. Another quick single.
Here we see a change of field. He has that sweeper position now. So he dropped that fielder back to the boundary, which makes more sense. Given that Zimbabwe will want to accelerate now and get as many runs as possible in these 5 overs.
I feel 220 would be a good score. Down the track by Nalaka Fernando. Not getting clearly off the blade there. Getting that inside edge.
Fernando hasn't seemed too comfortable for his 6 runs that he's made. Been quite lucky. Tried to be a little cautious at the start, but now he's clearly understood that he needs to switch gears and
completely misjudged that short delivery. Should have pulled it away. Slow short delivery by Nuttall. Bowling his last over. Hasn't got any wickets into his tally here. Bowled 8.4 overs, given away 42 runs. Down the track and heaved over mid-wicket for a single. Trying to go for a double, but a good return there.
Good fielding in the boundary there.
It's Craig Foster at the deep mid-wicket boundary. He has a nice shade at mid-wicket there, just opposite the pavilion.
Pretty much the only shade in this
all of this ground. Apart from the pavilions and the com box.
Definitely would have been where you would have fielded Raju in your day.
Definitely I would have.
Down the leg side would have been a wide head.
That swept fine for the boundary. So last ball of Nuttall's over, getting a boundary. So 10 off that over. And Zimbabwe Over-50s 189 for 5 after 41 overs.
The last over of Nuttall going for 10 runs. Lindsay moving on to a 19 runs off 13. Fernando still on 7 off the 19 he's faced.
I think Nalaka Fernando needs to get Lindsay on strike. He needs to get that single, the first or second delivery. It's got away straight to point fielder there for no run.
Pretty spread out field as well for Fernando. Just needs to nudge it in the gut. Switch ends. Lindsay seems to have played himself in now.
Officially played through cover region, and that's a short boundary. So Nalaka Fernando is on the perfect aggressive mode here. Gets off a boundary on the second delivery. It was short and cut away upishly through the cover region there.
Bit of an outside edge there. Thick one. Lucky he missed the backward point fielder. That completely misjudged that one. Tossed up.
Yeah, he went after the bowling after that boundary and came down the track, completely missed it. And getting out stumped there. That's a 6 wicket gone for Zimbabwe Over-50s.
Not what the doctor prescribed for the Zimbabweans.
Good stumping there by
feel that's
මම ගජමෑන් මම ගජමෑන්
So we're at the business end now. 3 more overs. And about 3 deliveries left in this over as well, in the 42nd over. So Kashula comes into the strike. Zimbabwe Over-50s, 193 for 6 now. 220 would be an ideal score. Because Zimbabwe Over-50s have a few good spinners. And, this wicket might come into play with some spin in. You can see right now it's not easy for the spinners. If you give some air, you try to slow the ball up, you might see some spin coming in.
The wickets definitely dried up and slowed down as the game has progressed. It look to crack up as the day progresses as well.
That's basically played through to the wide long on region for a single. So Kashula off mark now.
Straight away off the mark. Gets Lindsay back on strike. He'd look to put the long handle, but chooses to play a sensible sweep to switch ends. Get Kashula back on strike. Big man Kashula. Definitely be able to clear the ropes.
Definitely. We can clear this park straight to the Havelock Park.
Misfield allows the batsman to take 2 to bring the end of Dubé's 7th. At the end of 42 overs, 196.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So 97 for 6. 200 certainly on the board. Rajiv was 210. Definitely on the board as well.
So probably 220 will be the ideal score that the Zimbabwe Over-50s might be looking at. But anything over 210, 215, 220 would be ideal score. It's almost like 5 runs per over.
Holman back in the attack. Switches into the Park Road end.
Has edged straight to the short third region there, Dubai. So there you go, the projectors go at this rate, they might reach to 211. With 6.7, they might reach to 217. So probably that's what they are targeting at.
Batsman should definitely look to make at least 6 to 7 per over. The bootleg of this inning.
Tried to go for a big heave, but the length of the delivery was it was short enough, and there was not much pace of that ball. Good mix up with the pace by Homan.
Almost stopped on him.
And that's high up in the air. Skyrocket takes the dolly. And that's the 7th wicket. And Casuala departs with a short stay at the crease there. There you go, that's a replay. Slow delivery coming in. Casuala going after it, a wild swing. And getting off that skyrocket straight to Scott Warren there. So Casuala departs for 3. Zimbabwe Over-50s 198 for 7.
Yeah, Homan definitely holding back on the pace there. Both these New Zealand bowlers have tried to take pace off.
Yeah, what the new batter has to do is get the strike to Lindsay. Get that single coming in. Get Lindsay up in strike. It's a good over. Just conceded 1 run off the 4 deliveries by Homan. And this is where the experience comes in. Last few overs, get your experience batter in. Watchfully played. Quick single there. Good running by Lindsay.
Yeah, Lindsay back on strike now. Crucial man for Zimbabwe at this point. Wouldn't want to lose his wicket right now. That could mean costly for Zimbabwe.
Shami, that Lindsay needs to get on strike most of the time. Getting hammered. And that's struck straight to the long on fielder there. So Lindsay departs for 21, and that's the 8th wicket gone for the Zimbabwe Over-50s. So 1 by 1, they're getting out here in the last few overs, which they have 2 more overs left. And it's going to be an unreachable target now for 210, 220, because you can see the last few wickets now. Straight, that's a double wicket over. Just conceded 2 runs. So Gavin Lindsay departs for 21 off 16 deliveries. Bukowski picking up a good catch at the boundary line there. So Homan picks up his 2nd wicket in the over. Zimbabwe Over-50s 199 for 8.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
Catch the action of the Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 live. Enjoy 2 tests and 2 ODIs from 29th January to 14th February.
So uncalled for shot making by Lindsay in the last ball of the last over. Brings Craig Parsons to the crease. Lindsay just needed to get a single off the last over, which would have brought him on strike this over.
Yeah, and go after Dubey. He bowls left arm spin and would have had a crack at him in his penultimate over. And looks like it's going to be unreachable, that 200, even the 210 target now, because Dubey is bowling, and he has bowled a decent spell here. That was the wicket of Lindsay. You see, Dubey is bowling his 8th over. He has bowled and given away just 28 runs for his 2 wickets. Would have he might target another one in this penultimate over.
Yeah, brilliant figures for Dubey. I'll be a happy man going into the camp with those figures. Look to finish off strong, bowling to the tail of the Zimbabwe lineup. Want to rush the batsman now. Definitely come into his mark way faster. Players probably want to get back to the pavilion as well.
That's uppishly driven, taking the top edge of it. And that single brings the 200 for Zimbabwe Over-50s. And came 44th over. So currently the 200 for 8. And the 44th over now. They've got 8 balls to get as much as they can. They have 2 wickets in hand.
Parsons faces his first delivery.
He's off the mark now. The first delivery probably. They have 1 over left. They need to go after the bowling. Probably bat on the 45 overs. You get runs. Need to be sticking there. But what I felt was should get off the strike and get the strike to Parsons.
Parsons definitely seems a bit more comfortable taking strike.
Driven firmly too long off there. So that's end of the 44th over. 3 runs off it. Zimbabwe Over-50s 202 for 8.
So here the last over of the Zimbabwe inning. Want to get as much runs as possible in this ultimate over. Seems like it'll be Homan to wrap things up for the Kiwis.
Yeah, they need to go all in now because it's the last over. So we have Homan to continue. He picked up 2 wickets for just 2 runs in the previous over. And taking those 2 wickets, the prize wicket of Gavin Lindsay as well. Wahazda needs to get off strike, get those singles. What Homan needs probably to get Wahazda in strike now. It's bowling in good length, not giving that full length. There you go. Is that a catch? Is that a catch?
Off the ground, off the bounce.
Interesting to see this replay as well.
War is standing his ground. Is it off the boot? Yep.
Yeah, if
Seems like
if there's an ache on the bat, that's straight to the boot. So probably that's the end of Warhurst. Yes. So Oman coming in a brilliant spell here. He has picked up 3 wickets to dismissed Warhurst again. Now that is the 9th wicket falling for the Zimbabwe Over-50s. They are 2-1 and 2 for 9. Interested to see that replay again. Oman bowling his slow medium paces. The ball was coming into the right-hander.
Almost yoked himself.
Yeah, that's you replay. That got nicked off the bat and straight to the boot, and it flew straight to the bowler. A simple catch there.
Fluffed it completely.
I think New Zealand has the upper hand now in this game. Now, I mean, to chase down this target. Easily, Zimbabwe would have got beyond 220 if the batters would have stick there. So this is Team Tom Brazier. Tim is the wicket keeper for Zimbabwe. He's very active and very energetic behind the stumps. This is turning out to be a good spell. Good end to his bowling spell. Prior to this couple of overs, he has figures of 4 overs for 21 runs. So the previous over he gave just 2 runs away and picked up 2 wickets. And now so far he yet to get off any runs in this over. Quick single there. Yes, for the past 10 balls by Homan, he has just given away 10 runs and picked up 3 wickets, the tail of Zimbabwe Over-50s. So this last 2 overs by Homan is going to be crucial for the New Zealand Over-50s. So because he's restricting so much runs. So, context of the now era of the game, and 9 balls you can score 30 runs, but even with these Over-50s, at least half of it. So that's what I'm saying. This context of the game, this spell, the last few deliveries of Homan has been more effective, more suitable for the New Zealand run chase, because he's restricting and not giving away those boundary balls and helping the cause of the team. So last ball coming up of the Zimbabwe Over-50s innings.
Homan certainly tightened the screws and brings the end of the 45 allotted overs of Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe ending at 205 for 9.
Yeah, at one stage they had like 15 runs to get to 210 in the last 3 overs, and Homan coming in, bowling the last 2 overs of his spell just for 2 runs and picking up 3 wickets. So impressive bowling here by Homan, and the likes of Dubey picked up 2 wickets. So eventually Zimbabwe Over-50s 205 for 9, and where they would have easily got close to 220. So what I feel is, Shami, that 20 run shot, definitely 20 run shot for this run chase. That's the batting card. Zimbabwe Jarvis getting 35 with White. Had a good opening stand, 52 runs in the opening stand. White getting 19, and Jason Oates getting the highest number of runs there for Zimbabwe Over-50s, getting 30, along with Goodwin. He had a good partnership. Goodwin got 30, Nalaga Fernando 11, and Gavin Lindsay getting 21 in the latter part of the middle order there. Apart from that, there's not much of batting. So the extras of 20, even every single game you get a lot of extras, Shamita, because these are over 50 lads, they are not playing cricket every day, so you need to expect this kind of inaccuracy of the bowling. So that is the bowling card for New Zealand. Scott bowling, opening the bowling along with Brokowski, and didn't pick it up, pick any wickets. So Pietri coming in, bowling an economical spell. Just one wicket for just 9 runs. So Homan, pick up the bowlers for me, came in the death overs and picking up 3 wickets for 26 runs in his 6 overs. So Dubai picking up 2, as well as the skipper Somani picking up 2 wickets. There's a partnership, the first wicket for 53 runs. Since then, the second was 62 and the third wicket was 74. And the best partnership was the runs of 88 runs posted by Goodwin and Ote. And since then, the wickets have been tumbling for the Zimbabwe Over-50s. So they made 205 runs at the end of the 45 overs. So the target will be 206. So this is the highlights of the innings.
Yeah, New Zealand started off quite well.
Yeah, they had a cracking start. 6 overs, 38 runs at the start, and then they were hammering Brokowski and
good stroke play all around the wicket.
They batted brilliantly, and alongside that was the first wicket. Pietri getting that wicket off. There you go. That's departure of Jarvis. That was the unfortunate wicket. And since then, Goodwin, the skipper, Brian Goodwin, coming into bat, and then they had a good partnership of 88 runs for the 4th wicket. And managed to build up that score. That foundation was given by the 2 openers. And then they cracked it down brilliantly in the middle stage and brought the team into a decent score. But the finishing touches of the Zimbabwe Over-50s wasn't that impressive. I mean, that's the top edge of Goodwin's wicket.
Yeah, Zimbabwe definitely had a good spell of middle overs, but couldn't capitalize it.
Yeah, last stage, the last 5 overs has just given away 15 to 20 runs only. And the New Zealand bowlers coming in right at the perfect time to restrict after winning the toss and electing to bowl. So they held their nerves till the last moment, and that was the inside edge wicket, the last wicket falling for the Zimbabwe Over-50s, and eventually they made 205 for 9 after the 45 overs. So New Zealand Over-50s needs 206 runs to win in their 45 overs. So we will be back after the lunch break in probably about half an hour's time here live at the Colts Cricket Club.
Private Limited, Sri Lanka's premier destination for cricket enthusiasts and sports tourism. So, Pusa Leisure Private Limited is actually the only leisure company in Sri Lanka with its own cricket ground. We're here at the ground right now, and it's the second largest cricket ground across Sri Lanka in playing area. This is tailor-made to conduct tours across Sri Lanka, and we are here today to witness about the specialties it has to offer. It's only natural for you to ask, what's so special about this ground? Well, let me list out a few reasons as to why it's special to cricket, right? So this is situated in a 30-acre land, meaning you have plenty of space to walk about, have a look, and relax yourself. Second of all, this land is situated by so much of vegetation that the amount of wind that comes into this land is quite limited. So as you see, whenever we watch a cricket match, we've seen plenty of occasions where certain calls on cricket are interfered because of the wind. Now that issue will be limited in this ground due to the vegetation that surrounds this place, which is beneficial for anybody who comes to play cricket. Third of all, the lighting is just perfect, right? So it's well lit throughout the day, and the amount of sunlight that you get into this land is much more compared to any other cricket ground around, again because of the location it's situated in. And another specialty about this cricket ground is its grass, right? So usually whenever you go to any other cricket ground, the grass is quite smaller compared to the grass that you would be seeing in this special cricket ground when you come here. It's because we have actually taken a grass that is quite special to Sri Lanka. Why? Because it's easy to maintain, we know how it works, we can make sure that it's well watered, well cut. All of this is easily maintained because of the fact that this grass is special to Sri Lanka. So these are just a few specialties as to why this cricket ground is special for you. Alright, so let's talk about the pitch a little, right? So I'm here right now, and from the pitch to the ground, we have about 80 meters of a radius, right? And something special about the pitch is that it's elevated, meaning that anybody from anywhere on the ground can see the pitch properly because of its elevation. So even if you stay in that corner of the ground, the pitch very clearly because of the elevation that it has. Alright, so we have utilized certain methods to ensure that our ground is free of weeds, right? So our first method is recycling water. We have a natural source of water in our land, and we have taken the water from that into a handmade pond covered by polythene, and water from that is taken to our ground through sprinklers, and that is how we water our ground. And that water is later on taken back into our drain, which I'm standing over, and this leads straight up to the natural water supply that we have in this land. All right. Apart from that, we've also utilized certain methods to ensure that no water from outside is brought to our land, our cricket ground basically. So these methods are basically what we use to ensure that there's no weeds in this grass and that our grass is the same that we have maintained throughout from the start. Alrighty, so another specialty about this ground and how we're connected with nature, right? A fun fact. So if you hit a century in this ground, one of these surrounding trees will be named after you. So if you can see, this entire ground is surrounded by vegetation and plenty of trees. So whoever hits a century in this ground will get one of those trees named after them. So this is actually something quite unique. It's not done everywhere, and it's actually a nice opportunity for you to get a tree named after you. So this is something special that's happening here at the ground, and so far only 8 cricketers have actually hit a century and gotten a tree named after them. So if you want to come here and hit a century and get a tree named after you, this is the place for you. Alright, so you must be wondering what PUSA stands for. PUSA stands for Pujita Udavana Sports Academy. Pooja Udubar is actually the single owner of this cricket ground, and we actually have some exciting news. We will be providing this ground and facilities to the IMC Over-50 cricket tournament, right? So 9 of their matches will be taking place in this ground starting Feb 9, and people from over 14 countries will be participating in this cricket tournament. So if you want to check out this ground and you would like to see a tournament, make sure you come and visit the Pooja Cricket Ground. Alright, I know this looks digital, but it's not, alright? We operate this scoreboard manually. How? We've used door hinges and we've painted one side and we have not painted the other side. So using this method, we are able to make the numbers appear on the scoreboard. Usually it takes about 4 people to operate a scoreboard, but using this method, we just need one person to do all of the work. So it's a different way, it's environmentally friendly, and you can witness this when you basically visit the Pooja Cricket Ground. Alright, so you must be wondering where the side wickets are. It's going to be built right over here. It's still under construction, but we are expecting 12 strips to be made very, very soon. Alright, so now we're about to walk into where our hotel is going to be built. So we've chosen this specific location because it is right in between the golf course and the cricket ground. So in this hotel, we'll be having 2 wings, which is the cricket wing and the golf course wing. So depending on what sport you like the most, you can choose your stay. Alright, so another exciting part of our 30-acre land is this golf course. So the golf course isn't built yet, but I'm currently walking into the land that's dedicated for it. So on this road that we see over here, there will be an array of houses that will be built with a backyard facing this very golf course. So if you're interested in becoming an owner of these properties, make sure you invest right away so that you can have a house with a backyard facing this amazing golf course. So people that actually walk on the streets will not have a clear view of the golf course except for the owners that actually reside in these houses. It will be exclusive just to y'all, so make sure you come and invest today. Alright, so this is where the golf course is going to be built, and behind me is one of the waterfronts that is available in this golf course, right? So obviously we know when we play golf that oftentimes we need obstacles to play the game right, and this is actually a natural obstacle that is available within this golf course, and we'll be making plenty more for y'all to have a peace of mind and also play the game really well. And also, another fun fact, which I've already mentioned before, is that all of this will be faced in your backyard. So whatever house that you purchase in this land, your backyard will be facing this entire golf course, these waterfronts, and all of this will be available to you. So if you're interested, make sure you come and visit this golf course and figure out if you want to be an owner of this amazing condo. Alright, so today we've spoken about how we can leisurely spend our time at Pooja Leisure Private Limited. But now we're about to talk about some investment opportunities, right? So we have about 49% shares worth of about $30 million available for y'all to invest. So we have some individual houses going on, and from that you will be able to get the ROI in less than 5 years. So do not miss out on the opportunity for y'all to invest in some amazing properties like this. Alright, so this is Pooja Leisure Private Limited. Over here we have our very own cricket ground, we have our golf course, we have condos, we have a hotel, we have so much to offer to y'all over here. So make sure you come and visit Pooja Leisure Private Limited and grab an opportunity to invest, have some leisure time, and all that you need over here. Do not forget to come visit us. Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's premier destination for cricket enthusiasts and sports tourism. So, Colts Leisure Private Limited is actually the only leisure company in Sri Lanka with its own cricket ground. We're here at the ground right now, and it's the second largest cricket ground across Sri Lanka in playing area. This is tailor-made to conduct tours across Sri Lanka, and we are here today to witness about the specialties it has to offer. It's only natural for you to ask, what's so special? Smaller compared to the grass that you would be seeing in this special cricket ground when you come here. It's because we have actually taken a grass that is quite special to Sri Lanka. Why? Because it's easy to maintain. We know how it works. We can make sure that it's well watered, well cut. All of this is easily maintained because of the fact that this grass is special to Sri Lanka. So these are just a few specialties as to why this cricket ground is special for you. Alright, so let's talk about the pitch a little, right? So I'm here right now, and from the pitch to the ground, we have about 80 meters of a radius, right? And something special about the pitch is that it's elevated, meaning that anybody from anywhere on the ground can see the pitch properly because of its elevation. So even if you stay in that corner of the ground, the pitch very clearly because of the elevation that it has. Alright, so we have utilized certain methods to ensure that our ground is free of weeds, right? So our first method is recycling water. We have a natural source of water in our land, and we have taken the water from that into a handmade pond covered by polythene, and water from that is taken to our ground through sprinklers, and that is how we water our ground. And that water is later on taken back into our drain, which I'm standing over, and this leads straight up to the natural water supply that we have in this land. All right. Apart from that, we've also utilized certain methods to ensure that no water from outside is brought to our land, our cricket ground basically. So these methods are basically what we use to ensure that there's no weeds in this grass and that our grass is the same that we have maintained throughout from the start. Alrighty, so another specialty about this ground and how we're connected with nature, right? A fun fact. So if you hit a century in this ground, one of these surrounding trees will be named after you. So if you can see, this entire ground is surrounded by vegetation and plenty of trees. So whoever hits a century in this ground will get one of those trees named after them. So this is actually something quite unique. It's not done everywhere, and it's actually a nice opportunity for you to get a tree named after you. So this is something special that's happening here at the ground, and so far only 8 cricketers have actually hit a century and gotten a tree named after them. So if you want to come here and hit a century and get a tree named after you, this is the place for you. Alright, so you must be wondering what PUSA stands for. PUSA stands for Pujita Udavana Sports Academy. Pooja Udubar is actually the single owner of this cricket ground, and we actually have some exciting news. We will be providing this ground and facilities to the IMC Over-50 cricket tournament, right? So 9 of their matches will be taking place in this ground starting Feb 9, and people from over 14 countries will be participating in this cricket tournament. So if you want to check out this ground and you would like to see a tournament, make sure you come and visit the Pooja Cricket Ground. Alright, I know this looks digital, but it's not, alright? We operate this scoreboard manually. How? We've used door hinges and we've painted one side and we have not painted the other side. So using this method, we are able to make the numbers appear on the scoreboard. Usually it takes about 4 people to operate a scoreboard, but using this method, we just need one person to do all of the work. So it's a different way, it's environmentally friendly, and you can witness this when you basically visit the Pooja Cricket Ground. Alright, so you must be wondering where the side wickets are. It's going to be built right over here. It's still under construction, but we are expecting 12 strips to be made very, very soon. Alright, so now we're about to walk into where our hotel is going to be built. So we've chosen this specific location because it is right in between the golf course and the cricket ground. So in this hotel, we'll be having 2 wings, which is the cricket wing and the golf course wing. So depending on what sport you like the most, you can choose your stay. Alright, so another exciting part of our 30-acre land is this golf course. So the golf course isn't built yet, but I'm currently walking into the land that's dedicated for it. So on this road that we see over here, there will be an array of houses that will be built with a backyard facing this very golf course. So if you're interested in becoming an owner of these properties, make sure you invest right away so that you can have a house with a backyard facing this amazing golf course. So people that actually walk on the streets will not have a clear view of the golf course except for the owners that actually reside in these houses. It will be exclusive just to y'all, so make sure you come and invest today. Alright, so this is where the golf course is going to be built, and behind me is one of the waterfronts that is available in this golf course, right? So obviously we know when we play golf that oftentimes we need obstacles to play the game right, and this is actually a natural obstacle that is available within this golf course, and we'll be making plenty more for y'all to have a peace of mind and also play the game really well. And also, another fun fact, which I've already mentioned before, is that all of this will be faced in your backyard. So whatever house that you purchase in this land, your backyard will be facing this entire golf course, these waterfronts, and all of this will be available to you. So if you're interested, make sure you come and visit this golf course and figure out if you want to be an owner of this amazing condo. Alright, so today we've spoken about how we can leisurely spend our time at Pooja Leisure Private Limited. But now we're about to talk about some investment opportunities, right? So we have about 49% shares worth of about $30 million available for y'all to invest. So we have some individual houses going on, and from that you will be able to get the ROI in less than 5 years. So do not miss out on the opportunity for y'all to invest in some amazing properties like this. Alright, so this is Pooja Leisure Private Limited. Over here we have our very own cricket ground, we have our golf course, we have condos, we have a hotel, we have so much to offer to y'all over here. So make sure you come and visit Pooja Leisure Private Limited and grab an opportunity to invest, have some leisure time, and all that you need over here. Do not forget to come visit us.
අපේ කාලේ සමහරලාට සිලෙක්ට් එකනේ මැච් එකක් බලන්න එන්නේ පත්තරේ බලලා තමයි මෙයා ලකුණු 100ක් ගහලා තියෙනවා කියලා සිලෙක්ට් කරන්නේ. ලකුණු 1000කුයි විකටයකුයි ලබා ගත්තා පාසල් ක්‍රිකට් සීසන් එකේ. ක්‍රීඩාවක් කරද්දී හැමෝටම තමන්ගේ රට නියෝජනය කරන්න වෙන්නේ. අනිත් එක ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා නම් මේ හැම දෙයකටම මුහුණ පාන්න සිදු වෙනවා. අපිට හිටියේ කෝච්ලා. අපිව වෙනස් කරන්න හැදුවේ නැහැ. මුරලිට බෝල් කරන්න හම්බුනේත් නැහැ. පියලුයි රුවනුයි බෝල් කරද්දි. මැච් එකේ ෆස්ට් ඩේ එකේ පළවෙනි පන්දු යවන්නේ ස්පිනර් කෙනෙක්. ඉතින් කොහොමද ෆාස්ට් බෝලර්ස්ලා එන්කරේජ් කරන්නේ? අවුරුද්දකට සැරයක් වර්ල්ඩ් ක්ලාස් ප්ලේයර් කෙනෙක්ව බිහි කරනවා, එක්කෙනෙක් දෙන්නේ බිහි කරනවා. ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ මත්තෙන් තමයි අපි මේ හොඳ ක්‍රිකට් එක මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාව තියාගෙන ගිහින්. දැන්ටම බේස්බෝල් ස්ටේඩියම්ස් ඒගොල්ලන් ක්‍රිකට් ස්ටේඩියම්ස් වලට හරවනවා. ඉතින් ලොකු ප්ලෑන්ස් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ලොකු ප්ලෑන්ස් තියෙනකොට ගොඩාක් සල්ලි දාන්න ඕනේ. සූරස් සල්ලි දානකොට ගොඩක් හොඳ ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා එනවා. 11 දෙනාම ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ටුවර් එක යන කට්ටිය 12 වෙනි ක්‍රීඩකයාත් ඒ ටුවර් එක යන එකනේ. මම අවුරුදු 10 11ක් සෙල්ලම් කරා. ඒකෙන් ලැබුණ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක මම දැන් දුක හිතෙනවා මම අවුරුදු 20 වගේ ගියේ නෑ කියලා. නමුත් අපි ඇවිල්ලා බැට් කරන්නේ චන්ද වාස්ට දුලිප් ලියනගේට එරික් උපශාන්තට. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ කට්ටියට පන්දුට පහර දුන්නාම මේ ප්‍රැක්ටිස් වලත් අපි යූස්ඩ් මේ වගේ කට්ටියට පන්දුවට පහර දීලා පොන්ටින් ලද වෝන් ලද ලාරලද හැම කෙනෙක්ම එක්ක මං ක්‍රීඩා කරලා තියෙනවා. වසීම් අක්‍රම්ලා වකා යුනුස්ලා ඒ හැම ඔයා වුණත් පටන් ගත්තේ ඇයි ගැහුවේ නැත්තේ කියලා. ඉතින් ওই ප්‍රශ්නෙට මම උත්තර දීලා ඇති මිලියන ගාණක්.
ආයිබෝන් නොදුටු මිනිසා. ඔහු ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ හිටපු අති දක්ෂ පිතිකරුවෙක්, පුහුණුකරුවෙක්, ඒ වගේම මේ වෙනකොට එක්සත් ජනපදයේ ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ තේරීම් කමිටු සමාජිකයෙක්. අද නොදුටු මිනිසා සජිත් ප්‍රනාන්දු. ආයිබෝන් සජිත්.
ආයිබෝන්.
මේ වෙනකොට අහන්න තියෙන අලුත්ම දේ තමයි ඔබ එක්සත් ජනපදයේ තමයි ජීවත් වෙන්නේ. ඒ තේරීම් කමිටු සමාජිකයෙක්. මොනවාද ඇමරිකාවේ සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ ක්‍රිකට් සම්බන්ධව මේ දවස්වල?
ඔව් ලොකු දේවල් වෙනවා. මොකද මං දැන් අවුරුදු 4ක් ඇමරිකාවේ මේ මං ගියාට වඩා ගොඩාක් දේවල් කරනවා ක්‍රිකට් වලට. එකක් තමයි මයිනර් ලීග් කියලා තරඟාවලියක් T20 තරඟාවලියක් පවත්වනවා මේ දෙවනි වරට මේ සැරේ පවත්වලා දැන් මේ ඊයේ පෙරේද තමයි නිමා වුනේ. ඒ වගේම ඔවුන්ගේ ලොකුම ප්ලෑන් එක තමයි 2028 ලොස් ඇන්ජලිස් වල පවත්වන ඔලිම්පික් ක්‍රීඩාවට මේ ක්‍රීඩාව ඇතුළත් කරගන්න. ඉතින් ඒකට උන් ලොකු වෑයමක් දරනවා. මොකද ඒක කරොත් මුළු ඇමරිකාවෙම ක්‍රිකට් කියන දේ මොකද්ද කියලා දැනගෙන ඒ ඇමරිකාවේ වෙසෙන ඇමරිකාවේ ඉපදෙන ළමයින්ට මේ ක්‍රීඩාව අඳුනලා දෙන්න තමයි. මොකද දැන් උනත් තාම උනත් ක්‍රීඩා කරන්නේ ඉන්දියානුවන්, පාකිස්තානුවන්, වෙස්ට් ඉන්ඩියන් වලින් ආපු, ඇෆ්ගනිස්තාන් වලින් ආපු අපි ශ්‍රී ලාංකිකයන් තමයි මේ ක්‍රීඩාව ක්‍රීඩා කරන්නේ, ප්‍රමෝට් කරන්නේ. නමුත් ඔවුන්ගේ ලොකුම අරමුණ වෙන්නේ ඇමරිකාවේ ඉපදෙන මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට මේ ක්‍රීඩාව අඳුන්ලා දෙන්න.
ඔව් ඒක ඊටාම අලංකාර පුවතක් වෙයි. මේ කතා බහත් රසවත් වෙයි. ඉතින් ඔබට තේරෙනවා ඇති එක්සත් ජනපදය ගැන අපිට ගොඩාක් දේවල් අහගන්න පුළුවන් ක්‍රිකට් සම්බන්ධයෙන්. නමුත් ඊට කලින් මට හිතෙනවා ඔබ කතා කරපු දේවල් වලට පරිබාහිරව ඔබේ මුලට යන්න ආයෙත්. මොකද ඔබ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ හිටපු දේශීය මට්ටමේ අති දක්ෂ ආරම්භක පිතිකරුවෙක්, ඒ වගේම දක්ෂ පන්දු රකින්නෙක් ස්ලිප් ස්ථානේ, ඒ වගේම හොඳ පන්දු යවන්නෙක්. ඉතින් මේ දේවල් කතා නොකර අපිට එතෙන් එන්න බෑ. ඉතින් ලකුණු 10000ක් ගහලා ඔබට ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩා කිරීමේ වරම ලැබුණේ නැහැ. ඔබට හිතෙන්නේ ඇයි?
ඔය ඉතින් මෙහෙමයි, ක්‍රීඩාවක් කරද්දී හැමෝටම තමන්ගේ රට නියෝජනය කරන්න වෙන්නේ. අනිත් එක ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා නම් මේ හැම දෙයකටම මුහුණ පාන්න සිදු වෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ අවාසනාවන්ත සිදුවීමුත් වෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ තමන් කොච්චර හොඳ කරත් සමහරවිට සිලෙක්ට් වෙන්නේ නැති අවස්ථා තියෙනවා. අපි ඒක කියනවා මේ ඒෂියන් කන්ට්‍රීස් වල ඒක ගොඩක් වෙනවා කියලා. නමුත් ඒක දැන් ටිකක් අඩු වෙගෙන දැන් මං හිතන්නේ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ව මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් ඕනේ දැන් කණ්ඩායම් වලට. මොකද ඒතරම් අනිත් එක අපි දන්නවා ලංකාවේ ක්‍රිකට් එක ඒතරම් හොඳට තිබ්බේ නැහැ අවුරුදු 2-3ක් පෙර. ඉතින් පොඩ්ඩක් හරි ඔබ මේ දේශීය තරඟාවලි වල මේ හොඳට කරොත් ඒගොල්ලන් කැපී පේනවා. අනිත් ඒ දැන් මාධ්‍යයෙන් උනත් සෝෂල් මීඩියා වලින් ප්‍රෙෂර් එක දානවා. ඉතින් ප්‍රෙෂර් එක දානවා විතරයි නෙවෙයි දැනගන්නවා මේ වගේ ප්ලේයර්ස් කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවද කියලා. අපේ කාලේ සමහරලාට සිලෙක්ටර් කෙනෙක් මැච් එකක් බලන්න එන්නේ නැහැ. පත්තරේ බලලා තමයි මෙයා ලකුණු 100ක් ගහලා තියෙනවා කියලා සිලෙක්ට් කරන්නේ. ඒ කොයි වෙලාවේ මේ ගැහුවද සිටුේෂන් එක මොකක්ද අගේන්ස් කවුද ගැහුවේ ඒවා බලන්නේ නැහැ සමහරවිට. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ තත්ත්වකුත් තිබ්බා. නමුත් දැන් එහෙම නැහැ. දැන් මේක ගොඩක් සෝෂල් මීඩියා වලින් පත්තර වලින් දානවා. ඒ වගේම මේ දැන් ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් වල ඉන්නවා එක මේ ප්‍රොවින්ෂියල් කෝචස්ලා ඩිස්ට්‍රික්ට් කෝචස්ලා ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ මාර්ගයෙන් නිවුස් එක එනවා මේ සිස්ටම් එකට මේ වගේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් මේ වගේ පළපුරුදු ක්‍රීඩකයන් ඉස්සරහට මොනවා හරි කරන්න පුළුවන් ක්‍රීඩකයන් ඉන්නවා කියලා නිවුස් එක යනවා. ඉතින් ඒ මාර්ගයෙන් මේ ළමයින්ට හම්බ වෙනවා chance එක.
ඔව් ඔබ ක්‍රීඩා කරපු කාලේ ගැන ඔබ කිව්ව ඇත්ත. ඒ කාලේ තිබුණේ නැහැ වීඩියෝ දර්ශන බලන්න අවස්ථාවක් නැහැ. මාධ්‍ය වලිනුත් අවස්ථාවක් නැහැ. ප්‍රේක්ෂකයන්ට දැනගන්න මොන ක්‍රීඩකයාද ඔහු මොන ආකාරයෙන්ද සෙල්ලම් කරන්නේ කියලා. නමුත් ඔබ ක්‍රීඩා කරපු කාලේ තමයි ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් ජාත්‍යන්තරය ටිකක් නැගලා එන කාලේ. 90 දශකයේ මුල් කාලේ වගේ. ඉතින් ඒ කාලේ ඔබත් එකට ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න ඇති මේ ප්‍රබල අපි දන්න ක්‍රීඩකයෝ හැමෝම. ඒ වගේම ඔබේ පාසලේ ශාන්ත අන්තෝනි විද්‍යාලයේ මහනුවර මුත්තයා මුරලිදරන් රුවන් කල්පගේ බිහි කරපු පාසල. ඉතින් ඒ ගැන කතා කරමු. පියල් විජේතුංග වගේ දඟපන් දෙවන්න. ඉතින් මේ කාලේ ගැන පොඩ්ඩක් කතා කරොත් ඔබ සමීපතමයන් සමකාලීන ක්‍රීඩකයෝ ගැන.
ඔව් අර කිව්වා වගේ මේ අපේ ස්කූල් මං හිතන්නේ මන් දන්නේ දැන් කොහොමද කියලා. කාලයක් තිබ්බ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ස්කූල්ස් ක්‍රිකට් තමයි මුළු ලෝකෙම හොඳම මේ ස්කූල් ක්‍රිකට් එක තිබ්බේ. මන් දන්නේ දැන් කොහොමද කියලා. නමුත් ඉතින් ඒ කාලේ මැච් එකක් බලන්න ඉන්නවා 17000. අපි නිකන් මේ මැච් එක බලන්න ඉන්නවා 17000 මිනිස්සු ඉන්නවා බලන්න. එච්චරටම උණුසුම් එච්චරටම හොඳ ක්‍රීඩකයන් සිටියා. ඉතින් හරි කම්පිටිටිව්නස් එකක් තිබ්බා. ඒ වගේම තමයි අපිට හිටියේ කෝච්ලා. අපිව වෙනස් කරන්න හැදුවේ නැහැ. අපිට ගොඩක් වෙනස් කරන්න හැදුවේ නැහැ. අපේ ක්‍රීඩා ශෛලිය එන්කරේජ් කරා. සමහරලාට උදේට එනවා කෝච් ටීම් එක කියනවා පොඩ්ඩක් වෝම් අප් කරනවා. ඊට පස්සේ ඒ කෝච් යනවා වැඩට. ඒ වැඩට යන්න ඕනේ අපි මැච් එකක් ගහන වෙලාවේ. ඊට පස්සේ ලන්ච් එකට තමයි පොඩ්ඩක් ඇවිල්ලා යන්නේ. එහෙම අවස්ථාවක් තිබ්බා. මොකද ප්‍රොෆෙෂනල් කෝචස්ලා හිටියේ නැහැ අපිට. ඉතින් අපේ මං හැම වෙලේම කියන්නේ අපේ මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් එක මෙච්චර හරි ආවේ පියෝර් ටැලන්ට් ඉඳ. නැතුව මේ සිස්ටම් එකකින් උදව් කරලා නෙවෙයි. පියෝර් ටැලන්ට් ඉඳ අපි අවුරුද්දකට සැරයක් වර්ල්ඩ් ක්ලාස් ප්ලේයර් කෙනෙක්ව බිහි කරනවා. එක්කෙනෙක් දෙන්නේ බිහි කරනවා. ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ මත්තෙන් තමයි අපි මේ හොඳ ක්‍රිකට් එක මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාව තියාගෙන ගිහින්. ඉතින් අපේ කාලේ ඉස්කෝලේ අර කිව්වා වගේ දැන් මට අවස්ථාව ලැබුණේ මට මතකයි මම අන්ඩර් 15 මේම හොඳට කරලා මට මතකයි රුවන් කල්පගේ අර ඉස්සර මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා A කියලා නෙවෙයි කියන්නේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා B කියලා. ඔහු පාසල් ක්‍රීඩා කරද්දී ඔහු පාකිස්තාන් ගියා ශ්‍රී ලංකා B කණ්ඩායමත් එක්ක. ඒ හින්දා මට අවස්ථාවක් ලැබුණා ෆස්ට් 11 එකේ මැච් එකක් ගහන්න. ඉතින් මම හොඳට කරපු හින්දා මට අවස්ථාව ලැබුණා. නැත්තම් එච්චර කලින් මට හම්බ වෙන්නෙත් නෑ සෙල්ලම් කරන්න ෆස්ට් 11. මොකද එච්චරට හොඳ ක්‍රීඩකයන් හිටියා. මම දන්නවා මුරලි මේ මුරලිට බෝල් කරන්න හම්බුනේත් නෑ. පියලුයි රුවනුයි බෝල් කරද්දී. ඉස්සර මුරලි ඇත්තටම හොඳ අන්ඩර් 17 එකේම හොඳ බැට්ස්මන් කෙනෙක්. ඉතින් මේ එච්චරට කම්පිටිටිව්. ඊට පස්සේ මුරලි ඉන්නකොට මට බෝලින් නෑ. මුරලි ගියාට පස්සේ තමයි මට බෝලින් හම්බුනේ. මම විකට් 100ක් ලබා ගත්තා. ලකුණු 1000කුයි විකට් 100කුයි ලබා ගත්තා. පාසල් ක්‍රිකට් සීසන් එකේ මේ ඉතින් ඒ වගේ. ඉතින් ඊටාම හොඳ කම්පිටිටිව්නස් එකක් තිබ්බා. පාසල් ක්‍රීඩකේ. ඉතින් අපි එළියට එද්දී අපි ආවේ අපිව ක්ලබ් වලින් බලන් ඉන්නව ගන්න. අපිට මට ගොඩාක් ක්ලබ් වලින් එන්න කිව්වා. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ මම 92 ඕල් අයිලන්ඩ් ස්කූල් බෝයි ක්‍රිකට් වුණා. අන්ඩර් 19 ටුවර් එකක් ගියා එහෙම. ඉතින් ඒ වගේම අපි එනකොට අපි ආවේ නැෂනල් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා 4-5 දෙනෙක් ගහපු ටීම් වලට. අනිත් ඒගොල්ලන් එක්ක අපිත් එක්ක ගොඩක් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරනවා. අපිත් එක්ක හැම දැන් ඒ කාලේ ඉච්චර මැච් තිබ්බේ නැහැ. මේ වගේ ටුවර්ස් තිබ්බේ නැහැ. ඉතින් ඒගොල්ලන්ට ලැබුණා අපිත් එක්ක ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න. අපි ක්‍රීඩා කරන්නේත් අනිත් ටීම් එකෙත් ඉන්නවා නැෂනල් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා 5-6ක්. ඉතින් අර මට්ටම ඉතාම ඉහළ තත්ත්වයක තිබ්බේ. ඉතින් ඒක තමයි ඒ කාලේ ගහන ක්‍රීඩකයෝ වුණත් ජාතික තලයේ මේ ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් ක්‍රිකට් එකට ගිය ගමන් එතරම් පරතරයක් තිබ්බේ. පරතරයක් තිබ්බා. නමුත් එතරම් පරතරයක් තිබ්බේ නැහැ. දැන් පරතරේ බලන්න දැන් මැච් එක ගිහිල්ලා ගහන්න බලද්දි එක්කනයි දෙන්න ඉන්නේ ඒකත් ෆස්ට් ක්ලාස් ටිකක් ගහපු. අනිත් කට්ටිය ඔක්කොම ඉන්නේ පොඩි ළමයි. ඉතින් එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් නැහැ. ඉතින් මේ quality of first class cricket හරිම low level එකකින් මම මේ ඊපෙරදත් මැච් එකක් බලන්න ගියා. පළවෙනි පන්දුව යවන්නේ මැච් එකේ ෆස්ට් ඩේ එකේ පළවෙනි පන්දුව යවන්නේ ස්පිනර් කෙනෙක්. ඉතින් කොහොමද ෆාස්ට් බෝලර්ස්ලා එන්කරේජ් කරන්නේ? ඒ ටීම් එකට වැරදි කියන්නත් බෑ. ඒ බෝලර්ට වැරදි කියන්නත් බෑ. මට බෝල දුන්නොත් මම බෝල් කරනවා. ඒ වගේම තමයි අපි යන්නේ චැම්පියන්ෂිප් එකක් දිනන්න. බෝනසස් තියෙනවා. තමන් හොඳට කරන්න ඕනේ ඊළඟ අවුරුද්දේ තව හොඳ කොන්ට්‍රැක්ට් එකක් ගන්න. ඉතින් මේ ප්ලේයර්ස්ලාට වැරදි කියන්න බෑ. මේ සිස්ටම් එක හදන කට්ටියටයි සිස්ටම් එක මේ ගැන ප්ලෑන් කරන කට්ටියයි තමයි මේ වැරද්ද බාර ගන්න ඕනේ.
ඔව් ඊටම වැදගත්. ඉතින් ක්‍රීඩා සමාජය ගැන කතා කරපු නිසා මට හිතෙනවා නැවතත් හරවුස්සන්න ඒ කාලේ ක්‍රීඩා සමාජ ක්‍රිකට් මොන වගේ තත්ත්වයක තිබුණේ කියලා. ඒ කාලේ අපිට ඔබ කිව්වත් වගේ ජාතික ක්‍රීඩකයන් රැසක් ලීගේ ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා ලීගය ඇතුළේ. එතකොට නවක පිතිකරුවන්ට උන්ට පන්දුවට පහර දෙන්න සිද්ධ වෙනවා. ඒ වගේම නවක පන්දු යවන්නන්ට හොඳ පිතිකරුවන්ට පන්දු යවන්න ලැබෙනවා. එතකොට ඔබට මතක හිටින ඒ කාලේ තිබුණ හොඳම තරඟ ඔබ ක්‍රීඩා කරපු හොඳම මට්ටමේ තරඟ මොනවද? ඔබ ඊටාම මහන්සියෙන් දිනාගත්තු ඉනිම් ඒ වගේම ඔබට ලොකු අභියෝගයක් ලැබුණු තරඟ සහ ක්‍රීඩකයන් කවුද?
ඔව් අපි මං හිතන්නේ ෆයිනල් එකක් ගැහුවා ඩේ නයිට් මේ SSC කණ්ඩායමත් එක්ක. ඊළඟ දවසේ දුකද ඊළඟ දවසේ දුකද ඒගොල්ලන් ඕස්ට්‍රේලියා ටුවර් එකක් යනවා. ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ 12 දෙනෙක් 11 දෙනාම ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ටුවර් එක යන කට්ටිය 12 වෙනි ක්‍රීඩකයාත් ඒ ටුවර් එක යන එකනේ. හරිද? ඉතින් අපි ඒගොල්ලන්ව බීට් කරලා මේ අපි දින්න. මම ඒකේ man of the final වුණා, man of the series වුණා. තව මම කැප්ටන් කරලා අපි NCC කණ්ඩායම පැරද්දුවා. ඒකේ ටෙස්ට් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා හිටියා දෙපැත්තෙම, ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා හිටියා දෙපැත්තෙම. sorry මේ ඉතින් ඒ වගේ ගොඩාක් මට මතකයට එනවා ගොඩාක් තරඟ මේ දෙපැත්තෙම හිටිය හොඳ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ. ඉතින් ඒකයි අපි මං හිතන්නේ අපේ මට්ටමත් ඉහළ ගියේ. අපි ක්‍රීඩා කරෙත් අගේන්ස් ක්‍රීඩා කරෙත් හොඳ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ගේ අපි ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරද්දිත් මේ ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් බෝලර්ස්ලා අපිට ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරනවා. දැන් කියන්නේ රෙස් කරන්න. ඉතින් සාධාරණයි. මොකද ඒගොල්ලන් ගොඩාක් ක්‍රිකට් ගහන ඉඳලා. ඉතින් ඒකෙන් පොඩි මදිකමක් වෙනවා මේ අනිත් යෝන් ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට. නමුත් අපි ඇවිල්ලා බැට් කරන්නේ චමින්ද වාස්ට, දුලිප් ලියනගේට, එරික් උපශාන්තට. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ කට්ටියට පන්දුට පහර දුන්නාම මේ ප්‍රැක්ටිස් වලත් මැච් වලට ගිහලා අපිට පොඩි හරි අපි යූස්ඩ් මේ වගේ කට්ටියට පන්දුවට පහර දීලා. දැන් ඉතින් වෙන්නේ දැන් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරන්නෙත් හරි මේ ලෝ ලෙවල් එකක. ඒ කියන්නේ ඒගොල්ලන් පන්දුවට පහර දෙන්නේ එච්චරම හොඳ පන්දු යවන කට්ටියට නෙවෙයි. ඉතින් අර මැච් එකට ගියාම එකපාරට හොඳ පන්දු යවන්න හම්බුනාම සමහරවිට ඒ වගේම තමයි සමහරවිට බෝල් කරන කට්ටියත් පන්දුවට පහර දෙන කට්ටිය තරම් යෝන් ක්‍රීඩකයෝ. මං කියන්නේ හොඳ නෑ කියලා. යෝන් ක්‍රීඩකයෝ ඉතින් හරි ලේසි. ඉතින් මැච් එකට ගිහලා හොඳ විකට් එක හොඳ පිතිකරුවෙක්ට පන්දු යවද්දි සමහරවිට ඒගොල්ලන් මේවා කරනවා. ඉතින් ඒකයි ගැප් එක ගොඩාක් තියෙන්නේ දැන්. ඉස්සරට වඩා ඉස්සරත් පොඩි ගැප් එකක් තිබ්බ මං කිව්වා වගේ. දැන් ලොකු ගැප් එකක් තියෙනවා අපේ මේ ඩොමස්ටික් එකයි අර අපි ගහන LPL ඒ වගේ තරඟවල ලොකු ගැප් එකක් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒකයි ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් ලෙවල් එකේ තව ලොකු ගැප් එකක් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒකයි මේ ගැප්ස් වහන්න තමයි මම දන්න දවසේ ඉඳලා මේ සිස්ටම් එක හදන්න එන කට්ටිය කියනවා. අපි දැන් මාරු කරගෙන යන අවුරුද්දේ මෙහෙම කරනවා ඊළඟ අවුරුද්දේ අපි මේ විදියට හද. නමුත් තාම දැන් ඊයේ පෙරේදත් මම ඒ වගේ කට්ටිය දෙන්න තුන් දෙනෙක් හම්බුනාම කියන්නේ ඒකම තමයි මේ අවුරුද්ද අපි මෙන්න 4ක් අඩු කරනවා එන අවුරුද්දේ 4ක් අඩු කරනවා එහෙම කියලා. ඉතින් හැමදාම ඔය ඒ උත්තරේමයි දෙන්නේ. නමුත් කවදාවත් ඒ සිස්ටම් එක අන්තිම මම දකින්නේ නැහැ.
ඔව් හිතන දේවල් ගොඩක් තියෙනවා මේ කතාබහ ඇතුලේ. ඉතින් ඒ වගේම ඔබ සඳහන් කළා මේ තිබුණු පරතරයන් ගැන. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ දේශීය ක්‍රිකට් ඊට පස්සේ ලීග් ක්‍රිකට් සහ ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රිකට් අතර ලොකු පරතරයක් ගොඩනැගිලා තියෙනවා. ඔබ ඒ කාලේ ක්‍රීඩා කරන අවස්ථාව සපයගත්තා ප්‍රාන්ත ක්‍රිකට්, කවුන්ටි ක්‍රිකට් ඔබ ක්‍රීඩා කළා එංගලන්තයේ සෑහෙන කාලයක්. ඉතින් ඒ ක්‍රිකට් වලින් ලබාගත් දේවල් සහ මේ වෙනකොට ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට ඒවට අවස්ථාව ලැබෙනවද? එතකොට එතනදී අපට කොතනින්ද ශ්‍රී ලංකාවට මේක සම්බන්ධ කරගන්න පුළුවන් අපේ දස්කම් දියුණු කර ගැනීමට?
ඔව් අනිවාර්යෙන් එතනින් ලැබුණ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක හරි වැදගත්. මොකද ඒක ටීම් එකකට එක ප්‍රොෆෙෂනල් කෙනා ඉන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ පිට රටකින් ගෙනල්ලා ඔවුන් ගෙවල් ලබා දීලා අපිට එයා ෆෙයා දීලා ගොඩාක් වියදම් කරනවා. අපිට තව කන්ට්‍රැක්ට් එකකුත් දෙනවා. ඉතින් එහෙම ගියාම ඒගොල්ලන් මේ ටීම් එකක් වශයෙන් එක්ස්පෙක්ට් කරනවා හැමදාම ලකුණු 100ක් ගන්න, හැමදාම විකට් 5ක් ගන්න. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ දේවල්. ඉතින් ගොඩාක් ප්‍රෙෂර් එක තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ ගිහිල්ලා මම අවුරුදු 10 11ක් සෙල්ලම් කරා. ඒකෙන් ලැබුණ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක මම දැන් දුක හිතෙනවා මම අවුරුදු 20 වගේ ගියේ නෑ කියලා. මං ගියේ 27 වගේ. මම ඊට ඉස්සෙල්ලා ගියා නම් මං හිතන්නේ මං තවත් හොඳ ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් වෙනවා. 10 නෙවෙයි 15000ක් විතර ගහන්න තිබ්බා කියලා හිතෙනවා. මොකද තමන් දන්නවා තමන්ගෙන් මෙච්චර එක්ස්පෙක්ට් කරනවා තමන් කීයක් හරි තමන් ඒගොල්ලන්ගෙන් ලබා ගන්නවා. ඉතින් ගොඩාක් ප්‍රෙෂර් එක. ඉතින් මොකද ඒ වගේම තමයි තමන් ඒ සීසන් එකේ හොඳට කරන්න තමයි ඊළඟ අවුරුද්දේ තමන්ට තව කොන්ට්‍රැක්ට් ලැබෙන්නේ. තව ක්ලබ් එකකින් ඉරි වැඩියෙන් දීලා තමන්ව ගන්නෙත් මේ හොඳට කරොත් තමයි. ඉතින් ඒ වගේම තමයි වෙන වෙන කන්ඩිෂන්ස් වල සෙල්ලම් කරලා ඒ වගේම තමයි අනිත් ටීම් එකෙත් ඉන්නවා තව ප්‍රෝ කෙනෙක්. ඉතින් සමහරවිට ඔව් හොඳටම පන්දු දාන වෙන රටට ගහපලා තියෙන ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්. මොකද හැම එකනටම ඇවිල්ලා ගහන්න බෑනේ. ඉතින් එක්ක හොඳ පිතිකරණය දෙන ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්. ඉතින් ගොඩාක් මම හිතන්නේ යන්න පුළුවන් නම් මේ තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට අඩු වයසෙම මෙහි ක්‍රිකට් එක හැබැයි මේ මිස් කරන්නේ නැතුව මෙහි සීසන් එක මිස් කරන්නේ නැතුව එහෙ ගිහිල්ලා ගහන්න පුළුවන් නම් කොහේ හරි රටක මම හිතන්නේ ඒක මහත් වැදගත් වෙනවා උන්ගේ කරියර් එකට.
ඔව් ඉතින් ඊටාම වැදගත්. එයත් මේ තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට මේ වැඩසටහන නරඹනවා නම් ඔබට අදහසක් ගන්න පුළුවන් ඔබ ඔබේ ක්‍රිකට් ජීවිතය කොහොමද ගොඩනගා ගත යුත්තේ කියලා. ඉතින් ඒ වගේම ඔබ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ඒ කණ්ඩායමට ක්‍රීඩා කළා, ප්‍රාන්ත ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩා කළා, ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න නොලැබුණත් ඔබට ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න ලැබෙන්නේ නැති ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රීඩකයන් එක්ක මොන වගේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් එක්කද ක්‍රීඩා කළේ? ඒ කාලේ ඉතින් මොනවාද ඔවුන්ගෙන් ඉගෙන ගත්තේ? ඔබ දැකපු විශේෂ දේවල් ඒ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ කරන දේවල් තරඟවලට කලින් එහෙමත් නැත්නම් තරඟය තුලදී?
ටක් වගේ එකම ක්‍රීඩා ඉස්සර තමන් රටකින් ආපුවම ටෙස්ට් ටුවර් එකකට හරි මොන හරි ටුවර් එකකට හරි ටෙස්ට් මැච් එකකම ලකුණුත් ගොඩක් ලබා ගන්නවා. ඉතින් ගොඩාක් හොඳ ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා හොඳ ඒ කියන්නේ හැම රටේම ඔය පොන්ටින් ලද වෝන් ලද ලාර ලද හැම කෙනෙක්ම එක්ක මම ක්‍රීඩා කරලා තියෙනවා. වසීම් අක්‍රම්ලා වකා යුනුස්ලා ඒ හැම ටීම් එකක් ආපුවම මම ක්‍රීඩා කරලා තියෙනවා. මම ලකුණු ලබාගෙන තියෙනවා. මේ අර ලබා එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක ඉතින් ඔවුන් වගේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් එක්ක පන්දුට පාර දීලා හරි පන්දු යවලා හරි ඒ ලැබෙන එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක අපේ ඇවිල්ලා ඩොමස්ටික් සෙල්ලම් කරද්දි මම හොඳට කරන්නේ ඒක තමයි. මොකද ඒ ලෙවල් එකේ ඒ පන්දු යවන්නන්ට ඒ ටීම්ස් වල එක්ක සෙල්ලම් කරාම තමන්ට ඉතින් අපි කියමු දැන් 140ට 150ට පන්දු යවන ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්ට අපිට වැඩි මේ නැෂනල් මේ අපිට ක්ලබ් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් වල අපිට හම්බ වෙන්නේ නැහැ. දැන් මම දැක්කා අද තුදේත් මම ක්ලබ් එකකට ගියාම ඒතරම් හයියෙන් දාන පන්දු යවන්න නෙවෙයි ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරන්නේ. ඉතින් ඒගොල්ලන් එකපාරට ගිහලා නැෂනල් ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් ගහද්දී ඒගොල්ලන් 150ට දාන ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට පන්දු යවන්න ඕන මේ ෆේස් කරන්න ඕන. ඉතින් මට දුක හිතෙනවා ඒගොල්ලන්ට ස්ක්වොඩ් එකකට දාපුවම තමයි ඔන්න ශ්‍රී ලංකන් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා ටිකකට මේ හම්බ වෙන්නේ ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න. ඉතින් අර වගේ අපිට ඉස්සර ගොඩාක් හම්බුණා මැචස්. ඉතින් ක්ලබ් ගිහිල්ලා සෙල්ලම් කරාම ඒ හරි ලේසි වුණා ඒ පන්දු යවන්නන්ට ක්‍රීඩා.
And we're back live from the Colombo Colts Cricket Club here for this group fixture in the IMC Over-50s World Cup. New Zealand were set a target of 205 by Zimbabwe after inviting them to bat first. With me up in the combox is Khadija. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Nathan. What a much needed break for us and the team. A big total to chase.
I'd say that total from Zimbabwe could have been a lot more if it wasn't for some good bowling at the death from Zimbabwe, some good tactical bowling from the Kiwis. Could have been a lot more, could have been at about 230, 240. Did well to keep it down to 205. But on this track, as I said, should be about an average total. So this is a game that could go down to the wire.
Indeed, Nathan. And to see the Kiwis without helmets out there at the pitch.
It's quite interesting to see. We have Petrie and Ho opening the batting. Richard Petrie and Andrew Ho. It'll be important for them, just like the Zimbabwean openers, to negate that early movement that you generally see here at Coles. That is sort of even more visible with the pink ball, the harder pink ball. These two will need to bat out the first 7 to 8 overs at least if New Zealand are to chase this comfortably.
So I'm sure it's going to be a crucial power play.
Yes, definitely, Khadija.
Here goes the first ball of the innings.
Yes, White to open the ball in, punched straight down the ground. Dot ball to begin. Jim White opening the bowling and the batting for his side. True genuine all-rounder. Straight away some movement away from the right-hander. There's a nice cross breeze blowing across the Colts Cricket Ground at the moment. I'm sure that's helping with the away swing that White seems to be getting.
So Nathan, what do you think has to be the strategy from Zimbabwe to stop the Kiwis, to give a hard time to the Kiwis on the power play?
Well, this new ball and this surface will help out the fast bowlers in the first hour or so. Even though the pitch might have died down a little due to the heat, I feel that there's still something out there for the pacers. I think that their strategy would be to make the most use of it, make the most use of the new pink ball, try and grab a couple of early wickets in the power play, and after that bring their spinners into it. And with enough persistence and enough consistency, I'm sure they'll be able to roll over this New Zealand outfit as Petrie lofts that beautifully into the gap at extra cover. New Zealand off the mark in style with a lovely boundary. And Richard Petrie makes his intentions clear.
And here's the replay of the first boundary of the innings.
No one there at that gap. Goodwin choosing to go with the 2 slips still. He's hoping that White will be able to draw an edge with his natural away swing. So some nice shape on that ball, carefully watched by Petrie. And now Andrew Ho to take strike for his first ball, left-handed bat.
Nathan, I feel a lefty is much more stylish on the field, on the cricket field.
Yes, left-handers are known to have that natural elegance about them. As a right-handed batsman myself, I tend to disagree, but that seems to be the common conception.
We have proven facts, don't we?
I'm afraid you all do. As White sends that down the leg side. First extra. We saw a lot of extras in the New Zealand bowling innings as well, more than 20, I believe. That also could be a crucial point in this match. The amount of extras that were bowled by New Zealand. 20 runs, you take away 20 runs from that total, it comes right down to 180, which is well below par on this surface.
Costed them a lot, didn't it?
Yes, Ho tries to drive that away. The swing, the late swing ensures it grabs the inside edge of his bat that finishes off the first over, 6 for no loss.
Husa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
And the skipper, Brian Goodwin, to take the new ball from the Havelock Park end. Balls are off breaks. So straight away Zimbabwe starting with spin. But from the wrong end, I believe. I feel that the spinners can extract more out of the surface bowling from the Park Road end. But nonetheless, this pitch must have dried up quite a lot now. And I feel there'll be more assistance for the spinners in this second innings.
At the end of the first over, New Zealand 6 for none.
I still feel it's an interesting call to start with spin, but Goodwin appears to be bowling a few seam up deliveries first up. On his team card, he's listed as an off spinner. He's trying to make use of this new ball, I believe, Khadija.
Indeed, the captain himself probably has some strategy on it.
Yes, even he seems to be getting some nice shape with the angle away from Petrie. Goodwin already made a decent contribution with the bat in hand on his return to the side. And he struck off his third ball. It's that swing we were talking about. Petrie not accounting for that spin, trying to drive that through the covers, beating him through the gate, grabbing an inside edge in the process. And New Zealand one down in the second over.
Here's a replay of the wicket. Early wicket.
Yes, on that occasion, just going on with the angle, not seaming away as much. Petrie failed to compensate for that, and it grabbed an inside edge and ended up castling him. Goodwin strikes in his first over. New Zealand 6 for 1.
Early fall of wicket for New Zealand. Not a very promising start.
That brings Craig Foster out into the middle. Another right-handed batsman. Goodwin extracting some early movement. Watchfully played by Foster. I believe Petrie was trying to hit the ground running, try and get some quick runs in the power play, take use of the fielding restrictions. Unfortunately, got one wrong, and that resulted in him losing his wicket as Foster lets that one go. Take a look at the replay once again. Getting nowhere near the ball. Not trying to play it under his eyes, not trying to get to the pitch of the ball, and a lot wrong with that shot and that shot selection, I must say. As Goodwin punches to extra cover. It's a wicket maiden.
What an over by the captain.
Yes, captain striking in his first over, 6 for 1 after 2.
Mama Gajaman.
And he has White with his second over. Down the leg side. Not the ideal start.
Second extra from him itself.
Yes, Jim White seems to be shaping up nicely to bowl to the right-handers. Unfortunately for him,
struggling a bit with the lefties.
Yes, struggling against Andrew Ho, who is a left-handed bat. We saw him bowl some good deliveries to Petrie. This time Overcooks that one, a loose delivery, and the second boundary for New Zealand, whipped away by Andrew Ho to that short leg side boundary for him. Takes the total into double figures.
Here's a look at the delivery, the boundary. Pardon.
Not the ideal start for Jim White. And he's hit that straight to the fielder at short square leg. That delivery was there to be put away. No one out in the deep on the leg side, and Andrew Ho has to depart.
Nathan White disagreed with your statement.
Yes, that ball, not much bounce on that, and on that occasion was there to be put away. Loose delivery. But unfortunately, Andrew Ho unable to capitalize on that, ends up losing his wicket. New Zealand in a little bit of trouble here, 11 for 2.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
New Zealand have just lost their second wicket into this run chase. That brings the captain Adil Somani out into the middle. If you recall, it was him that sort of changed the momentum of the game with his bowling, grabbed both the set batsmen in the same over. He'll be hoping he can do the same with bat in hand as New Zealand are on the back foot early on into the chase. Jim White bowling to the preferred right hand, and you see some lovely shape away from him. If he can get that a little bit straighter, he might be able to grab an outside edge. Take a look at the wicket once again. Short of a length, was there for the pull shot. Unfortunately, didn't get enough elevation on that one, and hit it straight to Lindsay. Takes a good low catch at short square leg. Much better from Jim White, starting on about middle and off, and nicely seaming away.
Early wicket falls for the Kiwis. Pressure on their side.
It's a 205, not the most simple chase on this ground, about a pass score. And as I said, they'd want to get out of this power play without losing a wicket, but unfortunately, they've lost 2 inside the first 3. And now this pair will need to consolidate for them. This time goes on with the arm into Somani's pads. He tucks that away into the leg side, and he's off the mark, the skipper. Once again, a good ball from Jim White. Punched off the back foot by Foster. Straight to the fielder at a cover point. New Zealand 12 for 2 after 3.
At the end of the third over, New Zealand 12 for 2. We're here live from the Colombo Colts Cricket Club, live on the Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
As the skipper for Zimbabwe, Goodwin, set to continue. Lovely seam away there. Punched to the covers, and a good diving stop by Trombus.
High hopes on Goodwin after his first over, a maiden over with an wicket.
It's a wicket made on his return to the side, and then once again some lovely shape away. Somani thought it was there for the flick, but came across him. Squeezed away for a leg by. A little bit slow on that occasion. Tees in Foster. Foster up to the challenge, punches it into the covers, where Oates does the fielding. Oates earlier scored a lovely, well-compiled 58 that helped Zimbabwe get up and get past that 200-run mark. Another good over from the skipper. Hasn't conceded a run in 4 balls. That leg by doesn't count into the bowler's tally. Lovely punch down the ground from Foster. Beats the fielder at mid-on, and that will race away to the boundary. Textbook on drive from Foster.
It was a lovely shot to watch, and here's a replay.
Take a look at the replay. You can just only admire shots like that. Takes a lot of skill to play play a stroke like that, especially against the swinging ball. And the right-hander showing that right-handers can have some elegance as well, Khadija.
So it's 1-on-1.
This time grabs the outside edge past the diving slip fielder. But it's more runs for New Zealand. Much needed couple of boundaries for them. They close out the 4th over at 21 for 2.
Mama Gajaman.
New Zealand 21 for 2. 2 back-to-back boundaries for Foster of the last 2 balls of that second over from Goodwin.
I'm sure, Nathan, that New Zealand is looking forward to these boundaries. This is what they need.
Yes, the last ball of the previous over. Squeezed off the outside edge past the diving slip fielder. A rather fortunate boundary. Had slip been placed a little bit more towards his right, he might have pouched that. But no further damage done to the wickets column. And it's Jim White to continue for his 3rd over.
And the Kiwis should look forward to stabilize this partnership.
Yes, this partnership must aim to bat out at least until the 15th over, as that's in the air from Somani, and the 3rd wicket falls for New Zealand inside 5 overs. The skipper departs. A rather tame dismissal, was there for the drive. Didn't put enough effort into that shot and just scooped up to the fielder at extra cover. A soft dismissal, and New Zealand now in a lot of trouble. Looking at the replay, their ball was there for the drive outside the off stump. Somani failing to commit to the stroke, hanging back just a little bit, and presented an easy chance for the catching fielder. That was Oates at extra cover. New Zealand 21 for 3.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
New Zealand 21 for 3 in 4.1 overs. Somani, the skipper, failing to commit to that drive. Gave an easy catch to Jason Oates at extra cover, and New Zealand in a lot of trouble. 3 early wickets for them.
What a way to start an over by White, and pressure is building up for New Zealand. 3 wickets down.
Yes, and that 3rd wicket brings Mason Robinson, the keeper for New Zealand, to the middle. right-handed bat. He'll be hoping to try and consolidate things for his side. They can't let more wickets fall here in the power play, or else we could be going home early, Khadija.
Well, that would be something nice, but not for the Kiwis.
Yes, definitely. The Kiwis wouldn't want that. Another good ball from White. Inviting the drive from Robinson, who obliges but drives straight to the field at cover point. Another look at the wicket. Somani not getting anywhere near the ball. Hence the ball went in the air to the field, to the catcher, who was brilliantly placed by Goodwin. This time wraps him on the pads. An appeal for LBW, but I think a height would have been a problem there, and umpire Asoka agrees. Take a look at the replay. A bit leg side as well, but came back towards the stumps. Robinson now gets off the mark. Another close LBW decision, Khadija. Could have gone either way on second viewing. But unlike us, who are privileged with the replays, umpires only get to that one look.
Indeed, missing the Hawkeye now.
Yes, maybe in future editions of this Over-50s World Cup, we'll see Hawkeye come into the picture as well.
Y'all are watching us live on the Papare Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. The IMC Over-50 World Cup happening here at Sri Lanka. 6 matches across the nation.
Craig Foster looking in good touch. He seems to be watching the ball nicely, playing it under his eyes. He's on 8 of 9. And he'll hope he can bat long and bat deep and take New Zealand close to that target of 205. Invites him for the drive. A good stop by the skipper there at mid-off. Keeps it down to a single. At the end of 5 overs, New Zealand 23 for 3.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujitha 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking. Amazing. This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
So after 5 overs, New Zealand 23 for 3. Good start here for the Zimbabwe Over-50s. The New Zealand Over-50s needs to bring up a partnership here, because the likes of the top order already in the pavilion now. So giving a roundup on the Sri Lanka-Namibia game. And, Namibia 128 all out. In Sri Lanka currently, after 12 overs, 69 for no loss. Shaminder.
Seems like a simple, comfortable win for the Lankans. They've been having a good run this tournament so far, unbeaten. This would be their 4th win this tournament, leading the points table.
Talking about the Canada-India match. Canada has scored 251 runs against India in their 45 overs, and India currently 5 for no loss. And Pakistan, West Indies, Pakistan scoring 248 for 8, and West Indies 32 for 1. And Wales, South Africa, another good game. Wales 186 for 7. They are 45 overs, and South Africa 31 for 2. So those are the updates on the other games here. And currently New Zealand 22 for 3, chasing a score of 206. That's firmly driven. The classic cover drive there to the boundary. That was flown along the ground. Pitched up delivery on the trot there. Beautifully played.
Classy stroke making by Robinson there. Didn't try to overhit the ball.
It was like a push towards the boundary. Got it completely right off the blade and went past through that extra cover and cover field in between. A tossed up delivery again, taking it full in that single after mid-off.
Brings us to the end of the 6th over. New Zealand 27 for the loss of 3.
මම ගජමෑන්.
Seventh over in progress. Clipped on the leg side by Robinson. White continues from the Park Road end into his 4th over. So New Zealand chasing a target of 206.
Yeah, Foster and Robinson needs to chip in now because they need a proper good partnership on this run chase. Beautifully bowled there. Lovely delivery. Pitch outside the off stump. Did you see that ball just getting that seam cut? And very watchfully played there by Foster.
Encouraging signs even for the fast bowlers here.
Yeah, it's 2:30 now, and you see still you get that swing of the track, and that's what I was saying. This Duke pink-ish, hot pink Duke ball tends to swing until like the 15th over, and it's short and cut away straight to the field there.
Yeah, the Duke is generally fast bowler's favorite pick. Generally gets better as the ball gets older. If you're able to maintain that shine on one side. It's a hard ball. Quite different to the Kookaburra.
Yeah, if you're playing in England, Jimmy Anderson with the Duke balls, you won't be able to face him at all. That's a wayward delivery down there to the boundary line in the fine leg. Yeah, he brings it in and out. Jimmy Anderson, the Dukes.
Batsmen also sometimes favor the Duke ball because it's a harder ball. If you make good connect, it tends to rocket to the boundary.
Yeah, if you hit the middle of the blade, it flies off the bat. Oh, that's a bad delivery. Another one from White. This is the third one on the leg side now. Poor delivery. Probably he's feeling that heat coming in to the 4th over. He tried to get it, probably the in swinger to the batter, and getting off track there.
It's something you see with fast bowling. The more tired you get, try to push the ball more rather than hit the deck. When you try pushing the ball, your wrist position is crucial. Slight variation in that wrist position.
Jamida, I like to see the spinners coming in early. See, after 3 wickets, and the fast bowlers probably would have done their part, and probably get Nalaka Fernando in. He's in top-notch form, picking up 5 wickets. Get him to bowl from the box end, because like Nathan said earlier in the pitch report, when I saw at the middle of the pitch, there you see even White is bowling from the same end, just in front of the right-hander, offside of him. There's a bit of a roughness those areas, because it's a used wicket, and probably the day before yesterday, because we had a day off, couple of days. So that's the end of the 7th over. It's 32 for 3.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Rajiv, just bouncing off your comment of the spin being used mostly from the Park Road end. So Dubé for New Zealand. Oh, thick outside edge. Misses the slip fielder. There was a chance.
That was a chance, but probably the ball just pitched before the fielder there. There's not much of pace in the ball of Goodwin.
Probably why the slip fielder is placed a little wider than the orthodox position. Good shot off the back foot.
Nice punch.
Drive.
A nice punch here by Foster. It's flying towards that wide extra cover fielder there.
Yeah, Foster and Robinson now, they look way settled. They've spent decent time at the wicket now. Getting on the back foot, punching it onto the offside. Foster has played some delightful drives on the off. Hopefully we see more of it. Good win continues from the Havelock club end. Driven for no run. Zimbabwe trying to slow things up a little, taking the time, not rushing the batsman. Might be the better call right now, given that New Zealand looking quite comfortable. Five off the over so far from Goodwin. Again off the back foot. Driven. Misfield allows for the batsman to take two. New Zealand would look to go at a rate of 6 and over.
They have picked up that pace. They have picked up that run rate, but they need the partnership. So looks like it's gonna go good for New Zealand so far. So after 8 overs, 39 for 3.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
Look at this. The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
So New Zealand looking to put on a strong partnership, build the inning. These two batsmen will have to at least see them through to the 15th to the 20th over. Put on at least another 30-40 runs. That will put them in a commanding position of this game. Right now, the game hangs in the balance. Still see pace being operated from the Park Road end. This is the end that favored the spin when it came to the Zimbabwe inning. You see a swap in strategies between the two teams. Maybe not using the conditions as much as they should, Zimbabwe.
What I see, Goodwin needs to bring in the spins as soon as possible. Get that to break this partnership. Get that price wicket again. Foster, he looks in good touch. That's driven firmly, and that's a brilliant shot again there. And a pitched up delivery. This is tiring legs for the two fast bowlers probably. So they need to make some changes here now. That's the replay of it. Lovely drive there. And the ball flown towards that New Zealand camp there. Sitting at the dugout.
White definitely showing signs of tiredness.
That's another quick single there. So slowly these two batters are building their partnership. And interesting, this is going to go. If the Zimbabwe spinners can get a few wickets, then it's their game. That's what I felt, but looks like from the New Zealand camp, they have some good aggressive batting stroke players. That's got away again. This is poor bowling. A lot of loose deliveries, boundary balls here. So White continuing to bowl his 5th over and already given away 26 runs.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's taken off the attack after this over. Definitely showing signs of fatigue. Change of field as well. Point fielder drops to sweeper to give some protection on the off.
Just up delivery again in the fall. So that's the end of the 9th over. New Zealand 48 for 3.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
New Zealand need 148 runs of 216 balls. Comfortable, provided they have wickets in hand. See a change of bowling from the Havelock Park end. Seems like Fernando's into the attack.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. So I think Brian Goodwin heard me. You need to bring the spinners in. And because already the runs are flowing off the seamers. Because the wicket looks pretty dry now. Good for the fast bowlers to bat on. And you need to bring your spinners in. The likes of Kashula, he bowls just wicket to wicket. Now like a Fernando.
Zimbabwe definitely need to slow things down. Runs leaking from their end. Poor bowling being the key contributor for it.
Yeah, good start there for Nalaka Fernando. Continuing to bowl his good deliveries here since yesterday. Interesting to see getting some spin off this track.
Yeah, Robinson just indicating there as well that ball gripped off the wicket. Oh, is that a chance put down?
Interesting to see that replay. The ball got straightened up, but that is the favourite end. Even I bowled from that end most of the time when I was playing for Coles. Yes, that's a chance. So Nalaka Fernando would have got off Robinson there. Would have been interesting.
There would have been shambles for New Zealand. Oh, tossed up, full toss. Probably slipped off the hand.
Yeah, that's a poor delivery. Probably got a little upset about that drop catch, and returns with a juicy full toss. A poor delivery.
Robinson wasn't going to miss out on that. He's played himself in now. Played some delightful cover drives off the fast bowlers. Got his eye in now. He's on 16 runs off 19. Foster providing good support with 18 off 22. Fernando darts it in. Up to his mark for his last delivery of his first over. Short.
Got away with it. And that ball to end the 10th over. New Zealand Over-50s, 52 for 3.
Catch the action of the Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 live. Enjoy 2 tests and 2 ODIs from 29th January to 14th February. Live on Dialogue Television, 10 Cricket and Sony Sports 5 HD.
So New Zealand Over-50s 52 for 3. We saw spin coming in the previous over, Nalaka Fernando. And now we get Kashula in. So we have a co-commentator in with me. Good afternoon, Polly.
Good afternoon, Rajiva. Well, New Zealand 52 for 3, recovering from 21 for 3. Well, these two have done a good job up to now. Mason Robinson is on 16 and Craig Foster on 18. Well, New Zealand depends a lot on these two. There are two top-order batsmen that Pitri and Ho both were dismissed quite early.
Yeah, quite silly shots. What I saw, just uppishly played shots straight to the fielders. And so, Polly, you're part of the New Zealand side. What do you think? Do you have enough batters to chase this down?
I think 205 runs is a reasonable target for New Zealand batting. But of course, they lost a couple of wickets quite early. So they got to recover from there. They got to build on a partnership. And these two have put on a good partnership up to now. They got to consolidate now. That's their duty. Foster and Robinson. Robinson played some lovely shots in the previous over.
Yeah, both love to go along the ground. And those classic cover drives, punches. There I go. Another shot. Taking it short. And taking the room away outside the off stump and cutting it way through that third man. Short third and the point fielder to the another boundary. So this is what I was talking about. They're building a partnership from 21 for 3. And what the Zimbabwe spinners need to bowl is probably those dot balls to make sure not give those boundary balls. And there was a chance gone begging in the previous over of Robinson. So those things are the disadvantage. Those drop catchers, those boundary balls are negative for Zimbabwe Over-50s.
Yes, definitely the chance might be a bit costly because you see him batting very well. That's a bit of misfield there. Allows the batsman to get a crossover for a single. So 57 on the board. You see that they need 149 runs in 205 deliveries. There's still a long way to go for New Zealand.
Yeah, but these two batters are more positively they are batting. So you can see even the run rate. So that's the end of the 11th over, 58 for 3. And we will go for a short drinks break.
Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
58 for 3 New Zealand after being 21 for 3, a 37-run partnership between these two, Robinson and Foster. They got to consolidate this partnership. 206 runs is the target. Still a long way to go. While Zimbabwe got the initial breakthroughs, they got to press on it. They got to get wickets at regular intervals if they want to stop New Zealand getting up to that 206. Well, if New Zealand bat the 45 overs, definitely they'll get that target. That's on the back foot and pulled away nicely towards mid-wicket. There's runs there. Nalaka Fernando, Sri Lankan origin, playing for Zimbabwe. Right arm off spinner, bowling from the Havelock Sports Club, and tossed up again and driven firmly but straight to the fielder. Well, I'm sure Foster must be regretting that. There was a boundary for the asking. That one a quicker one.
That was the line he was bowling yesterday, and probably he needs to bowl and continue to be accurate to bowl the same lengths and same lines. And earlier he bowled a juicy full toss and a short delivery which we got away. There you go. See, that's what I'm talking about. Those are the perfect lines. And I have been playing in this ground, Polly. I was also bowling from that far end of from the Havelock Sports Club ground end. But today morning in the pitch report, when Nathan was giving the pitch report for us, I saw if you bowl from this Park Road end, there's a huge patch on the offside for the right-handers, and he would have probably bowled from this end, from the Combox end here.
Yeah, yesterday I was commenting at the Wales-India game, and that's hit up Ashley and dropped.
Oh.
That's a bad miss.
Is that the captain
Robinson
there?
been dropped.
Yeah, now 2 catches in 2 overs. That's a good win there, and that's the end of the 12th over. That's the replay.
Robinson यहाँ पे यहीं पे तीन फर्स्ट नहीं उसे के ना फर्स्ट और ये के ना रॉबिन्सन तो मैं बैट कराने रॉबिन्सन कोटे के ना रॉबिन्सन हाँ देंग हरी मार के रो हरी that's trying to flick it away down the leg side. $61 on the board, although our tag says 58. That one to Robinson, driving nicely straight down towards deep mid-off, gets a single. Well, these two batters have been playing that shot very often, getting those drives well. Mason Robinson in particular.
That was the last ball.
That was a drop chance.
That was the last ball of Nalaka Fernando's over. So these are the things, the silly mistakes that Zimbabwe are doing at this moment. They would have broken this partnership in the second or the third ball. Nalaka Fernando's catch of Foster, I think they dropped the catch, and now the previous over Robinson gave another catch. So those two batters would have been in the dugout or with the pavilion now in 2 consecutive 2 overs. But the Zimbabwe fielders have dropped these 2 batters. So they both have new lives now.
Yeah, Rajiv, that's what they say. Catchers win matches. You cannot drop catches like this and win a match. This is giving the bowlers an additional wicket to be taken, right? When you get that opportunity, you must grab it.
And Polly, yesterday...
This time he cuts it away nicely. That's going down towards third man. That's a long chase there. A bit of misfielding again. 4 more runs to New Zealand. They'll be pretty happy with it. Well, Zimbabwe cannot give runs like that. They got to stop those balls.
Yeah, there you go. The short delivery cut away firmly there. And flying towards the third man region. A bit of footy by Warhorse there, but still the ball has far to.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some kick, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Well, some kind of recovery developing up in the New Zealand camp. That's nicely played. But of course, there is a fielder down there in deep mid-on. That's Goodwin, the captain. Brian Goodwin stops it. Just a single.
Yeah, Brian himself dropped the catch in the previous over.
Yes, definitely. Both these two batters have got lives. That's tossed up again. Hit firmly, but didn't get hold of it properly. Goes to the mid-off fielder. 68 on the board. 68 for 3 from 21 for 3. New Zealand. That's tossed up again. Oh, played defensively. That could have been easily put towards the mid-wicket boundary.
It is a tricky ball, and he bowled few of this earlier.
No, Rajiv,
yesterday.
I think the flight he gives plenty of time. You got to go and meet the ball. You cannot play it from the crease. You got to go and meet that ball. That's hit firmly again, but this time straight towards extra cover. No run.
Yeah, what I can see is he has the mid-on fielder is up on the circle there, and he bowls those juicy, tempting half volleys, those flighted deliveries. Probably he would have had one fielder down there in the cow corner, inviting the batter to go after him. He has a mid-wicket, but it needs someone straighter up there. There you go again. Polly, I was talking about the fielding, and yesterday we had, that's the end of the 14th over, and 68 for 1, 68 for 3, New Zealand Over-50s.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Bhusal Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So Cashula continues from the Park Road end. Flex it straight to the square leg fielder. So yesterday we had Tim behind the stumps for, and there you go, Tim. He was wicket keeping for the Zimbabwe Over-50s in two stumpings and a brilliant juggling catch.
One thing, as I was telling Rajiv, these players, they are rotating their team. They're giving opportunities for every player, because all of them might be wanting to play in this tournament. So everyone must be getting an opportunity of at least 2-3 games to play. That's their plan, to give opportunities for all the players. They have 17 in the squad.
Yeah, today we have Malcolm Jones behind the stumps for the Zimbabwe Over-50s.
That's a tossed-up delivery down the leg side, trying to sweep. Wide been signaled by umpire Soka de Silva. That's going down, so it will be 3 wides, 2 runs taken there.
Yeah, this is indisciplined bowling, and they need to keep it tight, though they have dropped 2 chances off these 2 batters. They need to keep it tight, and probably...
So that will definitely bring up the 50-run partnership.
Yeah, that brings up the 51 partnership. They were 21 for 3 at one stage when these 2 batters got together, and now the game is back at the New Zealand's hand, I would say, because after those 2 drop catches, they would have been 60 for 5, Polly. So back at the game.
Yes, definitely. New Zealand depends a lot on these two. Had they been dismissed, then definitely they would have been in deep trouble. They have the batting, no doubt, but once you start losing wickets, the pressure builds on in the other batters. And cricket in particular is a pressure game. You apply a lot of pressure on the opposition. That's the end of that over. So it's 14 gone, 73 for 3.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Shot. That's nicely played. Straight down to the sweeper cover. Just getting a single. That's exactly. This is the style they should play. They should play along the ground. There are plenty of time left. Plenty of overs in their hands. They have developed a partnership now. They should not throw it away. Once you develop batting in this wicket, Rajiv, I think they should try to continue batting, not to throw it away. Because I saw, as you said earlier, there was a patch. What I wanted to say in this Wales versus India game, that ball was keeping low on that end.
From the Park Road end. Yes, that's what I was saying, because there was a huge rough patch for the right-handers. So probably they need to stick and change up, bring Nalaka Fernando for the Zimbabwe Over-50s from this end, from the Park Road end. And probably he would have had a better run, getting some better grip from the pitch there.
That's nicely worked away down towards deep square leg. Square leg fielder coming round it. Well, runs got to be taken. There would have been 2 there. But Robinson sending Foster back. Mason Robinson, a very, very agile player. 62 years of age. Still keeping wickets for New Zealand.
In fact, he is eligible to play even the over-60s. But
this thing is, Rajiva, every ball you have to get down and get up, bend down and get up. That's not easy to do.
It's not
even
easy.
For a not normal wicket keeper. Well, you have played cricket, you know much better than me.
It's tucked
not
away
easy.
nicely towards the square region. And so that's the end of another over. New Zealand Over-50s 75 for 3.
New Zealand have recovered from those 3 early wickets inside the first 5 overs. They find themselves at 75 for 3 now. Foster and Robinson looking quite comfortable and settled out in the middle. Especially Foster, he's been timing the ball beautifully. Kashula to continue. And joining me up in the comm box is Shaminder.
Good afternoon, Nathan.
Good afternoon. Kashula has been a bit inconsistent with his lines and length so far.
Not much threat from Kashula. He's just tried to... quick single. Would have been tough had he gotten a direct hit in. But no such threat from Kashula in the past couple of overs. And this.
Yes, so Zimbabwe just letting the game slip away from them if they don't strike now, or at least keep the runs down. This pair could very easily finish off the game, considering they haven't been taking their catches as well, dropping both of these batters.
Yeah, both batsmen living on extra lives. Batting their second inning.
As a Kashula bowling from the favourable end for the spinners, the Park Road end. Trying to pitch it in that rough. And
Good bit of fielding there by Lindsay. Stopped a certain boundary.
Yes, Lindsay at point, he took a catch early on as well in the same area. Good dive in one-handed stopper from him. Saves 3 runs for the team.
Didn't seem the most athletic effort. Gets the job done regardless.
Once again tries to aim for that rough. This time though, Foster manages to get into the gap, and a Goodwin chases in vain as that teases him away to the boundary. Moves on to 82. Does the score for for New Zealand, as that brings an end to the 16th over.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD. ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂන් නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
It's New Zealand 82 for 3 after 17. Fernando to continue from the Havelock Sports Club end.
Surprising that he's continued from that end. But I'd like to see him come on from the Park Road end, where most of the spinners did get some bang for their money.
Yes, and Fernando has looked the better spin option for Zimbabwe so far.
He definitely looked the most threatening.
Kachula not offering much with the ball so far in his spell. Might be a better call for Goodwin to get his best spinner on the day to bowl from the favourable end into that rough. Considering both this pair are right-handers as well.
Tossed up short, outside off. Cuts away. Finds the fielder. Without much trouble to the scoreboard.
This time drags that one down the leg side. Jones collects, but another extra added to the total.
Fernando ambos in, tossed up on the off stump, driven. Not much threat from the Zimbabwe lineup. Fernando trying to keep things tight, but doesn't seem to be too threatening to take wickets.
It's certainly Shamin that we definitely expected more purchase for the spinners on a spin-friendly surface like this. Unfortunately, the bowlers for Zimbabwe haven't been able to extract that as yet.
We're actually looking forward to it during the inning. Heaved over, mid off, one bounce to the boundary. Foster picks up good 4 runs, much needed.
Yes, brings an end to the over. Foster looking very good here. New Zealand 86 for 3. Kachula to continue.
It's nice to see that the facilities of Sri Lankan sport improve. Colombo courts went through a bit of a facelift, an improvement in facilities. Just adjoining BRC, same case, a lot of improvement going.
Yes, this Havelock Town area as well. A lot of sporting venues in this vicinity. Just behind us, we have the Havelock Park Sports Complex, home to the Havelock Sports Club. Currently second in the club rugby table. As you said, Shamin, the BRC grounds right next to us. And a little bit further away, we have the Henry Pedris ground and the basketball court. So good facilities here, and as you said, nice to see the facilities available to Sri Lankan sportsmen as a whole improving, which are great signs for the future.
Definitely encouraging signs. As we see Kachula come in. Quick single by the two New Zealand batters.
Pitching it in the rough this time, guided away to a square leg.
With Kachula's approach, you're not going to get much purchase off those rough patches in the wicket.
It's not making enough effort is Kachula. Quite lethargic in his approach to the crease. And that's beautifully punched into the gap at extra cover by Foster. He collects another boundary. Takes the total up to 96.
Making things very comfortable for the Kiwis. Field setting also rather poor. If that's the line and length, he's going to keep bowling. I would rather give him a bit more protection on the offside. Cover that cover drive of these two batsmen who've been playing that cover drive to good effect.
Yes, not for the first time today. This pair has beaten the gap at extra cover. Now overcompensates, drops that one short. Unable to get that away, Foster. And that brings an end to the 19th over. It's 96 for 3.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
19 overs into a chase of 206 runs. New Zealand currently find themselves at 96 for 3. This pair looking quite settled. New Zealand were in a lot of early trouble at 21 for 3 after 5 overs. After some good bowling from the opening pair for Zimbabwe.
Just to give you some news from the Sri Lanka-Namibia game. Sri Lanka over-50 have won by 8 wickets. They've taken just 19.3 overs to get you their target of 128. They made 131 for the loss of 2.
Yes, Fernando. Yes, as you said, Shamin, there's 6 games happening back-to-back simultaneously across Sri Lanka. All part of the IMC Over-50s World Cup. Nicely punched down the ground by Foster. He's looking really comfortable. He's probably seen that ball like a football.
Yeah, both these players are now well set. That also brings a lot of responsibility for the two. They'll want to bat out this inning.
Yes, Foster moves on to 41 runs, just 9 away from his half century. Short and wide. Unfortunately for Robinson, he finds the fielder.
Fernando tosses it up. There's some good fielding off his own bowling. Stops a certain single.
Zimbabwean attack at the moment looking rather toothless. It's a flighted ball. Plays and misses does Robinson. And that brings an end to the 20th over. New Zealand 98 for 3.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
New Zealand 2 runs short of 100 runs. Going at almost 5 runs and over. Healthy run rate. Would comfortably get to their total. 205, provided they have these 2 batsmen, seeing them through at least up to the next 10 overs. Zimbabwe, on the other hand, need to desperately pick wickets now. They're trying to run the score dry, but right now what they really need, Kadi, are wickets.
Looks like a promising partnership, doesn't it, Jaminder? And Zimbabwe did have the chance to take them out of the field. 2 drop catches.
Both these batsmen on their second lives.
Costing them a lot. Costing Zimbabwe a lot.
And both those chances weren't half chances. They were quite straightforward, pretty simple chances, which Zimbabwe team definitely missed out on. Now have to work extra hard since these batsmen have played themselves in.
Indeed, Shaminder, they look very comfortable in the pitch, and it's high time Zimbabwe breaks it for a win.
See a small pause in the game. Not sure what for. Seems like a substitution.
Shamin, I'm sure the scorching heat must be challenging for the players.
For sure. Very warm day in Colombo. Not much cloud cover as well, blue skies. Fresh change given the pollution that we've had in the air the past couple of weeks and months.
Indeed, Shaminder. Today looks very clear and clean. In the heart of Colombo, Colombo Colts Cricket Club, bringing you the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025 live on the Papare.
මම ගජමෑන්.
So play commences at the Colts. The change of bowling for Zimbabwe. Seems to be Jason Oates taking the Duke to his end.
Not to forget his promising strike on the first innings, Shaminder, which led Zimbabwe for this total.
Most certainly put on the most contribution for the men in red. Tight line and length to start off. Flighted, played along the ground to long on. It's on a single to the board.
Shaminder, the Kiwis should look into taking singles too to make them comfortable.
They'll definitely need to keep the scoreboard ticking. They wouldn't want to be too complacent as well. Leave things to the end. They would want to finish this game as soon as possible. One, to get off the heat. And two, to also make sure they win the game. Which brings us to the end of the 21st. New Zealand, 100 runs for the loss of 3.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujitha 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So 100 runs for the loss of 3 at the end of 21. New Zealand comfortable, but would want to make the most of this commanding position. 2 batsmen on 42 and 30.
Indeed, Shaminder, quite promising partnership by the Kiwis. The partnership that the New Zealand team needed after a few early wickets.
Fernando to continue from the Havelock Park end. Still fail to see why Fernando hasn't bowled a single over from the Park Road end, where it's favoured for the spinners. Probably a preference of Fernando. Feels more comfortable bowling from the Havelock Park end, most likely. Sometimes players have that psychological barrier as well. Fernando must be at the top of his game, bringing in confidence.
Shaminder, it's nice to hear a familiar surname every time an international game is played, doesn't it?
For sure, and also nice to see a local play for a foreign side. Always proud of our own product. Flighted, picked up, gets a boundary over to the long on region. Welcome boundary for the Kiwis. Craig Foster missing out on that flighted delivery. Was meant to be hit. Zero risk. Fernando follows it up with a very loose ball outside off. Umpire signals a wide.
Showing that this game has been filled with extras, and extras has helped the scoreboard tick fast.
I believe it was 20 extras in the Zimbabwe inning as well. Not to mention, these are over 50 young men battling it out there, so give them a bit of leeway as well as they pop in for a drink. Zimbabwe 106 runs for the loss of 3 at the end of 22.
මම ගජමෑන්.
See the New Zealand batting card so far. Petrie was sent to the pavilion quite early along with Andrew. But Foster and Robinson putting on a good show for New Zealand, steadying the ship. Skipper Somani left early as well, just facing 6 deliveries for his single run. 13 extras already in the 22. Kadi, as you mentioned, extras have been heavy in this game.
Indeed, Shaminder.
33 extras in both innings combined so far. Zimbabwe bowling, not a pretty picture if you are from the African continent. White, pick up the bowlers, picking up 2 wickets in his 5 overs, conceding 26 runs. Goodwin bowled 4, conceded 5 each over for a single wicket. And the Sri Lankan born Nalaka Fernando, 7 overs, 28 runs. Haven't been able to pick up any wickets between him, Kashula and Oates.
Couple of costly overs from Zimbabwe, isn't it, Shaminder?
Costly indeed. This water break is definitely going to be a crucial one for Zimbabwe. Good for them to regroup, recuperate, communicate amongst themselves, lift their spirits up as well.
And here's the match summary. New Zealand need 96 runs from 138 balls.
Foster and Robinson, as you see on screen, high scorers for New Zealand. A lot depend on the two of them, as we see the fall of wickets. Loose shot there by the Kiwi opener. Once again, finding the fielder in both occasions. Loose shots played by all three batsmen of New Zealand who made the walk back to the pavilion. These two men in the middle right now putting on a good show for the Kiwis.
Indeed, Charmin, the promising partnership by the Kiwis. And I guess after the revival, Zimbabwe is ready for a knock.
Oaks to continue from the Park Road end. Tossed up. Short of a length. No bother to the score. Even with Oaks, not much effort going into the delivery. Misfield. Batsmen decide not to take that extra single.
We've seen quite a lot of misfields here from the Zimbabwean team. I think it's going to cost them a lot. It has cost them with this stable partnership from the Kiwis.
It was mostly the downfall for the New Zealanders when they were in the field as well. Poor fielding. They had a couple of chances go down. And also lapses in field, allowing for additional runs to creep through. Zimbabwe would want to learn from those mistakes that the New Zealanders made. Try to be on top of their fielding, but thus far it hasn't been the case. Both these batsmen, as we mentioned, on their second lives, playing their second inning of this game.
I can relate to Robinson so much now, Shaminder, to have his glasses cleared. With the scorching heat, with the sweat dripping, should be difficult, for sure.
I used to be a part of the Ratmalana blind school cricket team, coaching them, and I had a bit of experience trying to play blind cricket. So I can imagine having your vision impaired, playing cricket, not an easy task.
Quite challenging, isn't it? So talk more about it, Shaminder.
It was a brilliant experience. I had no prior experience to blind cricket before. It was a friend who called me up because they needed some help at the school. It was an eye-opening experience for me personally, for the lack of better terminology. To see those young kids below the age of 16 taking up a sport that we love so dearly and playing it in a very challenging form. And Robinson, with that single, makes his half century, an important one for New Zealand. As we come to the end of the 23rd over, New Zealand on a Nelson for the loss of 3.
Mama Gajaman.
At the end of the 23rd over, New Zealand 112 for 3 and a much needed half century by Foster.
Very important indeed. Carrying the weight of the inning on his shoulders, Foster and Robinson right now. They need 93 runs off 131 balls. The deficit between the two shrinking. And if Zimbabwe continue at this pace of slowing things down and really trying to bring that ball to run ratio a little closer to each other, we might have a game on our hands. But right now, as things stand, New Zealand seem to be in a commanding position. They still have wickets in hand, plenty of overs left.
Shaminda, isn't it quite promising to see this partnership? They started off with 2 early wickets and then this partnership going strong. A wicket is what Zimbabwe needs.
Partnerships can always take the game away from you, any side. No matter how good you are and how good of an attack you may have, if the batsmen put their heads down, communicate well amongst themselves, know their role, and are able to understand and read the situation like these two batsmen have been doing thus far, partnerships can definitely win matches. Foster tries to heave it over to the front of the wicket, finds the toe end of the bat to bring us to the end of the 24th. New Zealand 115 runs for the loss of 3.
Shaminda, with the Dialogue Big Match season coming up very soon, we'll have all the matches, most of the matches covered live on the Papare.
You see some glorious stroke making by Greg Foster. Really took on the batting, took it in his stride. Current partnership 6 short of 100, coming off 125 deliveries. That's quite impressive. Current required run rate of 4.37. Comfortable. And with this risk-free cricket that New Zealand are playing right now, should take it home easy.
Pressure building up for the Zimbabwean.
Pressure definitely building, Kadi, but then I don't see New Zealand taking much of an approach to negate that pressure either, to counter that pressure. They've had quite relaxed field setting, questionable at times with the line and length they've been bowling. Again, as I mentioned, full and outside off stump. These two batsmen have been driving the ball quite confidently, and the field has not been set to protect those boundaries that they have been leaching out.
That was a good fielding effort by Goodwin. I mean, the over-50s, them putting effort to stop the ball.
Just off the reach of the mid-off fielder there.
Goes for a 4.
Bit of a risky shot there by Robinson. But now, these two batsmen definitely seeing the ball.
Here's a replay of the last boundary.
Oof, maybe a better timed jump. Could have got a hand to it as well, at least. Oates to continue. Conceded 7 already off his 3rd. Ooh.
Seems like a pretty costly over.
Dragged on. Oh no, given as buys. Last ball to come of Oates' over. His third. Finishes off quite strong to bring us to the end of the 25th over. New Zealand a 1-2-3 for the loss of 3.
Catch the action of the Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 live. Enjoy 2 tests and 2 ODIs from 29th January to 14th February. Live on Dialogue Television, 10 Cricket and Sony Sports 5 HD.
At the end of the 25th over, New Zealand 123 for 3. And with me joins Nathan at the Combox. Nathan.
Yes, after 3 early wickets, they were 21 for 3 at one point. Now a 100-run plus a stand between Mason Robinson and Craig Foster. Foster looking in a sublime touch. 55 of 76. Robinson also closing in on his half century. He's on 45 of 59. And after that good opening burst from the fast bowlers, the Zimbabwean attack has looked rather toothless.
Indeed, Nathan. What a promising partnership by the Kiwis.
Yes, really rescued their side from a position of bother. Nalaka Fernando now into his 9th and final over. He's been pretty economical, none for 33 of 8.4, but still not really finding any help from the surface. Unlike the Zimbabwean, unlike the Kiwi spinners, we saw their spinners extract some turn and bounce and find those rough patches, and Zimbabwe have been unable to replicate that and continue that momentum that they got with the new ball.
Indeed, Nathan. Nathan, according to your expertise, is the pitch acting up?
The pitch should be acting up, but I don't think the Zimbabwean attack is doing enough to extract all that help from the surface. As that brings an end to the 26th over. New Zealand 126 for 3.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So New Zealand Over-50s 126 for 3 after 26 overs. So far this partnership 105 runs. The third wicket was at 21. And these two have added 105. So I have a guest with me from the New Zealand camp. Good evening, Richard. Welcome to the Combox.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
So Oatsy bowling from the Park Road end. So far he has bowled 3 overs just for 12 runs. Talking about these two batters, they both have batted sensibly and mostly along the ground, taking that odd ball, the loose delivery, taking maximum of that loose delivery, Richard.
Yeah, they've both gone over the top when the field's been up, which has been good because the outfield's very fast, like most of the Sri Lankan grounds we've found. Once it's through, isn't it?
Yeah, if you find that ball going past that through the gap, it'll fly over to the boundary easily.
Mm-hmm. Which is good because you don't want to be chasing too many in this heat, especially for the. Might be all right for the Sri Lankan team. They'd be used to it. Mind you, a lot of those guys are living in Australia and New Zealand and different places, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, they have come down here, especially the Ingrams. I think they'll live abroad. So obviously played straight to the cover fielder there.
No, so this has been a really good partnership for New Zealand, and we're a bit nervous at 3 for
21.
3 for 21. Yeah, it was a terrible start, really. But I mean, I don't know whether it was fatigue of being in the field for 46 overs. We had no substitute fielder. These guys are hitting it down the ground well, so what they're doing well here is just turning it over, playing in the V, but not really taking any risks. But they're scoring at a run rate that's perfectly acceptable. So current partnership 107 runs. New Zealand are 78 runs away.
Yeah, plenty of balls, indeed, because they have kept that run rate. Oh, that went through to OT for another single. So that's the end of the 27th over. New Zealand Over-50s, 129 for 3.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So New Zealand Over-50s, 129 for 3. After 27 overs, they have done a tremendous job here. And chasing the target of 206 runs. It's like an easy walk to the park here for New Zealand.
Well, it is at the moment. I mean, these wickets, it's a very good wicket, and it's a very fast outfield. And it's hard to stop people scoring at 5 and over if they've got a partnership in. The only way you can really do it is either exceptional bowling or taking wickets and, you know, hoping the new batsman gets overly cautious.
You need to wait until the batter does some mistake in these kind of wickets, because the bowling has to be otherwise, like you said, exceptionally well. Either you need to spin the ball or get the ball seaming.
Yeah.
Apart from that, it's a walk through the park for all the batters here. A lot of runs being scored in every game.
Yep.
Unless your side is probably weak. Then there you go, just nudged it through the legs, and another boundary for New Zealand Over-50s, and probably that brings the 50 for Robinson.
He's batted well, and he was the keeper today for New Zealand, so he's been up and down a lot. He will be very, very...
Yeah, that's it. That's his 50.
Yeah.
He has done a tremendous job, and behind the stumps as well, and coming into bat when the team was 21 for 3. And his partnership is creating...
Well, they'll just be talking to each other and saying, keep going.
Exactly.
That's what they'll be saying. They'll be saying, not out at the end. Do not let anyone else come in here. They don't need to take any chances, and they probably still will. They probably will play a couple of flamboyant shots because they can't help themselves, but they'll be fighting themselves just to punch it down the ground. There's long on, long off back, and they can pretty much do that without any risk.
Richard, to give you a small update, both these batters gave chances.
Yeah.
And at one stage, I was, if I'm not mistaken, New Zealand Over-50s could have been 60 for 5.
Yep.
And that was the major downfall for the Zimbabwe Over-50s when they were 21 for 3, and they dropped those 2 catches off these batters. There you go, tiring legs, another misfield, 2 more runs for Foster there.
Yeah, well, that's the thing at this level. At over-50s, you do get fielding mistakes. You do get drop catches. Teams don't tend to take all of them, because these guys are looking very tired in the field.
It's firmly driven over extra cover there, brilliantly played, and that's another boundary for Foster to end the over. Costly over there, 11 runs coming off the 28th over. New Zealand Over-50s 140 for 3.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some kick, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
So current partnership 119 runs. This is the 50 for Mason Robinson. See, everything pitched up. He went flying past through those fielders, getting those boundaries. Loves to go over the field as well. So brilliantly played there by Mason Robinson. And what a knock. He's so happy there.
He will sleep tonight, that boy.
Probably he will get to bed by 8 o'clock.
Probably will. He will be tired.
There's a day off for everyone tomorrow.
Thankfully,
so,
yeah. Well, like you were saying, you know, Sri Lankan club players wouldn't play 2 days in a row.
Yes, definitely. Because if you have a one-day game, you definitely get a day off, and then every other day you'll have matches coming in. But it will be throughout about 7-8 games every other day, unless you get a bye or something. But every other day you get games, but not the same the next day. Tossed up delivery straight to the bowler's hands there.
Well, our final 2 games are England and Sri Lanka.
That'll be the most toughest
Double
opponents.
header. Yeah, well, I mean, they're the two, you know, both unbeaten at this stage. So, and I spoke to the organiser and he said he was the organiser. I said, oh, you gave us a double header with Sri Lanka having the day off the day before and playing on the second day. And he put a big smile on his face. That is why you organise a tournament, so you can do little manoeuvres like that. I mean, it'd be very hard to back up a second day.
Cut away firmly again. For another single for Foster there. So, yeah. Sometimes I feel the pain that these over 50 players go through in the middle, and there you see the fielder there, the extra cover. It's hard to bend even at this time because they are Zimbabweans playing the second day on a trot. So it's really hard for all these over-50s, especially because of this heat, I suppose. I mean, it's so tiring.
Oh, it is.
You need to get a lot of liquids. I mean, proper liquids to and be hydrated in this kind of weather.
Sure do.
You might need a lot of electrolytes.
We're taking them. We're taking them every 5 overs. We're drinking. The batters are.
So that's the end of the 29th over. 142 for 3 New Zealand over-50s. So New Zealand over-50s need 64 runs in 96 deliveries. So required run rate is exactly 4 runs per over. That's pretty much the easiest task, probably. I mean, at the initial start, New Zealand over-50s had 4.5 runs per over. But now it has dropped down. See, in 29 overs, already have got 142 runs. And this is the current partnership, 121 runs in 149 deliveries, which is almost 25 overs. These two have batted together. And Foster on 64 with 83 balls. And Robinson 54 runs in 74 deliveries. So these two have batted throughout this time with a magnificent partnership.
Yeah, I mean, they're both top order players in New Zealand for their clubs. So Foster's still playing top grade cricket in Wellington and New Zealand. So he's certainly capable of facing these type of bowlers.
Yeah, from his stance, from his stroke play, can say that he is in top-notch form. And see, that was perfectly guided away to another boundary. Talking good about him, and he delivers again. And it's perfect batting. It was pitched outside the off stump. There's no protection at all in the boundary. Just guided away. It's like a late cut there. And another boundary for New Zealand. That's perfectly played. You call it the late cut.
Late cut, yeah.
It was pretty late to cut it, and it was
it's a
perfectly
reasonably on a
guided.
good wicket like this, where you know it's going to be there. It's a reasonably easy shot. There's no third man in, so just running it off the face, very low risk. And, that's a good ball. So it's White, the opening bowler, who started the innings.
Yeah, he's bowling outside the off stump with his outswingers, but we don't see a third man or a fielder there for that edge. If he got that edge, Foster there would have flown straight to through the keeper, passing the keeper. There's no protection down there. Yeah, that's a brilliant delivery. He still gets some cut seam off the track. It's perfectly driven there again for another boundary, and that's 2 boundaries in this over for Foster. Anything pitched up, he will go crashing it. And that's a replay. There you go. Also the off stump, driven firmly. No chance for that fielder.
Oh, someone sticks out a foot, and it's not going to be enough. So they're looking pretty tired, the Zimbabweans.
Yeah, they have given up the game probably. For me, that's what I can see. And from their body languages,
yeah,
it's
they're kind of waiting for a wicket, and that's going to be difficult. They've done pretty well. I mean, they scored a reasonable total. I don't know that 205 was a winning total, but it certainly gave a chance that if they got early wickets, which they did.
Yeah, they did. They probably would have held on to those catchers, and
well, that would have made it very interesting, because we're a man down. One man's very sick, so he may not have batted. And we're resting a few players as well, so our batting order isn't as long as it normally is.
So, Richard, how many of the players are involved in this over-50s team? How many players have come down to Sri Lanka?
We've got 17.
17 players. Okay.
We had 17 players, a scorer, and 2 managers, or one sort of coach and one manager. And we always thought we'd lose a couple of players leading into the tournament, that someone might get injured, but it's too close to cut. Mason Robinson. We're going to do is get a little edge on that. But what we ended up losing, we lost one player who actually came to Sri Lanka for the World Indoor Cricket Tournament.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestone. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Yep. Talking about the team, Richard.
Yeah, we had 16 that we picked and that we were going to go with, and then one of them was dubious because he hurt his Achilles playing in the World Indoor Cricket Tournament in Sri Lanka a couple of months ago, and his Achilles never healed. So Lee Kelly. So he ended up pulling out about a week ago. Not a week. A week or so before the tournament, and so we picked up another player, and then 2 managers pulled out at the last minute. So our scorer is our manager. So and that is the joy of the over-50s sort of cricket. Everybody's doing it. No one's getting paid. I believe the England team have a touring squad of, quite a large one. They might have 18 players and about, we heard something like 12 or 14 helpers and coaches and
supporting staff,
physios, and probably some of them are.
So they're probably properly prepared for this.
They're properly prepared. Yeah, they're properly prepared.
That's over the bowler's head, and is it 1 bounce 6? No, 1 bounce 4, and Foster going right over the bowler's head there, straight as an arrow, and this is getting quite easy for the Kiwis here.
He's used his feet well there. He's come down. He could have come down a little bit more, but he's played it beautifully straight. The danger is in that situation is your bottom hand taking over, but he managed to keep it nice and straight.
I was expecting some spin off this track, but seems to be so far. Even tomorrow there won't be any spin. It looks a belter of a batting track.
Yeah.
And
it's a very good track.
Received again over the bowler's head. Another boundary for Foster. He moves to 80. He has a good chance here for a ton and go for his triple figures here, because there's about 45 runs, 45 to 47 runs just over the bowler's head there again. And this is good batting. 1 bounce 4. When you hit straight, nobody can set a field there. Tossed up delivery again. Quick single. He gets a strike. There's 1 ball left in this over.
Yeah, will he be well aware that he's only 18 runs off 100?
Yeah, probably the scoreboard needs to change and give all the updates.
It seems to. The total ticks over and the overs tick over, but the individual batters only really get made aware about every 10 overs or so.
Prior to this over, the scoreboard shows he's 70. So probably they're putting 10 by 10, and after the 90, they will go every run.
Okay.
So probably after this over, we'll see in this.
Mama Gajaman.
දැන් 82යිනේ. දැන් 70 තියෙන. So Robinson, he's on 55 now, and Foster is on 82. He's 18 short of his 100. There's 45 runs needed, so definitely he should be there. And looks like he's batting brilliantly here.
Well, he's only going to get himself out, isn't he? Same with Robinson. They should be there at the end.
What I feel is, Richard, these two batters needs to finish this game off, and probably that will be a positive approach, and that'll be certainly. That's diving effort there by White.
Yeah, we talked about it in a meeting yesterday. When you get in, you've got to take responsibility. You don't rely on batters below you to finish the job. When you get in, it's your job to take it all the way, and these guys will be well aware of that. And I guarantee they'll be talking about it and reminding each other all the time, because really it's only going to be a silly mistake that's going to get them out, it appears.
Nicely driven there to the sweeper cover region for another single. Yeah, in the first game when I was doing comms against the teams, South Africa was West Indies, and West Indies got 199. South Africa chasing, they had plenty of overs. They were 161 for 5. And there was one batter who was batting brilliantly. The West Indies bowlers didn't have a chance at all. So they had to get about 30 odd runs in 60 deliveries.
Right.
And this batter got out, and the entire team got all for 181.
Right.
So that's what's going to happen if these informed batters who need to continue the game and finish the game off.
That's it. Yep. Don't put anyone else under pressure. Oh,
we were talking about it, and he just got bowled.
He just got bowled by a good ball.
Yeah, that's a good Yorker from White.
Well, it was. It's unlikely you were going to get a good ball, but he got a reasonably good ball. I think he still feel he should have stopped that one, but let's have a look at it in the replay.
Yeah, he completely missed it. And even the bowler is surprised.
Bowler looks horrified.
So that's a great inning by Craig Foster. He departs for 82, facing just 94 deliveries. So New Zealand Over-50s 162 for 4. So that's the batting card for New Zealand. They were at one stage 21 for 3, and Foster and Robinson got together and they put on a partnership of 141 runs, and Foster just getting out the last ball just before the drinks break, and he scored 82 runs. Brilliantly executed at that moment when the team was down. They were 21 for 3, Richard. It's a good partnership from these two batters.
Oh, it was a really good partnership. Almost took it the whole way. It's not a bad thing for New Zealand. I mean, some of our top order batters have, like Petrie scored 100 against Australia in the warm-up game. The other opening batsman, Andrew Hoare, scored about 80 and a 40. So in some respects, you know, having a couple of guys in the middle order, we had a bit of a hiccup against USA, but it's good to see other batters getting a chance to get in, because it'll give them confidence. I mean, everyone will go into Namibia, but particularly the England, Sri Lankan final two. Most people will have had a chance and had a chance. It's always good to get runs under your belt, right, when you go into games.
Yeah, this is the New Zealand Zimbabwe bowling card so far. White picking up 3 wickets for the Zimbabwe Over-50s, and Goodwin 1. So no wickets for Nalaka Fernando. He picked up 5 yesterday against Namibia. So far, the New Zealand Over-50s riding high here at the Colts Cricket Club. They need 44 runs in 81 balls. And what I see is Robinson should see the game off now for New Zealand, because he can't lose his wicket now, because you can't bring in a new batter here in the middle.
No, anything could happen. He's got to take it through.
Yeah, because he's the most experienced now in the middle. So these are the wickets. That's the first wicket, and getting in that inside edge, and
that was me.
That was you, Richard.
Andrew Hoare caught behind, down back with square. There's only one man there. He's found him, gone straight to him. Adil Samani got tied up and faced 6 balls for 1 run, but probably just got a bit desperate. And there is Foster, just being cleaned out by White, he's bowled pretty well today. He's bowled straight. He's put a little bit of outswing on it, and he's kept all the batters honest.
Richard, the ball that he got out, I think the bat just turned a bit and it got the inside edge of it, and then he got bowled. Was it?
I didn't see that, but maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe he just.
You went out outside the off stump delivery and got that inside edge.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was just a loose shot, playing far too far away from the body. One of my things I was saying to myself is, keep the elbow leading, keep the shoulder closed. And that was everything that I'd said not to do.
Yeah.
So that was you have these plans. I was practicing in the mirror, and keep it tight. And then what happens? Maybe it was fatigue. You field for 45 overs, and you go out. And I played about 3 or 4 shots, which were equally as bad before that one that I could have been out to. So it's one thing to say do this, do that. It's another thing to do it, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
That's what the good players
so
do.
You scored 100 against Australia Over-50s in the warm-up game.
Mm-hmm. Where's the music coming from? There's a band.
It's going in the background.
There's always music around in Sri Lanka, isn't there? This coming from somewhere.
Either it's music or cricket.
Yeah. Oh dear.
That's a bad start just after the drinks break. So that brings Warren into the middle. Scott Warren.
So Warren is he's the wicket keeper for us. He kept for the first 10 overs before Mason Robinson came in and pulled rank on him and came out to the field with his gloves on, pads on, said I'll take over from here.
That went through him. He's given out and probably got that inside edge. There you go, one wicket falling and then another in the same over. So 43 runs more needed with 5 wickets in hand. This is a good over from White. He picked up his 4th wicket. This is what we were talking about earlier, Richard. So 1 wicket falling and then a new batter walking in. Yeah, probably got the inside edge there. Good catch.
Yeah, it was a good catch. One-handed,
Yeah,
very
one-handed.
low. Very low. Just above the grass and Scotty Warren, he's out first ball. I mean, it can always happen. New batters coming in, you put pressure on. I mean, the Sri Lankans will be tired. Yeah, bear in mind, they played yesterday. But they've got a sniff here. They've certainly got a sniff. So we'll see who it is. It's going to be... Who's the batter? Right-hander. It'll be Lee Bukorski, I think. Lee Bukorski. So he was the guy that was pulled into this New Zealand team a week before we travelled to the tournament as a replacement for Lee Kelly. So he's going to have to dig himself in and form a partnership. If they can form a partnership, it shouldn't be a problem, but you do have to get going, and he will be nervous.
You know, we see a slip coming in now. Watchfully played. So 2 wickets in this over, Richard. I mean, one stage, 163 for 3 now. That's the previous wicket. Getting that inside edge. A brilliant catch there by the wicket keeper there. Malcolm Jones behind the stumps. He's thrilled. Oh, and that went right through his legs, and that's a boundary. So 5 runs added there.
There you go, over-50s cricket. You take a brilliant catch 1 minute, through the legs the next. It's every ball, isn't it? And it doesn't matter what level you're playing, you've got to concentrate every single ball. Oh, it just went under his hands.
Yeah.
Just stayed low. He's tired. He ends up on his knees.
Yeah, I'm surprised he got that the low catch in the previous ball to dismiss Scott Warren.
Yep.
There's a lot happening that over, plenty of runs as well, and 2 wickets falling for New Zealand Over-50s. So 169 for 5 after 32 overs.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app, and thepapare.com.
So New Zealand Over-50s 169 for 5 after 32 overs. 2 wickets fell in the previous over. And White picking up 4 wickets now. He's bowled 7 overs, so this is going to be interesting. Now we see Oatsy into the attack again, and might need to bowl these wicket deliveries, get some spin, probably get a slip in, get some pressure off for the new batter, Bukorski. Lighter delivery, defensively played there.
Well, he does tend to throw it up in the air, so there's not much pace on the ball to work with, and he is very accurate, so he's the perfect type of bowler to be bowling to a new batsman who will be nervous. So the Sri Lankans are bring the field up, boundary fielders are coming in, and they're basically ringing him, and they're saying, you know, if you want to score runs, you're going to have to go over the top.
He brought a new fielder to the offside. Probably instead of that, I would like to see a slip coming in.
Right.
Tossed up delivery again. Good stop there by Otsi off his bowling.
And these dot balls create pressure for a batter. No batter wants to sit there and place dot balls, but they have got the field up. One of the issues with the field is not all of them can save the single. They're not the nimblest. It's well bowled.
It's well bowled, wicket to wicket. That's what we need, this experienced batter who is right there at the middle, Robinson, to make sure that the New Zealand team go past the line.
Oh dear.
Oh, that's not a good shot there by Bokowski. He went a wild swing there. The ball was right in the straight towards the stumps, and
well,
unlucky.
Unlike Foster earlier, who was going straight because his top hand was guiding it, that one really was the bottom hand coming in and pulling it through mid-wicket. And that's what happens when you're sort of more of a tail ender and you're a bit nervous. Because Robinson needs to face most of the balls at the moment, just to...
Oh, that went through the bat and pad there.
Hasn't the game changed?
Yeah, it does, definitely.
Hasn't the game changed? Mason Robinson knows he can't go out.
Which is the momentum of that partnership. The previous, it has gone back to the Zimbabweans now.
It has.
And see how... Oh, that's cut away. We were talking about momentum. Here we go, another boundary. It's a commentator's curse, I suppose. And that a brilliant over ending with a boundary, so a waste of a brilliant over.
Yeah.
So that's the end of the 33rd over, 174 for 5.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking. Amazing. This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
Mama Gajaman.
So 174 for 5. So we had got Bokowski in strike. And White bowling his 8th over. Picked up 4 wickets so far. Nicely notched away towards the third man region for another single.
That's a good shot. And his job, Lee Bukowski's job, is just to feed Robinson the strike. He doesn't need to go over the top like he tried to do the last over. He doesn't need to hit, clear the field off the spinners. He just needs to push the ones, feed Robinson, who's in. He's on 60. Let him do the work. He's the guy that's not under so much pressure. He's the one with his gander up, as he's been saying all day.
With 31 runs to win with 71 balls. It makes 30 runs in 70 balls. They're running back for 2 now. That's good running there by Robinson. So it makes 29 now. 1 by 1. Just you can see this game through with singles and doubles. No need to go after the bowling. It's still pretty much New Zealand's game now for me.
It should be.
Yeah.
But every time you said that, it's gone the other way. So how about you just call what you see and stop making predictions? You're ruining this. You're sending this game into a seesaw.
Defensively played there by Robinson there. I need to see Robinson going through this game. Definitely. Because he's done a tremendous job for the New Zealand Over-50s here.
Oh, he sure has. I mean, New Zealand needs this win, and they need a win against Namibia. And then there'll be 2 games. We'll probably have to win at least one of them.
That's Sri Lanka versus England, isn't it?
England, Sri Lanka, and both are strong teams. Sri Lanka's at home. They've got all their local, pick of the players. They've gone well so far.
Yeah, they have picked the best team. I mean, there are a few players who have played with me. While a couple of years ago, one guy in the Grisera, he played club cricket in the same team with me.
Right.
First class cricket. That's flick. Find. And that's another boundary for Robinson here. So the momentum is back on the New Zealand's hands, Richard. So you don't have to worry. Don't worry. Robinson will get through you.
I think you need to just stop telling us what's going to happen.
I have good sense of humor, good sense and good instincts.
Commentator's curse. You were talking about that even before we started, about it being a problem for you.
So New Zealand Over-50s need 25 runs off 68 deliveries. Quick single there. This is good batting, good running. See, 8 runs off this over.
Yeah. That is good batting.
White, though, has picked up 4 wickets, been on the expensive side, given away 50 runs so far. He's bowling the 8th over.
So Pekorski here just has to play in the V.
Yeah, probably.
Play straight, nothing too flamboyant.
It's flicked straight to square leg. So that's the end of the 34th over. New Zealand Over-50s 182 for 5.
Catch the action of the Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 live. Enjoy 2 tests and 2 ODIs from 29th January to 14th February. Live on Dialogue Television, 10 Cricket and Sony Sports 5 HD.
Welcome back to the Colombo Colts Cricket Ground. New Zealand just need the 24 runs more off the next 10 overs to seal a win over Zimbabwe. 182 for 5. Robinson looking well set on 67 off of 84. And after 3 early wickets, Khadija, New Zealand have recovered quite well and looking like favourites to seal this victory.
Indeed, Nathan, as a cricket fan, this is the kind of cricket you look forward to.
Yes, the Zimbabwean spinners looking rather toothless in that middle phase. And we saw the second that pace was introduced once again in the form of Jim White. Grabbed 2 wickets in his over. And Goodwin has brought himself back onto the attack to bowl those seam-up deliveries.
Nail-biting moments. And Robinson at 67?
Yes, if Robinson gets out here within the next over or 2, this chase could still prove to be rather tricky. So it's important that he buys his time. There's plenty of time left. 10 overs left, 24 runs is basically nothing. So it's important that he bats out these overs. Wickets may fall from the other end, but it's important that he holds strong. Do what Zimbabwe couldn't, if I could put it that way. Zimbabwe too had some strong partnerships, had a really strong partnership between Goodwin and Jim White, captain and vice captain. Put on 80 odd runs for the 4th wicket, but neither of them could kick on and get their team up to that 230 or 240 mark that we thought they would achieve.
Nathan, it's us witnessing some good cricket from both teams, and I think you can't predict anything. At this point, I don't think I can predict.
Yes, this game has been in the balance so far. Both sides have looked very competitive. As that's whipped off the pads and put away for another boundary. Pekorski, his first boundary, moves on to 6 of 9 deliveries. New Zealand now just require the 19 more runs. A lovely shot that.
Indeed, here's a look, a replay of that lovely boundary.
Yes, just dropped short by Goodwin, whipped away, capitalizing on the loose bowling.
I think the Kiwis are doing quite well with the boundaries, aren't they?
Yes, the Kiwis, it's been risk-free cricket from them, if I can say that. It's been some loose bowling from Zimbabwe, especially from their spinners. And now the captain faltering as well on that occasion. But largely it's been some loose bowling from the spinners, and they've just capitalized on the loose shots. We just saw some lovely drives through the covers, especially from Foster while he was still batting. He made a brilliant 80. But it's been nothing special. Just playing in the V, doing their basics right, as that brings an end to the 35th over. New Zealand 187 for 5. White to close off his spell. He's been the pick of the bowlers for Zimbabwe so far. Four wickets for him. Still getting a bit of movement off of that seam. 4 for 50. On the slightly expensive side, but 4 wickets nonetheless. 4 out of the 5 wickets for his team. And on a surface that's meant to be spin friendly, all 5 wickets going down to the seamers says something about the Zimbabwean spin attack.
19 runs needed of 59 balls, or should I say only 19 runs needed of 59 balls?
Good stop there in the covers. Has he done some damage to himself? Still on the ground is Goodwin. Slowly making his way back to his feet, which is great to see. Goodwin was unfortunate to miss out on the previous game as well with illness. The last thing he'd want right now is to suffer an injury. Nicely guided there by Robinson. Down to third man. He moves on to 69 off of 90 balls. But yes, a rather simple target. 18 of 57 balls.
Nathan, talking of injuries, I see these players come back with their recovery. They come back very soon, and it's not easy in their age to give comebacks like this.
Yes, but as we've been told by a few of the players, lot of these teams are traveling with physios, traveling with medical staff. And there's some medical staff provided by the organizing team as well, which I'm pretty sure they are all coming together to help these players get back to their required fitness level to perform on this stage. And to be able to play sport at this age, it takes a lot of application, a lot of effort, a lot of commitment. So you can say that all of these players care about their fitness, care about their physical health, and they're applying themselves, trying to be in the best possible condition that they can be.
Indeed, Nathan, pretty visible, isn't it? I think consistency and commitment is all what they've got to be here in Sri Lanka, playing this Over-50s World Cup. It's not easy to stand here in the scorching heat.
As White closes off a good spell, 4 for 52 off his 9 overs. New Zealand 189 for 5 after 36.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
good wind to continue from the Park Road end to Borkowski. As we were discussing, Khadija, I think even in this match, it's about who applied themselves more on the day. You could say both teams had equal opportunity. Both teams had good partnerships. Both teams had good spells with the ball, and both teams had their moments in the field. But it's about who applied themselves more and capitalized on the good opportunities that they got. That's seen New Zealand edging closer to a good victory here.
Indeed, Nathan. Didn't we see that from the beginning of the game, from the toss?
Yes, right from the toss we saw that confidence from New Zealand. Adil Somani electing to bowl first in what were batting friendly conditions. As I was saying, electing to bowl first in batting friendly conditions, backing the strength of his team, showing that confidence, playing to his strengths rather than playing to the conditions, which is a very bold move from him, which is great leadership on his part. And from that moment they've been committed. It's very easy in cricket once you get to, let's say, a 30 or a 40, or once you have 2 or 3 wickets to the ball, to just get carried away, become a little complacent and let go and fumble that good start that you've got. But New Zealand have done well, not only to come from behind when Zimbabwe have had the advantage, but to also continue in that momentum and drag the advantage over onto their side.
Indeed, Nathan, some very good cricket from the Kiwis. And an extra from the captain. I'm sure he's yearning for a wicket.
As that's another drop chance. As we were just talking about riding on the advantage, Zimbabwe putting down yet another chance to try and claw back some momentum. We saw that 130, 140 odd partnership between Robinson and Foster. Both of them were put down, in fact, by Zimbabwe. New Zealand could have very easily been 65 for 5. But instead, due to some lack of commitment from the Zimbabwean fielders, they were able to put that partnership together and practically seal this game by the 30th over. Even though 2 quick wickets did fall once we saw the introduction of pace again.
As the famous saying says, catchers win matches. We've prominently seen how the drop catchers have been expensive for Zimbabwe. Not easy.
Yes, these aren't easy chances, but these are chances you'd expect them to take. No catch is easy, as they say. There's always something that can go wrong when the ball is in the air and come in your way. It's about keeping your composure, keeping calm and calming down those nerves and just taking the catch, which Zimbabwe have been unable to do on multiple occasions. I don't think we saw New Zealand drop even one catch. Even though they had their bad phases with the ball, they always capitalized on their chances in the field. As that brings an end to the 37th over. New Zealand 193 for 5.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
New Zealand just needing the 13 runs more. They'd like to knock those 13 runs off by the 39th or 40th over, which could help them with their net run rate as well. We've seen convincing victories for the other sides, especially Sri Lanka, wiping out their chasers in record time so far. And come the fag end of the tournament, those could be crucial, especially that net run rate deciding who finishes above whom on the table.
Indeed, Nathan, some great, interesting cricket throughout the week.
Yes, action-packed stuff coming your way on the Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, until the 23rd of February, we have the IMC Over-50s World Cup.
And then goes the Dialogue Big Match season. So there's continuous action-packed cricket coming to your TV, to your fingertips on the Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
Yes, I'm sure a lot of us are all hyped up and ready for big match season.
Aren't we, Nathan?
Definitely are. Starting on the 28th of February, I believe. March Madness, as they call it.
For the viewers watching worldwide, cricket is a religion here in Sri Lanka, and especially schoolboy cricket.
It's the schoolboy sports in Sri Lanka, I would say, has even a more prominent place among the supporters than even club sports in some instances, which is really great to see. All these schools in Sri Lanka, especially the ones that compete at the top division, have 4,000, 5,000 students at least, and they have that student back in, and they have that alumni back in as well, which is all better for the development of sport as a whole in Sri Lanka.
Indeed, carnival-like experience whenever you enter a big match ground.
As Stuart Kaslucha back from the Havelock Park end for his second spell.
New Zealand in need of 12 runs from 47 balls.
Yes, going forward in the tournament, New Zealand seem to have put that loss in the previous game behind them. Once again, another convincing victory here at Colts against Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe, on the other hand, will have lost 3 from 4 once New Zealand knock off these 11 runs, which is highly concerning from them, and qualification into the next round might be a bit of a stretch from now on, even if they do win their remaining matches. Especially in the spin department has been a huge worry for Zimbabwe, I would say. Their batting has looked pretty decent, even though today they weren't able to capitalize on the good starts. There is potential there. Their pace department has looked pretty decent as well, but the spin is worrying. In spinning friendly conditions, their inability to extract anything from the surface is a worrying sign going forward in this tournament.
Indeed, Nathan. There should have been hunger for a win. That's what I said at the beginning of the match 2.
Is that commitment and that effort we were speaking about just not there today for Zimbabwe? They'll be hoping that they can bounce back. We know they have the ability to win games, comprehensively beating Namibia in their previous encounter, but the team just failing to turn up today. 3 runs off Kastula's over. New Zealand 196 for 5.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
At the end of the 38th over, New Zealand 196 for 5 needs just 10 runs from 42 balls.
Yes, as that's whipped away by Bukowski straight to the field at short mid-wicket. No one deep on the leg side, interestingly. I feel that's another place that, another point that Zimbabwe got wrong. Their field setting hasn't been up to the mark. You could say a lapse in concentration from their skipper. Failing to plug the gaps, failing to place those sweepers, and they've conceded at least 4 or 5 boundaries in that fashion. As that's lofted over the covers. Sweeper cover was in the game for a moment, but unfortunately for him, just bouncing short. No damage done to the wickets column. New Zealand requiring single digits now.
And the Kiwis trying to get boundaries as much as possible to finish the game as soon as possible.
Yes, I believe they would have liked to finish the game at least by this over, but doesn't look likely. We'll have to have another. But yes, keeping net run rate and everything in mind, they'd want to knock off the 9 runs as soon as possible.
Love to see how they are not missing the chance but taking a run.
Yes, still, even in the 39th over, they are not turning down the chance for a quick single. Just shows the sort of game awareness, the commitment and the fitness that these players possess, even at over 50s level. As we close out the 39th over, New Zealand 198 for 5.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and the Papare.com.
At the end of the 39th over, New Zealand 198 for 5. Needs 8 runs from 36 balls.
It's Kachula to continue from the Havelock Park end. Robinson would hope to knock off these 8 runs in this over itself.
Kiwis at a very comfortable position.
Yes, the Kiwis, as they say, sitting pretty at the moment.
Indeed, aren't they?
Now the field all brought close in, trying not to give away those quick singles. Couple of sweepers as well, but this is an ideal opportunity for Robinson considering the position in the game to try and loft one over the field and seal the game with a couple of boundaries, but no, he chooses the more sensible option, and even with the most of the field up close, they're still finding room to take those quick singles. Most of these Zimbabwean fielders on their heels on the edge of the 30-yard circle, just allowing the New Zealand batsman to cross over at will. And when you have those easy singles on offer, it's quite easy to play yourself in, which is key to scoring runs on a Colts pitch.
And I think that's what's inspiring from today's game.
Is that commitment, once again the key word, as Kachula overcooks that one, just wide, and has been put down once again.
My.
Not for the first time today, Zimbabwe have put down a catch. Lindsay the guilty party on this occasion, and that's 5 drop catches in this innings.
This is exactly not what Zimbabwe wanted.
It's Bukowski going for that glory shot, trying to work it over mid-wicket, but grabs the top edge and put down by Lindsay, running in from mid-on.
We're down to 5 runs.
Not
needed.
Good cricket from Zimbabwe. And now we see some brilliant cricket from New Zealand. Once again hitting it straight to the hand of the field and crossing ends for a single. If you allow runs like this to the opposition, you're not going to be successful on most days as a bowling unit and as a fielding unit. As we close out the 40th over, Kachula none for 49 off his 8, New Zealand 202 for 5. Just the 4 runs required.
At the end of the 40th over, New Zealand 202 for 5.
As now we see Kuhn coming into bowl. His off breaks from the Park Road end.
Nathan, I think this is the kind of cricket the New Zealand fans would have looked forward to today.
Yes, once again hitting it straight into the hands of that field at mid-off and crossing over for a single. The body language from the Zimbabweans hasn't been up to the mark, I would say. And once again, just dab to point. Another easy single. Now just 2 runs away are New Zealand. And Robinson, 75 not out of 105 balls. Played that anchor role. And he'll be hoping that he can score the winning runs for his side.
Some quality cricket by the Kiwis.
Loses his bat there, but the ball just floats over the fielder at mid-on, Parsons. And the batsman will cross over for 2 runs. And that should be the game here at Colts. New Zealand sealing a comfortable 5-wicket victory at the end. Brilliant stuff from Mason Robinson, the wicket keeper. He finishes a 77 not out. Foster played a brilliant handoff 82 earlier on. And after being 21 for 3 in the 5th over, New Zealand have recovered brilliantly and sealed off the game with 5 overs to spare. Zimbabwe can have only themselves to blame. Didn't take their chances, didn't show enough effort and commitment with the ball or in the field. And in what was supposed to be a spin-friendly wicket, they've only their fast bowlers have been successful. Spinners going wicketless. Worrying signs for Zimbabwe going forward, but only encouraging signs for New Zealand.
We here witnessed some quality cricket from the Kiwis at the Colombo Colts Cricket Club. This is what the fans would need and would want. Some interesting game of cricket from the IMC Over-50s World Cup happening here in Sri Lanka.
Yes, as the players just preparing to shake hands as they always do in the gentleman's game. Goodwin just getting his players into a little huddle before walking off the field. Probably a few words of encouragement. Very disappointing stuff from Zimbabwe today. They'd want to put this defeat behind them and try and bounce back from the next game onwards. As New Zealand have done, they lost their previous game, but have bounced back quite well and sealed a convincing victory here. Good cricket all round, good captaincy from Adil Somani. Backed his team right from the toss. Going against the norm, going against the conditions here, choosing to bowl first.
Indeed, Nathan. It's time to appreciate the good decision making by the skipper himself.
Yes, and on the opposite end of the spectrum, we saw Brian Goodwin for Zimbabwe miss the trick on a few occasions, especially with his field setting. He had a good game himself with both bat and ball, scoring some 30 odd runs and picking up a wicket. But in terms of his decision making in the field, I don't think that has been up to the mark, and that was another cause for this defeat for Zimbabwe.
Nathan, talking about comebacks, we saw the Kiwis come back in this very own game.
Yes, Zimbabwe were off to a brilliant start in the power play. 52 for no loss after 10 overs. Dragged that back with 3 wickets, had them at 70 for 3. After that, Goodwin and Oates came into the middle, a 80-90 odd run partnership. They were 170 for 3 wickets. Once again, got rid of the middle order, got rid of the tail, and restricted Zimbabwe to about a par score when they looked like they were going on for 230, 240. They were restricted to 205 for 9 in their 45 overs. As we take a look at the batting card for New Zealand, 3 early wickets, Petrie, Andrew and Somani out within the 5 overs, but after that it was one-way traffic Foster with a brilliant 82 of 94. Robinson playing the perfect anchoring role, 77 not out of 106. Warren went first ball as White came back to take 2 wickets in 1 over once again to give little bit of jitters to New Zealand, but Bukowski joined Robinson in the middle and saw the game off. 23 extras, another worrying sign for Zimbabwe. Taking a look at the bowling card, White pick of the bowlers, 4 for 52 off his 9 overs. Goodwin was brilliant as well, 1 for 31 off his 7 overs, including a maiden. But those were the only 2 performances of note. No wickets fall into the spinners, and I feel that was the key turning point of this match. Fall of wickets, 21 for 3, and after that 140 odd run partnership, 162 for 4. 2 wickets in the over, 163 for 5, but Bukowski and Robinson came out and sealed the victory for New Zealand. The drop catches as well, a key factor. 5 drop catches throughout the innings. So we take a look at some of the highlights. Started off with a boundary, did New Zealand, but after that 3 wickets in quick succession. They looked well and truly on the back foot. There we look at the fall of the second wicket, pouched at a short square leg. Foster looked in a sublime touch right from the get-go. 2 consecutive boundaries. And there's the fall of the third wicket, the skipper. But after that it was just one-way traffic. Foster played beautifully. All of those shots in the V, and as I was saying earlier, risk-free cricket from Foster and Robinson. Just capitalizing on some loose bowling from the Zimbabwe spinners, as you can see. And 2 very well compiled knocks from the both of them. There were a couple of drop chances in there as well that you won't see on the highlights reel, but those were some crucial moments. That was how Foster notched up his half century. 5 drop chances in total in the innings. There's Robinson's half century. And a lack of effort, a lack of commitment from Zimbabwe in the field just allowed these 2 Kiwis to motor along. White did come back and snatch up 2 wickets in 1 over, but that was, I believe, too little too late for Zimbabwe, and Bukowski helped Robinson just tick off the remaining runs, and that was the winning moment. Robinson losing his bat, but got just enough to loft the ball over mid-on and cross over for the 2 runs required. Overall, a good game of cricket here today at the Colombo Colts Cricket Club. And there's the match summary. Zimbabwe, after being 170 for 3, restricted to 205 for 9. Oates, Jarvis and Goodwin all got starts, but none of them able to capitalize. Homan and Dube, the standout performers with the ball. Somani as well came back in 1 over and got both Goodwin and Oates out in the same over. And chasing New Zealand 206 for 5, finishing it off with almost 5 overs to spare. Foster and Robinson, the key performers, 82 and 77 not out. White and Goodwin, the only successful bowlers. And New Zealand sealing a comfortable 5-wicket victory.
Promising cricket from both teams.
As we take a look at the upcoming fixtures, we have Group A, Namibia versus New Zealand at Valisara, USA versus the UAE at BRC, and Sri Lanka versus England on Saturday here at the Colombo Colts ground.
That should be an interesting game.
That should be an interesting game. 2 of the favourites going head-to-head, Sri Lanka and England. And in Pool B,
there's South Africa versus India at DSN Anaika College, Colombo 7. There's Canada versus Pakistan at the Mercantile Cricket Association Grounds, Colombo 7. And Wales versus Australia at the Pusa Grounds, Bandaragama. Some interesting and intense cricket coming ahead next week. Stay tuned with us.
Yes, and all of those games are coming to you live on Saturday and all on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, The Papare. Do stay tuned with us. But from today, signing off from Colombo Colts Cricket Club. Thank you and good night.
Thank you, guys.